Managing Director and Group Chief Executive Officer of Equity Group, Principal Secretary, State Department of TVETs, Dr. Esther Moria, Development Partners, TVET stakeholders, principals present, and distinguished guests. Good morning once again. Now, we are about to start our program for today. And I will be inviting on stage Anna Mbogo, who is the principal Michuki TTI, for a word of prayer. Let's appreciate her even as she comes on stage.
Let us all stand up for prayer. Let's believe and pray. Our Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we are before thy presence this morning with thanksgiving, O Lord. We thank you for this is the day that you have made, that we be glad in it. We want to thank you, Lord, for you are the Lord of seasons, the Lord of time, O Lord. And at this time, my Father, you have brought us here, O Lord, that we can be as what you're doing in this time, O Lord, in TVET, that my Father, we are witnessing, Lord, that you have made everything beautiful in its time. And Lord, even as we continue to share, as we continue to celebrate, O Lord, as we continue, Jehovah, Lord, even to focus forward on what you have put ahead of us for the youth of this country, my Father, we pray that your presence will be with us. We pray that, Jehovah, Lord, you shall walk with us in TVET as we empower the youth that you have given into our hands, that none shall be lost, Jehovah, Lord, but you shall continue to empower them, O Lord, to be destiny changers, my Father, in their time. We want to pray, O Lord, even for our country, O Lord, that, Jehovah, Lord, that you shall continue, my Father, to give us peace, to give us unity, my Lord. Thank you for our president. Thank you for the cabinet ministers, oh Lord, even as they come in. Thank you for the PSAs, my Father, for every speaker, for every person that you have ordained, oh Lord, for this function. Jehovah, Lord, we speak a blessing. We worship and we honor you, oh Lord. Even as we start today, Lord, even as we anticipate a culmination of the good things that you have prepared for us tomorrow, Lord, we want to trust in you. We worship you and we honor you, my Father, as we start. For the humble prayer in Christ Jesus, do we pray and even believe. And all the people of God say, Amen.
Thank you, Anne. Let's appreciate her. Asante sana, you may have your seats. Asanteni. My name is Andrin Kilemi. I am your moderator for the day. Karibuni tena sana. On stage now, I'd like to invite Director General, CEO of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, who prior to her appointment as the CEO, served as the Deputy Director in charge of Planning Policy and Outreach at KNQA. She has also previously worked at the Commission for University Education as a senior researcher and has a wealth of experience in the education sector, having served as the founding head of business department and lecturer at Riara University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for CEO Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Dr. Alice Kande. Karibu sana.
Thank you very, very much, Adrian, for that very warm introduction. PS, State Department for TVET, Dr. Esther Moria, Mr. James Mwangi, Group Managing Director and CEO, Equity Group Holdings. Distinguished delegates, good morning. It's really a bright morning, and so excited to anticipate what is really going to unfold this morning. Of course, looking at the discussions that we just want to embark on, and looking at the very distinguished guest who has joined us and who will be our keynote speaker this morning, even as we wait to now have a set of other panelists to delve into a discussion that is so keen on matters TVET. And so this morning, this being our session 3 to really delve into matters TVET, we are looking at a theme that is innovative approaches and initiatives to enhance quality and relevance of TVET to labor market and societal needs. And I believe this couldn't have come at a timely opportunity, and especially when we have our distinguished speaker with us. My very humble role this morning, the very first, is to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. James Mwangi, and humbly allow me to introduce him. Though really he deserves no introduction because he is a household name, not just nationally, but also regionally, continentally, everywhere. We know Mr. James Mwangi because of the key contributions he's made to this country and beyond. He is a group managing director and CEO, Equity Group Holdings. He holds 6 honorary doctorate degrees in recognition of his positive impact on the Kenyan economy, which we are so true to, and we know that he has done that. Holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree, certified public accountant, honored thrice with National Presidential Awards, First Class Chief of Order of the Burning Spear, Moran of the Burning Spear MBS, and Head of State Commendation. Of course, you know, on the global front, he has won several awards, including the G8 Global Vision Award 2007. He was named among the top 50 emerging market business leaders and 20 most influential people in Africa. That was in 2011. The World Entrepreneur of the Year by Ernst & Young in 2012. The Forbes Africa Person of the Year in 2012, and recently named in the Bloomberg 50 list of people who defined the year 2019 globally. We are introducing a CEO that we know that he has received the Think Business CEO of the Year award for the last 5 years, served on board and advisory roles at Global Advisory Council for Visa, Clinton Global Initiative, G8, New Alliance, and US President Barack Obama's Initiative for Global Development, the G20 Advisory Board of Agriculture and Initiative. He also serves as a member of the Continent with Pact Initiative, a board member of Economic Advisory Board of International Finance Corporation, MasterCard Advisory Board, Africa Leadership Academy in South Africa, the Global Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition. He is also a guest lecturer at Stanford, Columbia, MIT, Harvard, ESA, and Lagos Business School, where Equity Bank business model is a case study. Locally, he has served as a founding chancellor, Meru University of Science and Technology, and the chairman of the Health Committee of Kenya COVID-19 Fund Board, and he is the chancellor of Open University of Kenya. It's actually difficult to compress all that. We've missed quite a number of other accolades that he has. But ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. James Mwangi. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Truly an honor to have you to come and speak to us as we celebrate TVET at 100. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, CEO. Principal Secretary, State Department of Education, TVET, Esther Moria, the Principal of Kabet Technical Institute, our fellow leaders among us, scholars, students. It's really a great honor and a privilege for me to join you to celebrate TVET at 100. And I felt very, very honored because I appreciate the role that education plays in offering opportunities. And so being part of this celebration of institutions that have continued after for 100 years to offer opportunities I felt very privileged. But I was also challenged that I would be a part of a team that will be thinking about the next 100 years, and particularly in perspectives of innovativeness, quality, and relevance, issues we can't run away from, and which really determines then the impact our TVET institutions would have as we go forward. When you talk about technical vocational education, training, what comes on mind is skills and competences. And if you look at the past, TVETs were associated with job opportunities straight away. When we were going to university not too long ago, but in the early 80s, we had that dilemma whether to accept to go to university or a TVET institution, because a TVET institution gave you the skills that you knew could lead you into a job. And so it's institutions that I celebrate, and I say it is not 100 years in vain, but 100 years of significant impact. And to the principals in the room, we could acknowledge the torch that they are carrying by putting our hearts together to appreciate them for the leadership there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, principals. But let me now go to the subject matter. And the topic I was asked to speak to is innovative approaches and initiatives to enhance quality and relevance of technical and vocational education and training in Kenya. So three big words: innovative, quality, and relevance. And I will try to be as honest as I could, because this would be to me the reflection point that could lead or determine how the TVET will be the next 100 years. Sometimes, because of the structure that the TVET have gone through, and particularly for the last 100 years, initially TVETs were seen to be institutions that produced labor. Universities were institutions that produced, in the perception of the people, the white-collar job holders. And that perception forever did influence the psychology of the Kenyan people. And that, to me, is where we need to spend a lot of time. Because the psychology, the perception, was that if you were a student in TVET, you hadn't done as well as you could have done. You had done very well if you were in university. That's what we were made to think. Parents felt they were very successful in parenting if their children went to university, and did everything, including looking for opportunities to send their children who had not made it to the cut-off point to foreign universities that we could admit lower grades. We believed as a nation in university education. Well, there is nothing wrong with thinking about university education as a nation, as parents, as students. That created a mismatch between where we are in the cycle of development and the skills required by the nation and the skills we were producing. And essentially, to me, particularly the late 70s, the late 80s, and a bit of the 90s and early 2000s, we missed an opportunity of defining the critical role of TVETs in matching the skills the nation required at the phase of development it was. I was very privileged in 2003 to be asked to serve on the technical committee that was crafting Vision 2030. And when we delivered on the vision, I was asked to be the inaugural delivery board chairman to deliver on Vision 2030. A role I played for 15 years. And we saw the economy move from a $10 billion economy to a $117 billion economy. 11 times in 15 years. But one thing that we might have misstepped was ensuring we were developing the skills, the competencies the economy required during that phase of development. There was conflict and great tension between the aspiration of parents in seeing their children go to university and the skills the economy was seeking. If you look at the moment, the government is heavily focused on textiles and the leather industry. And it's normally one of the first phases in the development of an economy. Pearls, and we know what we are doing in the river and how quickly that industry has made US to become our largest export market. But when you look at the skills required in the leather industry substantially, in the apparels industry, they are the skills that are trained and built in TVET institutions. That is our greatest sector in terms of employment at the moment. Agriculture is another big sector. Mechanization of agriculture, transformation of agriculture is another major, and the government is fully focused. When you look at the skills that require, their technical skills, their competencies that are developed, trained by the TVET. And that is where I think we created a little bit of a mismatch. So what did we end up with? Then is shortage of the skills the economy requires. We don't have the skills that the economy requires, the technicians, the preppers, and all the other cadre of technical skills, life skills, work skills that create jobs. We have jobs in those, but there is a mismatch. But what do we have? We have enormous supply of blue-collar jobs that the economy have not started generating. 90% of our economy is still in the informal sector. Call it the SME, small, medium enterprises. The small and medium enterprises thrive on technical skills and competencies. And that is what the economy is seeking for in terms of skills. But what are we producing? White collar is an inflection point where we think and match the skills demands of our economy with the training of our education system. The second aspect is a missed opportunity to invest adequately in TVET institutions. We've done very well. When I was, and I hope peers, we were not too far in school. When we were in school, I think there was only one university, University of Nairobi, the whole country. If I'm not mistaken, today we have 67 universities, private and public. Thereabout. Oh yes, thank you very much. So you can see the amount of money in one generation that have been invested in building the university education. From one university to 67 universities in one generation. And the question, peers, what happened to the TVETs? The best TVETs we had, economy is not creating jobs for. And technical institutes producing the relevant skills that the economy require, but not as financed as the university education. And that is a mismatch I wanted to call out and say, as a nation, we need to think through and create what is relevant. As a result of underinvestment, the brand and perception of TVETs some of which then we used almost what PS I wish we could change. Sounded very derogatory to call a TVET a village polytechnic. Because when you call it a village, who wants to be in the village? Who wants the skills of a village? And yet the curricula is of a national nature. But the brand we adopted was erroneous, I dare say, to call them village polytechnics. Because it's how I perceive. It's the brand we create, and brand becomes reality. And then you see, essentially, people opting not to be associated with it. Underinvestment led to me, and lack of real focus, like we focused on universities, led to not only underinvestment, but lack of focus on innovation, relevance, and quality. And that is the three issues that then defined the challenges that we have. Quality didn't keep step with the global standards. And I'm glad we are saying we are benchmarking with the German TVETs. But when you look at the German TVETs, the curricula is very different from what we teach. The tools, because of our investment, we were talking with the principal as we walked in, and he said, he's building a museum. What is he building a museum for? For the tools that he has been given. They don't fit in a classroom. They fit in a museum of where we have been, other than where we are going. Principal. PS is here, let me tell her. So what we're saying is that for us to really achieve the quality, we need to massively invest in our TVET institutions. The tools of training, the tools and the equipment the scholars are exposed to are not the tools and the equipment in the marketplace. TVETs train for the private sector. When a TVET trains for a hospital, the hospital is using the latest equipment. But the TVET is using 10-year-old equipment. Again, so the skills are not of the quality that is expected. If you train computer skills for Equity Bank is using the next generation of computers, but you are being trained by the last generation of computers. That mismatch is what is creating the quality mismatch in terms of what we are producing and what the market requires. Research has not been very well funded in our TVET institutions. As a result, if you are not researching, then you are not innovating. And that explains why there is a drag in the innovation and innovative skills within the universities. And consequently, if quality and innovation are not keeping up with the demands, the question of relevance comes up. How relevant are our TVET and the skills and the competencies that they're equipping our young people with to the market needs? Because they don't produce for the sake of it. They produce for the demand that exists in the marketplace. TVETs are the biggest equippers of the private sector in terms of skills. And there is where then maybe I want to spend a few minutes on talking about my 10 cents suggestions. The first one is TVETs must deliver high productive skilled labor. The aspiration of Kenya Vision 2030 is for Kenya to be a globally competitive economy. Competitiveness is significantly dependent on productivity of labor, particularly in a skill setting. And so the quality of skills determines the quality of the product that the skills produce. But we are in a global market. A lower quality product then doesn't get a market in the marketplace. And consequently, there is no growth in employment and no growth in opportunities because there is no uptake on our products. And so what would I be advocating for? A review of the curriculum to focus on quality of skills. It's good to build skills, but it's better to focus on the quality of those skills. Why? Then it positions the economy to be competitive in a global market, and consequently the products of Kenya get a market in the global economy and can create opportunities within the economy. If the products are not competitive, then the world is not consuming our products, and hence the economy is not producing jobs. That mismatch is what needs to be addressed. And for me, there are two aspects to it. Let's look at curricula. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Germany has done very well in that sphere. Switzerland has done exceptionally well. And we have a very collaborative program with the two economies. But we need them to invest. We change the curricula, we invest in the tools, we invest in the training of the trainers themselves. If we don't train the trainers, even if we brought the best tools, there will still be a mismatch on how to use the tools. And productivity is on the skills and use of tools. So that to me means quite a lot. Now, the second aspect is mapping our curricula to the needs of the economy. We must be honest to ourselves where our economy is in the cycle of development. It is at an emerging market level. If we use the old model of development, which I hope we can be able to disrupt, we're at the level that we are now at the primary production. The best we are doing is to add value to our skins and heights, is adding value on our agricultural produce. That's where our industrialization is at the moment. So the skills are the ones that are relevant to that phasing. We can jump in some sectors, and I really appreciate that Kenya is punching above its weight on some sectors like services. If you look at within the region, the health services, we are #1 in the region. So our health system has really become maybe an anchor of health tourism. Almost everybody in the region. So there we need a higher level of skills. So the lab technician needs to be trained for that level of skills. If we talk about banking, and this gives me an opportunity to advertise a bit, let me step up. I see Equity Group now becoming a systemic banking group in the entire region. Being in #1 or #2 in 6 countries. In the 6 countries it is in the region. Now, so we have become an anchor, a hub for financial services. So when we train bankers, we are not going to train them for the emerging market. We must train them at the hub level in terms of skills. Our education is becoming very attractive. We have a big presence in DRC. And I see most of my friends in DRC asking, which school is it best to send my children to in Kenya? The way when I was growing up, I heard of India. The India has come to Kenya. So if we are training for the skills in those sectors that we have leapfrogged, we must match the best in the world because we are being chosen among a global East. So that aspect must also be matched. So it is choose and pick. It's not a commoditized training and say, we are at this level. Kenya will surprise people. It may leapfrog and industrialize using the service sector as opposed to the traditional industrial sector. Why? Because our strength is in human skills. That is the biggest asset that this economy have. The second aspect we need to correct is the balance between white collar and technical skills. That balance must be struck. Wise men and women of this nation, together with the government, must say what is relevant for this country. What is the it's a very delicate balance because there is issues of ego, esteem, particularly with the parents. And then we must have a national dialogue of what is good for our children. Sometimes we are giving our children what is not good for them. And so the question is, how do we dialogue and how do we change the national psyche? Because that's a national psyche. And a national psyche is difficult to lead a change. It needs people confronting it between ourselves at the family level, at the church level, at the community level, at the county level, at the national level. An emphasis that we are destroying our children by assuming we can give them that which doesn't help them. That's something each of us as a parent must confront. Are you preparing your children for what is available for them? Or are you preparing them to psych your mind that every year you are having a graduation in your compound? For graduates who never get jobs. You know, that esteem aspect, training for esteem, other than training for relevance, is something we must confront as parents. Give your children what is relevant, not which rubs your esteem and pride in the village. That is, to me, it's a delicate issue because nobody wants to be told they are doing the wrong thing. Nobody wants to be advised about their children, but it's something we have to confront because it's relevant. Then we must also ask ourselves, this system, education system, we inherited from our colonial past, that TVETs provided labor and universities provided administrators, whether that is the structure of our economy today. And I'm glad that peers, I'm talking when you are there, because then now I have a topic to keep on bringing to the table whenever we meet. You have the power to do something about it. That our structure of the economy changed when we stopped being a colony. And so let's evaluate. The second one, or the third one that we need to do is cast our eyes into the future. A country that is not investing into the future is actively busy banning the future. And the question we need to debate is the future of work. It's my submission that what we really need for the future of work is critical thinking, analytical skills, and problem-solving competencies. We talk of a lot of challenges, but we never train ourselves how to solve our challenges. And that is where critical thinking, problem-solving, analytical skills are required. And to me, that is what we should. Not reciting. Our education system must move from reciting to developing the human capability and mind to identify problems, to think critically, and develop solutions to our problems. we become problem solvers. That's what the education system requires. And if you look at it, then TVET then becomes very relevant because we have shortage of the technical skills and the competencies that can solve a lot of our problem. I think here is where also we need to train on creativity and problem solving. We must move away from what has always been known as true, predictable education. We must look at education that helps us to throw away the box. I don't want to say think outside the box, because if we keep the box, we will always tend to jump back to the box. Throw away the box and think outside completely the box without a box. Then that is the only time our children will be more creative and innovative. That's when they will think different from us. And we must restrain ourselves to say, oh, you know what? The apple never falls too far from the apple. From the apple tree. You want your children to be like you. That is the greatest hallmark of failure. Because your children are not living, they were not born your times. They are not living your times. You should be preparing them for their times. Their times, the only thing we know that is constant is change. The world is moving. If the world changes more than the people are changing, the people perish. They become irrelevant. The issue is the ability to keep with the pace of change of the external environment. So if your children are exactly like you, I want to persuade you, you have failed. The only thing your children should look like you, if you are right, is your value systems. They will only be innovative and creative if they divert from your thinking. Otherwise, they will think like you and become like you. And then your grandchildren will be like you. But their times are very different from your times. They must be made to think differently so that they are relevant to their times. And that, to me, is where peers, we can really spend time for futuristic thinking. Futuristic thinking. Imagining. We should give ourselves the freedom to imagine. And it's only when we imagine, then we start saying, if that is the imagination of the world of the future, how should we be acting today so that we fit into that future? When I was chairman of Vision 2030, I always said, it appears we'll get it right in every other, except one item, national value systems. And if you look what is giving us challenges now, is national value systems. We have expressways, we have bypasses, modern ports, but we are not behaving like modern. We are behaving, that time we used to say, ugwana na uchenzi. We got stuck in a uchenzi. So even when we are on the bypass, you still find us falling from the bypass because we are driving as if we are on the ground. So those are some of the challenges that we need to think futuristic and behave futuristic and ensure our education. The opportunity to catalyze Africa's industrialization and economic growth by providing skilled workforce that meets the needs of a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment is what is required for our education system. Call it VUCA, but truly our education then must be prepared to develop skills, competence, and technologies that foster socio-economic progress of our people. Let me add one or two more. I have 2 more minutes. The question of use of technology. I want to submit that technology holds the potential to disrupt, vitalize, spark transformation, and exponential growth of Africa. But this will not happen if our TVETs are not equipped with the tools that will allow them to be technologically relevant. All of us at the moment should be aligning to the 4 industrial technologies. We should be talking of artificial intelligence. We should be talking of big data. We should be talking of analytics. Principal, the question is KBET Technical Institute teaching AI? A bit of it. No, it should not be a bit of it. It's the real thing. So look at the peers and say, peers, can I be equipped to teach artificial intelligence? Can I be empowered to do analytics? Can I be empowered to teach big data? If we are not doing that, then we are not preparing ourselves to the future, and we are not preparing ourselves for the transformation of our economy. So the issue of internet, the issue of robotics, the issue of machine learning in artificial intelligence and big data are components that we can't wish away. Application of technologies such as robotics to automate production line, offer healthcare assistance, among others, while transforming our agriculture, are critical in improving our lives. Big data analytics to disrupt not just education, such as using it to track and monitor students' progress instead of spreadsheets. We really must move. Measure effectiveness of education program, but can also offer valuable insights for business. These present opportunities for real-time data collection and decision making. Let's talk a little bit about adopting innovative implementation of the dual TVET system. 60% on the job training and 40% of classroom learning. That, Madam Pierce, is something we need to embrace. That is what makes education relevant for the industry. That is the intersection of education and practice. What we are saying is that in the morning, we're in KBET, in the afternoon, you are at Equity branch in Kagemi. You apply, then you see whether there is a mismatch. Where there is a gap, you go and tell the lecturer, I was given this assignment, this is what I thought, but this is what the industry is doing. That is how we consistently ensure parity between training and industry needs. And in Kenya, there is a very huge mismatch. When we get our scholars, the first thing is to put them on training for 3 months. And the question is then, what were they doing in school? There's too much theory. In industry, it's not theory, it's practice. We need to equip students with both theory but practice, because it's practice that makes them employable. It's practice that enhances the productivity of skills. So dual curricular education, very well done in Germany, leveraging on technology for smart classrooms, virtual jobs, because KBET should be training skills that are being used by the global companies in California. But if they're not being trained then with the skills, the technology that allows them online jobs, then we are missing. Technological information in classroom learning is also necessary. Not train our students with the technology tools. Let's equip our TVET institutions. And given that the private sector, the SMEs, are the largest employer in Kenya, 96% of employment, it will be important to innovate and develop entrepreneurial training for to our TVET institutions. Let's train them to be creators of jobs. Let's train them to be the builders of our institutions as opposed to employees. And entrepreneurship is the skill that creates enterprises. So if there is a way we could train entrepreneurs in TVET institutions with the skills of making products and services, then we would do very well. Lastly, is the possibility of thinking innovation certification. It's not enough for me to wait for the 2 or 3 years in Kabete Technical Institute to get a certificate. Why am I not certified for every course that I take? Because then I will show it in the industry and say, I've learned this. I can come, and that is how they will get attachment, part-time jobs, hustle jobs, if I may use that term. That is how we could, when we can help students, not wait after 4 years, but to get them to be engaged as they learn and to be given an opportunity to practice before they forget. Whether it's courses like the use of blockchain, whether it is things like talent management, whether it's big data, just give them the certificate for what they have learned. In conclusion, we need to rebrand and reposition our TVET. This will require a cultural change, and I hope it happens sooner than later, because what the power is in the mind. We are what we think. If we think TVET is not for us, then we don't support them. We need to shift from overemphasizing on theoretical to practical life skills that enable our young people to be more productive in today's world. Most of the jobs are technical, and learning needs to be responsive. Train people not just for jobs, but for self-employment in the name of entrepreneurship. I thank you all for the moment to dialogue with you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. A big round of applause. I think it deserves a standing ovation. Kindly, let's put our hands together as we thank this master captain of the industry, really speaking to us. Thank you so very much. Asante sana. Thank you so very much for really giving us a piece of your mind. We can see it. Thank you so very much. We are truly honored that you could actually share with us those very pertinent insights on how we can actually move next step, an inch higher from where we are. 100 years it has been. 100 years we've seen how TVET has unfolded, and you've helped us to make a candid reflection. Thank you so very much, Mr. Mwangi. And we are really determined as TVET fraternity to ensure that we change where we are, in spaces where we are, so that we really achieve what TVET really is capable of doing. Indeed, we know that TVET, as you rightly said, is the closest to changing the labor market in the education, in the sector, than any other in the space that we are. So that was really, really profound. We are just about now to get to a session to invite 4 of our panelists. But before we get there, we would give an opportunity to 1 or 2 people to probably just weigh in very briefly on what the conversation that Mr. Mwangi has just given us. Just 2 people. Yes, seeing whether their hands. Madam PS, thank you. Yes, please.
Allow me to once again thank you, Dr. Mwangi, so very much. That was profound. And what I am so happy about this morning, Daktari, is that my principals who are sitting here, let me see the principals in the house, please. Principals, Dr. Mwangi, you can see them. These are really the change managers. These are really the people who must do it as you have stated it. And what makes me so happy that they are here in big numbers this morning is that they have heard it from you. Najua, a prophet is never Daktari. Thank you very much. What you have told these people, now they are tired of hearing it from me. Thank you very much for hearing it for them hearing it from you. That, and in fact, what you have talked about, thinking without the box. I have said it so many times. Thank you for coming and saying it this morning. Now, my dear lieutenants, you have heard it from a person who is a real success story in this nation. I am not anywhere near this kind of success story. So you have heard it from the best, and thank you so much, Dr. Mwangi. We were remembering when we met this morning that we were honored to honor him with a degree at JQuat, and you can see how right we were. Weren't we? Thank you. Thank you so much. And what we want to promise you this morning is that we are going to have a conversation with these people. We have had several conversations. We have made baby steps, but with people like you speaking the kind of message you've spoken to us this morning, we trust that we are going to go somewhere. We know we have already initiated the German model of training. That's what we are using. You called it 60-40. We call it 50-50. Sometimes I tell them it is going to be 70-30, but we are somewhere around there. So we are going to continue. It is not easy, especially from the perception part of it. Some of these principles, you saw raising their hands. Even today, they really hate me 1.5 years later. Why? Because, of course, who wants change? Change is resisted. It is the only constant thing, but it is always highly resisted. But we are struggling. We are moving there. And us hearing it from you now, this morning, we get the momentum to move forward. Thank you very much. May the Lord bless.
Thank you very much, Madam PS, for really putting in your weight on that very timely conversation as we talk about matters, innovation, quality, and relevance. And again, your parting shot, Mr. Mwangi, talking about certifying every course. And as we prepare the panelists to join us, we'd like to say that the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, that is what we're driving us. A flexible framework that recognizes any form of learning, whether acquired formally, non-formally, or informally. And now talking about the launched recognition of prior learning, and proud to say that now we are very keen to really identify and certify those skills and competencies so that really we can give advantage to people who have skills and competencies, and they can take advantage of the decent jobs that are out there. And of course, talking about the issues of micro-credentials, and we're finding a place for them in that national qualifications framework. And I believe we are in the right trajectory. Thank you so very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, now we shall get to the next part of this session. We're going to invite our 4 panelists, and I would like to invite each one of them here to join us. The first will be Professor Ahmed Ferrej. Professor is rightly here. Professor, as he comes up, Prof is an associate professor in the Department of Technology Education at the University of Eldoret, specializing in preparing trainers for secondary and tertiary level TVET institutions. And Professor Ferrej has a PhD in TVET and entrepreneurship from the University of Illinois, and he completed his bachelor's and master's degree from University of New Brunswick in Canada, has a diploma in engineering from Kenya Polytechnic and a technical trainer certificate as well, has worked with UNESCO, serves at the section of TVET at its headquarters in Paris, Iraq, Liberia, and has undertaken UNESCO consultancy in several countries. Professor Farage here has extensive experience in consultancy and research work within education field and has had several assignments, and of course currently is the chairperson of TVET CDAC. We really have and very grateful to really have you, Professor Farage, really indulge us in this conversation. Let's put our hands together again for Professor Farage. The second panelist will be Dr. Kip Kirui Langat. Dr. Langat, another household name in the TVET space. Dr. Langat is the Director General of TVET Authority with a wealth of experience in both public and private sectors with many, many years. Karibu sana, Daktari, on this side. Over 26 years of experience in TVET and academia. He joined TVET as an assistant lecturer and has rose through the ranks. He holds a PhD in engineering systems and management, a Master of Philosophy in Technology Education, a Master of Business Administration, a Bachelor of Education in Technology, and has served as an expert in development of training curricula in TVET at the University of Mechanical and Automotive Engineering. And again, Dr. Langat, we're proud to really have you here. The next panelist is Mr. Patrick Nyangweso, another key person in the industry. Mr. Nyangweso, as you join us, he is the CEO of the National Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Again, very proud to say that we shall be happy to hear your thoughts. Being a distinguished planning policy and project management specialist with over 2 decades of experience across various sectors in Kenya. And we know you've been very, very passionate in terms of linking industry and academia, and you've gone out of your way to ensure that dual training is actually becoming a reality in this country. Our fourth panelist will be Ms. Caroline Kariuki, here. Miss, oh, represented, yes, she is right here, yes, our brother, Karibu sana. Ms. Carol Kariuki is currently the CEO of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, very ably represented by our brother here. And we shall again be able to hear exactly how they are doing in terms of linking the industry with academic and the role that the industry is really playing. So let's put our hands together again for this amazing, amazing people right here. And we are going to continue with the conversation. We're still talking about matters innovation. We are talking about skills. We are talking about competencies. And I like the mix of where we are coming from. We shall just ask similar questions, but you will give us your thoughts in line with the space where you are at. And as we ask the first question, I will still ask you to speak a bit in line with where you are at. And I will start with Professor Farage. Professor Farage, we are looking at rapid transformation of economies, societies, work and learning in our country as it is in other countries. And in Kenya, through the sessional paper number 1 of 2019 on reforming education and training for sustainable development, seeks to mitigate the challenge of quality, relevance and inclusivity in education and training for sustainable development. It's just to give us a context of our discussion and whether we are staying true to what was envisaged then. And so here goes a question to actualize the above. TVET systems are increasingly rethinking their economic models, understanding the e-learning market and adopting new approaches to meet competency demands. Where do you think we are in the context of an integrated qualifications value chain? We're talking about the linkage between qualifications and skills. Have we done justice in the spaces we are at? We're talking about labor market information system to facilitate easier regulation, standardization, and recognition of skills and relevance. Professor Farage, kindly.
Thank you. Thank you, Alice. I was actually hoping that our keynote speaker this morning would have stayed with us to hear the other side of the coin. He's on the receiving end, and we are on the preparation end. And he mentioned quite a few things that are really pertinent to training in the current ecosystem. If you'll recall, for those of you who've been in TVET long enough, I missed Professor Kere's presentation yesterday. I followed a bit of it on YouTube. And the issue of, I can actually summarize the challenges or the activities or the facts that go into producing quality graduates in the way that the previous speaker highlighted. Three things in my view. The first one is the trainer. The trainer is really key. The second one is the teaching and learning environment. And the third one is curriculum. Now, if you think about those three things, Dr. Mwangi actually spoke about them in various ways in his presentation. For me, I think the key is the trainer in all this. You can have the most wonderful training environment, but if the trainer is not the right fit or has the right skills and competency and attitude mix, then your work in producing quality and then of course certifiable graduates becomes problematic. And I'll speak about that a little bit later probably. Teaching and learning environment is critical. Ever since I was in the student in the TVET subsec in the ecosystem, it's always been a problem, even as a student at various levels. How do you match the teaching and learning environment in technical training to match the labor market environment? Training seems to be always lacking. You buy your CNC today and you think you have the best, and 2-3 years later you are told, no, industry doesn't use that. You just heard what Dr. Mwangi said, that you teach certain things in ICT, and when that person goes to work for them, that person needs to be retrained because they are one generation ahead in terms of ICT development. So it's always a catch-up for the TVET sector. And for me, again, the trainer is key here. The trainer must be the one who is continually monitoring the change in the occupational area. If he doesn't, then he'll be teaching using what we call in the education and training sector as the brown notes. He was 30 years ago in college, and he took his notes longhand with his hands, and that's what he's using. I remember one time asking my colleague at the university, why are you still using these notes that you got when you were a student at Kenya Polytechnic so many years ago? He said, but Ohm's law is still Ohm's law, it hasn't changed. So why can't I use that? Okay? But I agree with him, Ohm's law is still Ohm's law, but there are so many ways now that you can find on the internet and YouTube and other tools on the internet that teaches Ohm's law in a much more impactful manner. But there was my brother still using his brown notes every year until he retired. The other one is curriculum. And that's where my role now as the TVET CDAC chairman comes in. Curriculum is really critical. And again, it's a catch-up for the institution. Because we at the moment we have sector skills councils that are helping us. These are the representatives from industry and working with the trainers and the curriculum institution to make sure that our curriculum remains relevant. And it's a catch-up situation because when industry is introducing new equipment, they don't tell you make a curriculum for this. They're introducing the new equipment to meet their competitive edge in their field. Now it's up to us in the training sector to try and understand what is changing. And here the training skills, the sector skills councils become very critical. And that's why CDAC is unique in the sense that it's our job. If we don't do that right, then we haven't done our job. And so it's a constant change, trying to learn from the Sector Skills Council, trying to learn from the trainers, because the trainers must also be on the edge, the cutting edge of their field. And of course, if they see something that has come up that is not being reflected in the curriculum, he must do something about it. And I recall my own personal experience as a trainer. I always try to learn what is new, even if I teach my students, even if it is not currently in the curriculum. I remember many years ago when I was a teacher at Kenya Technical Teachers College, now Kenya School of TVET, and we went to Kenya Poly to discuss an exam that was being set for our technical students. The subject was automotive technology, or automotive engineering. The setter had all questions dealing with generators. Generators was a form of equipment for generating electricity for the car. So I asked him a simple question. I said, my friend, I don't think there's a new car on the road today that has a generator. Instead, they have alternators. He says, but I'm teaching what's in the curriculum. Now, that is really wrong. To me, it is wrong. He, as a teacher, can still teach the principles of the generator, because the student might be questioned on the generators. But he must teach also what is current in the field, because when that chap goes out, he's not going to see a generator unless he sees a 30-year-old car. He will be seeing alternators. And that is, I think, the job of every teacher. The trainer should actually be ahead. Fortunately for the world, we now have internet space. We can actually learn. That's what the concept of lifelong learning comes in. We have to continually learn. You cannot teach using the yellow notes that you got 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You have to continually improve your teaching style as well as the content. Thank you very much.
Very profound points there. Thank you very much, Professor Fridge. And again, underscoring that times have changed and they're changing, and we have to be agile enough to really do what that we must do to really rhyme with the pace of change. Dr. Langat, still on the same, and from the TVET space, kindly.
Thank you. I think from the perspective of a regulator, the defining moment is really understanding the labor market, so that we are able to know what are the skills and competencies are required from the labor market, so that when we are preparing this individual, we know exactly what the labor market requires. And I think the challenge that we have currently in our country is having structured information coming out from the labor market. And what we have seen from successful jurisdiction is a structured labor market information system run by structures that develop this system to predict the requirements of skills and competencies. And especially a situation where it takes long to prepare an individual. So unless you are in a position to really predict and forecast the changes in skills and competencies that are required in the labor market, to be able to speak to supply and demand, is that there must be that structure in place. And I think that is the thing that we are currently facing in our country. As much as Prof has mentioned the sector skills, advisory committees that we normally use, the engagement actually is more of an ad hoc basis. And sometimes it depends on how these people volunteer to support the process, because maybe we are lacking a clear policy framework, legal framework, and some of the incentives that supports it. And I think that is the first step, that if we are able to fix that, then we'll be able to address the issues of relevancy and to some extent quality, because curriculum will be developed on occupational standards that are generated from the industry. The occupational standards define industry performance criteria. But when you come to the training space, which is a bit more complex, we convert the occupational standards from the industry into occupational training standards. The reason is a training space is more of a black box, that we have so many input variables and processes that takes place inside. And I want to pick from where Prof stopped. The critical factor when you come to the training space is actually the trainer. And not only the trainer in terms of the faculty, staff, but even the entire administrative and governance structure of a TVET institution, so that you are able to interpret the national policies defining training to be able to implement in our institutions. So that we must have system in place that develop these individuals, right from the faculty members to those who are in administration, to be able to be in a position to interpret these policies defining training. And that is the reason, again, in the country, we develop or establish the Kenya School of TVET, so that going forward, we'll be able to train our faculties, we'll be able to train those who are in administration and governance to make sure that we get it right. Of course, once you get that one right, the issues of infrastructure, the issues of equipment, curriculum will actually fall into place, because the most critical aspect of the human resource will have been defined. The other thing is, and again, this is where we must critically speak as a country, is sustainable financing to this process. I think we could be the only country in the region that entirely almost depends on government and to some extent development partners to finance the TVET sector. In some of the jurisdiction, again, including our neighbors in SADC, TVET is heavily financed by the industry. And this is where, again, the industry will come in, because when you finance, you also want to see value for your money. So we must start beginning, how do we get and go beyond the exchequer and development partners towards working with the industries to make sure that we get sustainable financing towards what we want to. And then lastly is placement, job placement, either in industry or self-employment. And that is where the critical factor of entrepreneurship and innovation needs to come in during the entire process of training, so that those who are not able to directly go to employment can go to self-employment. And we can use our institution as centers of enterprise creation by bringing in the aspect of entrepreneurship and innovation, because some of our students are so critical and they are very innovative in ideas that we must start nurturing from our institution, and then work together with industries so that we transfer or allow these people to transfer from our institution to the industries and be able to start businesses and become the next generation of enterprise that we will be seeing. How then do we evaluate as a final aspect of relevance and quality, we must also have a critical analysis between those products of our institution and those who are not in employment. If you find the numbers are almost matching, for example, the NEET, currently I think we have close to 3-4 million Kenyans who are not in education, not in employment, not in education, not in training. When you also look at the rate of unemployment, as much as it's almost like 10%, but when you come to the critical age of 15 to 25, that gives us in excess of 30%. That means there must be something relating to education, quality, relevance, and issues of employment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Langat, for weighing your thoughts on that. Very well put about timeliness of the information we're getting from the labor market. And that would speak to relevance, understanding the labor market. So labor market information, very, very critical. You've spoken to institutional-wide preparation and mindset and changing to this. So it's not just about trainers, it's not just about the trainee, it is about everyone realizing that we need to move in tandem. So once we appreciate this, we shall be able to move with this and speak to quality and relevance of education and training. Let's hear from the industry perspective now. We are hopeful that within the 100 years that TVET has been in space, we've inched closer to really closing in this gap of skills mismatch. Hopefully so. What are your thoughts, Mr. Nyangweso?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. First of all, allow me to appreciate all the principals who are here and other TVET stakeholders, including my brother as the regulator, for really contributing to the economy to the level that today we are celebrating TVET at 100. So, makofi to all the stakeholders behind the TVET development. From the industry needs, I would highlight some few areas that would address the innovativeness initiatives that would really be able to support the industry development and sustainability. One, I want to ask the Kenyans, just 2 days ago, I listened to the president, and is really marketing, is the senior marketer for the Kenyans. Especially they used to get the foreign jobs opportunity. But I want to ask the industry players who are here, one of the difficult things in life is to market a product you have not tested. I want to ask the industry players who are here to first of all consider absorbing our TVET graduates so that we train them the way Dr. Mwangi has just persuaded us, so that they help us to turn around this economy, rather than opening more borders for them to go and leave the country, and yet we continue importing other professionals or other skills players from the international organizations to come and transform our industries. Two, the issue of public-private partnership is very, very critical for us to support our TVET institutions to be able to change curricula that would meet the market needs. It is very expensive to really for government to do this, and the public-private partnership is very, very critical in this. And therefore, as industry players, constantly we persuade the potential industry players to support and integrate their partnership with the relevant institutions so that we'll be able to support and give our technical expertise, financial support, so that they would be able to change the curricula to meet the market needs. The third thing I want to talk about, there are a lot of emerging technologies. So adoption of the technology, relevant technology into our curriculum, into our training schemes is very, very important. I would give you an example, and I normally use this in any discussion on vocational training sessions. One of our investors wanted to put a plant in one of the counties. And when we were hosting him, he just challenged us that my worry is not about taxation regime. My worry is where I would get the relevant skills in Kenya so that I would be able to hire these 300 I'm targeting to hire for this new plant. And we asked him, what if you consider upskilling and retraining our TVET graduates, because Kenya, we have a very good endowed population with the desired skills. Of course, they are not really matching the industry needs. But he asked us, it is very expensive to train, and therefore I would have to import the skills, relevant skills to take up the jobs in this plant. This really posed a challenge to us and a moderator, and they were like, oh, we have people who are learned, but there is a mismatch of skills, both from the demand side and supply side. So from where I sit as the industry players, is something that most of us must really consider to invest and support the TVET institutions to really design programs or training programs that would be able to meet the emerging sectors. For example, nowadays, we don't talk about mechanics, we talk of mechatronics. So we have engines, look at the current engines that we normally get into the country. They don't need, they need a high sophisticated skills for even our mechatronics to really address the problems. And therefore, the emerging trends in the globally must also require emerging and change of the training aspects, especially on those emerging sectors. Look at the renewable energy, for example, the digital services. It requires additional information, and this brings me to another level. This morning, Dr. Mwangi talked about investing in research. Madam Moderator, we can only change and meet the industry needs in this country if we also empower our TVET institutions to invest in research. Today, as where I sit as Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a lot of potential and emerging markets requires robust research, so that, and also product investment in product development for us to even meet the global standards and specification of products. Another thing is about intense international collaboration and benchmarking. Last year, I joined you, Madam Moderator, and we visited Germany. You saw how the Germany institutions will really prepare our youth from the classroom to the industry apprenticeship, and also the dual attachment, to the extent that by the time now they leave to now seek for the job opportunities, or even begin their own businesses, then they are prepared well to the industry needs. They are prepared well to the competitiveness within our sectors, and this through this we'll be able to produce graduates that would be able to transform our economy. Another thing of key area of focus is about inculcating entrepreneurship skills to our graduates. We must not wait until they graduate from the Kabete, for example, or Nyeri, because I'm seeing the Nyeri, my brother, the principal of Nyeri. Until they graduate is when they go to the industries, they need now additional training in entrepreneurship. Why can't we work with the other like-minded private sectors and inculcate the entrepreneurship skills in our institutions? By the time they graduate, all our graduates will be ready to face the economy. You see, Dr. Mwangi was talking about creating employment, making our TVET graduates to consider initiating their own entrepreneurship. They cannot do this if they are not trained on entrepreneurship skills. As Chamber will be doing this through mentorship and coaching. But it is better if they embrace this principle while they're still in colleges. This is very, very key. Another thing that I would want to talk about is support of the competency-based training, education and training. This would really enhance on productivity. And as private sectors, I want to persuade you that we support the institutions to really roll out TVET. it has proven to really add value to meet the desired job markets and opportunities. Last thing I want to say, all these things must be done through what we call the monitoring and evaluation framework. I know in the TVET policy, this is well captured. We need to invest in monitoring and evaluation so that by the time we prepare our youths before they leave and before they graduate, we have been able to design and evaluate in the training processes what could be the possible gaps. Then we address these gaps as key stakeholders. We are able to change the trend so that after 1 or 2 years after implementing even curriculum, we are able to advise that we, in this way, we are not going to really add more value to our youths and to our competent youths. So M&D investment, M&D is very, very important. It will also enhance on continuous process improvement through frequent and regular supervision. Then apprenticeship and internship program is a space that we are playing as private sector. All the private sector players needs to really formalize a partnership with the relevant TVET institutions to provide apprenticeship support program, to provide internship program so that our youth would be able to get practical skills. This is a space that every key stakeholders in Kenya must really play. We should not leave it to only regulator, we should not leave it to only universities, we should not leave it to only TVET institutions, but private sector has a key role to play. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Angweso. Great insights there, especially coming from the industry, and really a rallying call to your counterparts that we need to show the example, embrace these graduates, embrace our institutions, that we make this a reality, the public-private partnership, because in it, we shall really be able to see the change that we endeavor to see in sealing this skills mismatch, because indeed, it's very clear what the role of each party is. So thank you so much for weighing in your thoughts on that. And reiterating on the need for collaborations and benchmarking and supporting competency-based education and training. And we hear again now from the industry again, Kenya Private Sector Association. With us is Dr. Ehud Gashugu, who is the Global Director, Youth Jobs, Skills and Jobs, and Ajira Digital. Right in the right place for you, Ehud. To tell us, where do you think we are in terms of realizing this reform as a country, and from the space where you are at in addressing the challenge of quality, relevance, and inclusivity?
Yeah. Thank you very much, moderator, for that great question, and I also want to appreciate the contributions and insights that have been provided since morning regarding what we need to do to be able to accelerate TVET development and job creation in this country. From our perspective, we have made tremendous progress in terms of addressing the need of TVET development as well as the private sector needs, particularly on the lens of making sure that the skills that are being trained in the TVET ecosystem are relevant to the industry. And I wanted to just frame the context in which rapid change has taken place for the last 3, 4, 5 years, that then are redefining and helping us to really frame the right programs that then speaks to the needs of the industry. Post-COVID, 2020, the industry has completely changed, and various approaches, various postures, and even in terms of what we considered as the most pressing problem in the industry is really, really changing. Industry has moved from just the concept of efficiency to the aspect of productivity, and this has really been deliberated quite strongly here. And what that means is that the industry's role now has just moved away from just focusing on profit, but also to people and planet. And this is a huge, huge shift. And one of the things that we have seen in the last couple of years as we work with educators and trainers is the fact that the pace of change in the industry has not been matched with what we see as the pace of change in the training and particularly in the TVET system. Three key things that I really want to underpin as changes that are speaking to what the private sector currently is looking at. I know we have really been focusing on the technology and everything, and I must say that as we speak about technology, the shift right now that we continue to observe and the threats that we're seeing is that private sector has moved more towards human-centric business, and this is very important, and Dr. Mwangi did allude to that, the fact that yes, it's good to prepare people to have the relevant technical skills training, but the future of work and what we see is a more human-oriented type of setup where businesses have to are literally establishing and doing business with a very clear purpose. The second one is from efficiency to what we call resilience focused. And I will be talking about this because this is really important. And when we talk about having technical specific skills to generalize skills, this is really now where we are saying that businesses are now operating more largely in ecosystems. Then how do you build resilience so that shocks like floods, diseases, economic shocks does not really affect your business and disrupt your supply chain and value chains? The third one is where we're talking about moving from being profit-driven to what we call sustainability-driven. And the concept of ESG, the concept of SDGs is now a common phenomena in every organization. And one of the things that we have seen is that embedding those sustainability agenda with the training and development has better bearing for business environment. Now, let me speak to a very important discussion that we have been discussing here. You know, when you look at the TVET, most of the times, and I was even actually tempted to ask how many private sector businesses are represented in this forum. You realize we do not look at TVET education as an ecosystem. We always look at it as one specific vertical that we can address certain pending issues regarding the product development, but then how that product fits within what I call product market fit is completely misaligned. And there are three things here I want to talk about. As we move towards TVET in the next 100 years, and as we continue with the journey of ensuring that there's very clear private academia linkage, the aspect of understanding each other is very important. I have, for the long time, because I have been in this craft for quite a while, one of the areas that has been a big of an issue is the communication. The TVET has very good products, and the private sector definitely needs the TVET. But there has been a serious communication barrier. Each do not fully understand the other, but then there's a perception that we understand each other. So as we move towards looking at a framework for the next 100 years that will then accelerate and produce the manpower that is relevant for the industry, but also not just the manpower itself. Industry has extreme motivation and incentive to build capacity and put economic opportunity in the hands of the people because their own existence is dependent on that. So really, the interest is there, but then how do we then enhance the collaboration? Now, the second point I wanted to talk about the ecosystem is understanding clearly when we talk about the industry in the context of Kenya, who are we talking about? 90% of our economy is informal. And as we continue not to press on the larger industries to be at the forefront of championing change and supporting TVET transformation, it's also important for us to start deliberately discussing what should we do to this high level of informality to make it more productive. One very important point is that, between developed and developing countries, what we're calling ourselves as emerging economies, the rate of productivity is very, very different. It is a ratio of 5 to 2, meaning that our productivity levels in terms of labor force are still very low, but that also now moves to the productivity of the businesses and therefore to the productivity of the economy, affecting largely our competitiveness. So for us then to be able to say the next 100 years, as we continue to look at how to strengthen our ecosystem, the training ecosystem, how then do we also look at the informal sector? How do we strengthen the capacity of businesses in the informal sector to be able to provide the necessary environment that would give young people an opportunity to access high quality skills. But a lot has been mentioned, but for the purposes of this conversation around the futuristic perspective, clearly the future is digital. And we have seen through research that 1 in every 9 jobs in the next 10 years will require digital skills. And this is not an illusion. It's a reality that 1 in every 10 jobs will require digital skills. The second point is that 9 out of 10 existing jobs right now are likely to be impacted by automation and augmentation by technology in the next 10 years. What does that mean? It means, literally, even in the technical vocational education environment, digital skilling and emerging ICT skill has to be central to the work and to the training that we're doing. More about business intelligence, about automation, about AI and robotics. That has been well articulated. And again, also, of course, as we look at that, then the question is, who are we preparing this workforce for? And a lot of conversation then is in there. As we continue to build up on the digital skills, then we are starting to prepare global workforce. Now, there's a very important point here we need to raise. I have been looking and studying developed economies, and right now as we speak in Europe, the 71% of the companies cannot find people with the right skills to fit the opportunities they are looking for. In US, 40%. What does that mean? There's a huge global labor shortage. And the question we've been asking ourselves, are we prepared to fill those labor shortages and deficits that are existing globally? The point is this. We have first and foremost to make sure that our young people have the relevant experience that is required to be able to tap into those global labor shortages. And for that to work, we must think about local and domestic labor demands, local and domestic transformation of sectors, as well as business environment, to be able to create that environment that is relevant to prepare young people for global jobs. So in the context of quality and in the context of moving forward, it's apparently very important that private sector has to play that critical role of just being the intermediator in terms of the relevant skills that are required locally, but also globally.
Thank you so much. Very spot on, Dr. Ehud there. Yes, again, taking our position right as the industry really takes its position as the intermediary right there, and really appreciating that the industry is really doing a lot in ensuring that it speaks to the curriculum, as our earlier panelist, Dr. Kipkiri Langat, had rightly mentioned about getting the occupational standards and converting them to occupational training standards and to the curriculum. And we appreciate that then we're getting the industry to speak to that, to ensure that we have relevant graduates. Another round of questions, and then we shall invite you to engage the panelists here. And I would like to pose this question to Dr. Langat, first of all, before we get to Professor Farage, on the issue of tracer studies from the perspective of a regulator. And because we're making a reflection on where we are, for the TVET institutions, what do you think the studies tell us? The steps that we have made to date tell us, probably in terms of closing this gap over the years, that we have seen TVET being very, very active. Probably there are challenges also in terms of getting this data as well. But if it is there, what exactly does it tell us in terms of looking at the changes going forward? Kindly, Dr. Langat.
Okay, thank you. Maybe before I probably answer that question, picking from my colleague from KEPSA, I mentioned the importance of the private sector in informing what we provide at the training on the supply side. And what is so critical is what we call job forecasting, so that we're able to know which jobs we are creating, which jobs we are likely to lose in the 3-4 years, so that we don't invest. And in the absence of that, then we are left to probably scan or have alternative ways of understanding the behavior of the market. And one of the things, for example, in our economy is, if you look at our national plan, development plan, probably in the next 20, 30 years, we're still going to be in basic infrastructure development. And therefore the skills that comes around that place would ordinarily be the one that will inform us. So that is one. Two, if you look at the population growth rate vis-a-vis the economy growth rate, will not be able to supply the enough jobs for the population that is growing. And therefore we plan to provide opportunities locally and abroad. And that is why sometimes the export of labor has been a debate, that whether it is right for us. But there are opportunities outside there that we can prepare our people to take advantage as we still prepare them for a local market. If you go outside now, there's a scramble between a few countries in Africa and a number of countries in Asia, especially the Southeastern Asia, for the opportunities that are there in Europe. And for those countries that have already understood the market requirement for Europe, they have tailor-made their programs to train people for that. And I think that is what should also be our case. If you go to Dubai now, in the population of 15 million, 10 million alone are expatriate from India, another probably 3 from Vietnam and Philippines. So if we are going to place ourselves as a strategic position for export of skilled labor, then we have to relook at our education system. Then to the question of tracer studies, that's a very, very critical aspect for the supply side of training, because you need to understand the products, the behavior of your product in the market, and actually that will be an alternative to an absence of labor market intelligent information. And I have seen sometimes the strategies we use to work on tracer studies is where we do sample of a few programs, and sometimes we do one and then another one after many other years. What we were thinking, and if you look at the TVET Act, the provision of what we're calling annual return by institution was actually to include the element of the tracer studies, so that every year, you can imagine every year each institution is doing a tracer study of its graduate. And the best way is doing it after every 6 months for 18 months. So at least you'll be able to know the stability of that individual in terms of job security, and it can give you a rough idea of the relevancy of this program. And because most of these programs are offered across many institutions, you'll be able to relate the statistics that will be coming from each institution in relevant program and get a national information in terms of the tracer study. If we do that one, we'll be able to annually have tracer study report without necessarily engaging a consultant or using extra resources, by having this one as part of the institution undertaking and have the annual report. Of course, the reason why we are not being able to do that is we need a robust system to be able to collect all the information, which we are working under the TVET MIS, and we believe the current conversation with the World Bank, that will give us an opportunity to be able to build a system that will give us that. In that case, we'll have to know the relevance of our programs and how it is addressing the needs of the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Langat, for that. Prof, I see like you would want to weigh in on that, but as you weigh in on that, I would like you to indulge us on the changes that we are seeing, embracing education technology. We've talked about artificial intelligence, digitalization. We want to look at the emerging issues in the qualifications landscape. How do you think is the approach that TVET space would take advantage of the changes and in terms of the new and emerging qualifications and competencies? Prof.
Thank you very much. I've learned a lot as I'm sitting here from the other presenters, and I do appreciate especially the views from the industry side. Just one, 2 points I would like to go over from what they said, and then I will go back to the question by the moderator. There was a mention by Dr. Langat that our TVET system is mostly financed by the government, which is true. But one of the presenters also talked about silo mentality. We tend to work in our own space. We have industry, and we have TVETA, and we have TVET CDAC, and we have institutions, and then we have NITA. I wonder if NITA is represented here today. Do we have a NITA representative? I suspect not, because I didn't see them on the agenda as taking part. They are an important component of our TVET training system. And as Langat was speaking about financing, I was thinking about how the whole nation, every company in Kenya with employees of 5 and above and is registered, pays something called a training levy. This money is collected by NITA. I've been in TVET for a long time, but I know that that money doesn't come to the basic training side, if I might call what we do basic training. It is simply used upstream by NITA for supposedly industrial training. I think that is something, in my view, that the policymakers must go back to the drawing table and find out how that funding can be more spread to the basic training, because most of the people we train are most of the people who will end up actually in industry. At the moment, I'm not so sure as a contributor to the training levy, I am a contributor, that it's used for the purpose that it was meant. I have a school, and we are registered, so we pay. For every employee, we pay 50 shillings a month. I have 140 employees, so you can figure that out. And we've been in business for 16 years. We've never seen how the training levy has helped us. So I'm thinking there is money going from the public sector, private sector, into training, but that money is not well realized and in the TVET basic training section. So I would like those who are here from the governmental side to look at that and see how we can spread that funding to support training at all levels. I also wanted to mention about a suggestion by one of the presenters about training our graduates in entrepreneurship. It's interesting he's suggesting that, because we have been training in entrepreneurship for 35 years. Are you aware of that, sir? We've been training all our students in TVET must take an entrepreneurship unit. The problem, though, is the trainer. The trainers are not entrepreneurs themselves, so they will come they'll come in the classroom with a textbook and teach entrepreneurship from a textbook point of view. They teach them business planning, they teach them marketing, they teach them all these things in a very theoretical concept. Environment. So as the trainers of trainers, we really need to think of how to help our trainers to acquire some basic understanding and entrepreneurship in the practical sense to be able to help the students. The other part is where we place our students for industrial attachment. And I've had some really good things today. The chiefs of the captains of industry, yeah, who call themselves modern formal sector. If you look at the annual statistics every year, this is Dr. Mwangi comes from the formal informal sector. Formal employment sector. And he said 96% of employees at the present time are in the informal sector. Again, they are probably not present here today because I had yesterday one of their representatives being asked to speak and they were not there. They are really a very important part of the ecosystem for TVET. If we have to go forward with the dual training system, and I am a product of the dual training system, as a student at Kenya Polytechnic many years ago, I went through the dual system. If we want to be successful with the dual system, we have to bring in the small and medium enterprises who are currently employing 96%, if I go by Dr. Mwangi's statement, of people in this country. They really are important because just think about it. One of the problems we are making with locating our technical colleges, I don't know whether it's a mistake, but as it is now, many of the new technical and vocational colleges, as per our constitution, one per constituency, are placed not strategic to the labor market, but strategic to the interest of the MP. Okay? So you will find a school placed in a place where, first of all, there may be no adequate catchment area for students. I went to one in Taita Taveta a few years ago, and it's patched on top of a hill. And I was wondering, how did they even get the equipment and the building materials to put up that institution? Okay, there is not even enough room around where students can be accommodated because accommodation is now private. So I met the principal yesterday. I said, how many students do you have now? He said 120. Big improvement. When we went there were 25 students. So you can see there wasn't very good market study of where to put those institutions. Now when it comes to now having this public-private partnership, it becomes impossible because the nearest industry must be 50 or 60 kilometers away. So where will this principal and the trainers develop that partnership with industry that does not exist? It's just peasant farmers around. So probably only the most successful program might be agriculture, but the others may not be successful. So that is something, it's a bit late in the day, I guess, because we were told yesterday we now have nearly 200 and something institutions, so there may be only 50 or 60 more to go. You can imagine in the county of Turkana, or Marsabit, or Garissa, outside of Lodwar, Garissa, and Wajir, where would be the industry or labor market for these students to go and be attached for the dual training system? So when we talk about dual, we have to think about the whole ecosystem of TVET. Many of the older institutions like Kabete, Thika, and the others are based in industrial centers, so it's easier for them. And that is why I would really like for us to embrace the SME concept, because even in those small places around the country, you will still find small and medium enterprises, mostly small micro enterprises that provide basic services like construction, electrical installation, and so on. So if we do that, then we can be able to at least find places to take our learners for dual training. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult to equitably conduct training. I also heard about both Dr. Mwangi and one of our colleagues here speaking about human-centric approach to training. This is really important, and it's really coming late for us trainers in TVET. When we were told industrial attachment, we usually talked about the big industries. We take our students into the factory side, and all they learn are the technical skills. Okay? They don't learn other things like human resources and things like that. That's why SMEs are very important, because it's so small. You can see everything on a daily basis. You can see how business is conducted. You can see how the materials are procured. You can see all this. So tomorrow when you tell that young man or young lady, go and start a business, they know. They have seen it. And they keep thinking, if this guy can do it with little education, why can't I succeed? But when you take somebody to DT Dobie and is put in the workshop, where is he going to see the other aspects of the industry that are important in being self-employed? So guys, principals, I think we need to change our mindset. I think that was also mentioned. We need to change our mindset and understand that industrial attachment does not mean only the formal 4%. It actually should include the other 90% in terms of where we can take our students. I'm happy to announce that human-centric concepts are now being introduced in our TVET institutions. I recently went to a classroom for my other duties as a trainer, and the student was teaching employability skills, critical thinking, analysis, teamwork, and things like that. Unfortunately, he was teaching it all theoretically. I guess he himself didn't understand. I can appreciate that. But this is where we say you cannot be taught everything in college. Most of your learning actually happens outside college. So those of us who teach these guys at the college must teach them how to learn, how to find information by themselves. Internet is a blessing. Yeah? If I'm teaching people about teamwork and how to relate, communication, and so on, it's better to give them a problem-solving task in a group of 5 or so. Then they learn to work with themselves and challenge themselves and come up with ideas. But now if I go there and talk to them, when you work in groups, this is what you do. When you communicate, this is what you do. All theoretically, because in the exam, that's probably how the person is going to be questioned. Sorry, coordinator, for taking too long. EdTech. I'm really glad you asked me to speak about this. One of the biggest problems we have in TVET is the cost of training and learning materials. We consume a lot in training learners to be competent. You can imagine if you are teaching somebody carpentry, by the time they know how to do a nice table and a nice chair and a nice bed, how many feet of timber will they have consumed and is thrown away? Okay? I even see now most TVET institutions have driving school. They train, people can learn how to drive. You go into the car and they take you around and so on. I think we must learn to embrace ed technology. A few years ago, Dr. Langat and I went to a conference in Canada, and I saw a virtual learning tool for welding. You go into that machine and you close it up and you start to weld, and you're not welding metal, you're actually welding virtually. But you get every sensation of a welder. And you cannot, what you see in front of you is actually a welding thing. At the end, you get a lot of feedback. You are going too fast, you are too far, do this, so you keep trying again. So that by the time you transfer yourself to actual welding, real time, you will have spent 60, you would have learned 60% of your skills from virtual. So technology is absolutely critical. And we cannot also be able to replicate everything industry does in real time. But we can learn those things that they have on virtual. We can use our old lathe machines, but when you want to do CNC, if you don't have it, you can do that virtually. So ed technology is the future. If TVET has to survive in this seriously constrained financial environment, we must go ed tech. And I don't know who in our system at the moment is helping us go in that direction. I don't know how much School of TVET is doing. I don't know how much the ministry is doing. I would really like, especially when you go on benchmarking and find these things, try and bring them back. Try and give our trainers opportunities to be in service, because this is the future. If we are talking about future TVET, digital and digitizing and learning to do things on digital is the way to go. If you look at that driving school, if you learn on a console for 60, 70% of the time, by the time you go to drive in the car, you actually need very little time. So there's no wear and tear on tires. There's no, you save a lot in terms of real materials. So thank you very much. I think
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. You've actually expounded on that point very, very clearly. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us on that. In the interest of time, we would want to open up for 2 questions or comments. If you have a question to any of the panelists, kindly. Yes, I see a hand up there. Anyone who can take a mic around? Yes, I see a mic. Yes, as the mic gets there, Mr. Nyangweso, just briefly.
Thank you. Before maybe we give the participants to give us questions, allow me to observe the following. I think we are here to celebrate TVET at 100. And from tomorrow or from the next month, we need to now think differently on the next of 100 what TVET we want. The TVET we want, I remember when we were growing in our village, you will be asked, study hard to go to Kabete. Do we still have such kind of dreams? As we sit here, Madam Moderator, you won't be surprised to find that we have very few Kabete alumni. I want to persuade the ones who have been prepared and made by relevant TVET institutions to consider going back, if you have been, you have ventured into entrepreneurship, to consider going back to their relevant TVET institutions as alumni and do something. What is this something? Work with the principal, work with the trainers to identify gaps. Today, as we celebrate today TVET, we are aware TVET lacks sufficient resources. These sufficient resources cannot only be provided by the government. The private sectors, the alumni must be very creative. Today we were taught to not to think out of the box, but to ban the box or throw it away. We must learn to throw it away and see how to support our institutions to grow. For the principals, normally organize regular meetings or regular stakeholders engagement where you also get the case studies. I remember we celebrated here when we were just inaugurating this TVET at 100 in this institution, Madam Moderator. And it is in this Kabete that we came to learn about a plumber who trained here and is now has employed over 460 Kenyans across the country. So what such kind of case studies, practical case studies, success stories would really be able to motivate our trainees, our trainers, and also develop a robust data within your ecosystem. For our industries around Kabete, can we come up with policy that they are able to support and absorb more than 30% of the Kabete graduates? And this one should translate to all countrywide TVET and the ecosystem, so that the private sectors, if it is Nakuru, we have a TVET, if it is Nyeri, we are able to map out all entrepreneurs and we engage them based on their respective industries and sectors to consider absorbing and supporting our trainees, so that through that they would be able to get practical skills to be ready to meet the dynamics in the market trends. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyogo. So yes, because the solutions really lie with us. So let's do what we can, because really we can transform the spaces where we are at. That one question right there, kindly proceed. We're just taking 2 in the interest of time. Very quickly, direct it to the panelists you want.
Okay, thanks a lot. Moderator, I'm Guantai Lawrence from State Department for TVET. Thank you for the information that you have given us, and we have learned a lot from you. Echo to you. Then my question is this. To some extent, I've lived in this country, and we might be cheating ourselves that you can equip all these institutions we have with the state-of-the-art equipment for all the departments. I'm happy to know that the TVET authority has developed standards for centers of excellence, and that one we can capitalize on the same to equip just at least a given area for each department, so that, as Professor Ferez has talked about, we can have even issues concerning or training concerning the virtual running and etc. My simple question is this: where can we have a situation whereby industries and the training institutions meet? What am I talking about? There is an item or an institution in some well-established economies known as intercompany training centers. What do you mean with this? It is whereby the industries, or what is required in the industry, and what the training institutions are meeting, if there is any gap, they themselves, the training takes place in those specific industries.
Okay, thank you. You can summarize if you haven't finished.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm asking this. Is it in order for us to establish, or in other words, convert some of our institutions as intercompany training centers, such that they can bridge gap on the training gaps that may be
Thank you, Dr. Langat, for that. We'll just take that last one from that gentleman there, and then we shall close the session. Be on point, kindly.
Thank you. I'm Kere, Professor Kere. Thank you for those presentations. I think the TVET institutions are doing the best they can. Provide the basic knowledge and the skills required out there. We shall still need new skills as we improve in technology and other areas. If you teach a child basic literacy, to read, to write, and do arithmetic, that child should be able now to be able to be articulate in talking, speaking, and using what you have taught them. But that's done on the ground, at the place of work. That's why there's need for closer collaboration between industry and the TVET institutions. Ferrej and I, when we finished Form 4, for example, I was called, I went to BAT, to their training school, to train as a production mechanic, and I was there for 6 months. You can imagine, servicing those machines that produce cigarettes. That was their job. That's what they did. It's the same thing that is done with Daimler-Benz in Germany. You know, where they get these young people with that basic training.
Thank you, Prof. If you can summarize a question kindly.
On board to train them. Thank you. And that's the way we should go.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, a very, very pertinent issue raised there. And I will request Professor Ferrej to comment on that. And as you give that comment, Prof, will give you a parting shot. And I will also request the rest of the panelists also to give their parting shot as we conclude this session. Kindly, Prof.
Thank you very much. The question by Dr. Guantai is important. It's what I alluded to earlier. We work in silos. I think, as alluded to by colleagues on the stage, we need to work together. We need to work together. Industry and all the institutions in the training and education sector. Because we are trying to solve problems in one sector, but we can't solve the problems in that sector without working with the people in that sector. So I think this is, in the next 100 years, as we take the first step, this is something that we need to do. It is something that has actually been coming up. I know our PS is a very big advocate of this, that we must work with the labor market, the industry. And for me, I will say industry is not the 4%. but let's work with industry, the 100%, the small and medium, as well as the large industrial sectors. My brother Kere also brought up a good point. He said the school cannot prepare you in everything, and every industry is not the same. Each industry has slightly different production practices. So the school can give you basic skills to be able to conceptualize your area of occupation, understand. So when you go to industry, then the industry can now prepare you for their specific tasks, the things that you need for that to do for that industry. And I think that's the way it to go. And he said something about training centers in industry. We used to be like that. I don't know whether this is still the practice, but every industry seems to have had their own training institute to prepare people for what they need to do. I was asked to use also this opportunity to make my closing remarks. I think this is a great opportunity to bring us together to celebrate 100 years. And as a person who's been in this ecosystem for a while, I think we are now making really giant strides. I know there was some years at the speaker, I was very impressed at his understanding of the education and training sector, Dr. Mwangi, where there was almost stagnation, and where the universities were very busy capturing successful TVET institutions, and that was stopped. And I think that is the best thing that happened in this country. Otherwise, we would have been beginning from zero. So let's build on that. Let's understand our problems. Problems never end. We should always be able to sit and discuss problems with a way to finding viable solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Langat, your parting shot kindly.
Yeah, I think on my side, I want to mention something on entrepreneurship, because I think that is something that created a lot of discussion. And from the Dr. Mwangi's perspective is that 80–90% of our economy is informal, and we are preparing our graduates to go there. And the preparation that we do in our institution is very important. So the moment we are teaching entrepreneurship using our trainers alone in the institution, is not the entrepreneurship required in the industry. What we have envisaged was establishing innovation and production units in our institution as a place for training entrepreneurs. And what we have in the innovation is bringing practitioners from the industry to be part of the faculty, so that we learn from them as we transit this individual. And we must go back to working on those innovation and incubation centers in our TVET institution, and bring the industry to work together, so that by the time these people are leaving, they live together. Two is, by nature of our institution, we're supposed to specialize. And that is the reason why even when we gave you equipment, equipment depending on the areas that you are going to specialize. So we also need to specialize, draw a niche, so that we are known for that specific one thing that we can do. If we do that, we'll be able to impact our economy based on geographical location of our institution and what we produce. Otherwise, we have a lot of potential as a sector which is preparing to receive 80% of our graduates from basic education, and this is how we are going to impact this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Langat, for that. Mr. Nyangweso, kindly, in a minute.
Thank you, Doc. TVET, if TVET is the master key, then dual training is the product of that key. Therefore, I join you to persuade you also to appeal to every private sector here to adopt a TVET. So the adopt a TVET strategy would help the TVETers to have sufficient resources, sufficient equipment, and also to realize their goals. Two, let's embrace entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurship is the cornerstone of the economic growth of this country. Private sector, work closely with the TVET institutions to make this a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ehud. Finally, your parting shot.
I think I don't want to overemphasize the fact that we are living in the age of transition, and there are many transitions happening across different sectors of economy, from digital to green to demographic. I must underscore the importance of engaging young people who are really, really key in helping us shape the right agenda for TVET in the next 100 years. For the most part, they are the ones to deal with the complexities of these 100 years, and so their voice is so central in ensuring that we are really tapping into the innovation, potential, and capabilities. My second point, that it can never be a one-size-fits-all. As we talk about the next 100, gender and inclusion agenda should be at the center of our conversation. And it cannot be any better if we don't really address the specific needs of women, persons living with disability, even as we dualize and bring in new demand-oriented models. And private sector is at the center of this, and we are ready and available to support in these transitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ehud. Big round of applause to these gentlemen who have done a wonderful job delving into the discussion, thinking about innovative approaches and initiatives to enhance quality and relevance of TVET to labor market and society needs. Thank you so very much. As we usher them to the seats, let's once again give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause for the various speakers that have been able to speak to us this beautiful morning. I know we are pressed on time, so we'll take shortest of time to introduce the next session. But before I do that, there is something that in 1 minute, there's something that Dr. Mwangi spoke of in the morning about dual TVET. And I wanted to say that we have been able to move upwards from 8 institutions having dual TVET to around 33 institutions. So my plea to the various partners, industry players, Padali, Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Kenya Private Sector Alliance, if we come into your doors, look for partnerships for dual TVET and employability for our young men and women. Kindly open your doors and be ready to accept our young men and women into your various organizations and private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done in the first session. Thank you very much, Dr. Alice, for leading us very, very well in that first session. We want to go to the second session, but before we do that, there is a very, very important organization that partners with TVET, known as Ujuzi Manyatani, chaired by a former PS of TVET, Dr. Kevin Desai, that is doing very, very good and important things in the ASAL areas. And I want, in 3 minutes, to just welcome a young man, an alumni of TVET, just come and give his impact story, even as we get to understand what TVET does. So if the young man is ready, anaweza kuja, Bwana Peter Lopedo. He is a reformed cattle rustler. He's not around, eh? Yes, he is here. Bwana Peter Lopedo. He is a reformed cattle rustler. He'll just be speaking to us in 3 minutes, just set tone and basis for the next session of what TVET has been able to do in partnership with Ujuzi Manyatani, so that I can, in the next 1 minute, introduce the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, you will bear with us. We'll be having only one health break. We'll not be having a tea break because our chief guest has other commitments. So we'll be having one health break after this. So you kindly bear with us. We'll be done probably in the shortest while. But in the meantime, Bwana Peter, karibu sana. He will just give us his story in the next 3 minutes. And then after that, I will be able to introduce the next session that will be covered by our PS, Dr. Esther Moria. So karibu Bwana Peter. miaka ni tatu. Tumpigeni makofi anapokuja.
Okay, habari zenu. Mimi ni Peter Lepedo kutoka Marsabit. Mimi nilikuwa mchungaji wa ng'ombe. Mimi nilikuwa mdogo, nilikuwa nachunga ng'ombe kwa Baragoi. Kitambo kidogo. Wakati hiyo tulifahamiwa na wajambazi huko. Nikapigwa risasi. Ng'ombe yote ikaenda, nikapeleka hospitali. Huko nikakatwa mguu, nikapona. Alafu baada hiyo nikarudi nikaenda nyumbani, nikakaa nyumbani. Sasa siwezi kuenda mbali ama kuna msaidizi yote naweza fanya. Bali nilikuwa nakaa huku tu nyumbani kuchunga mbuzi hapa karibu na nyumbani tu. Sasa nikasema nitafanya aje? Niona sioni kazi naweza fanya, nikasema wacha tu nikae tu kidogo kidogo. Sasa naogopa kuomba. Unajua huko kwetu Yesu omba kikombe unipe ni kama aibu. Sasa unakaa tu nyumbani. Sasa kitambo kidogo nilikuwa nakaa nikaona kuna ujuzi manyatani na inaendelea nyumbani. Nikasema hiyo nini, nikaenda kuona nikaambia kuna ujuzi manyatani skill. Nikasema kama wale wamesoma peke yake. Kuja kuona nikaona kuna community wamesanyika pamoja na chief huko. Nikasema hata wenye hawajasoma ndio inahitajika sana kuliko wale wamesoma. Pia nikasema sawa, hata mimi naweza ingia huko. Nikamwambia sasa nikajoin huko. Nikaingia, nikajiandikisha jina, nikasema mwezi mmoja tutaanza. Na mimi nadhani kama tunaenda mahali kama huku, kumbe huku nyumbani tu. Nikasema tunasema mpaka mwezi 3 ndio tunasoma huko. Sasa nikakaa tukajoin huko kwa kanisa, tukasoma, tukasema ni groups, lakini watu walikuwa wanataka baada kumaliza skill hapo tukapata skill mzuri huko. Naona sasa hata mimi naweza fit tu. Basi nikasema tukakaa baada kumaliza basi tukaenda graduation huko Isiolo Ngaremara. Tukamaliza tukapewa tools. Baada hiyo nikaanza kazi. Hata mara ya kwanza watu kama wanagoba kidogo. Akiona sasa jamaa ameenda mbele. Sasa huko kwetu nyumbani Karare, Marsabit Karare. Kama mtia huko. Hapo sasa ndio mahali naishi. Mimi peke yangu ndio fundi. Hata sasa wanalalamika wakati nilikuja huko. Sasa wanasema utakuja lini? Nikamwambia 2 days ndio wasikasirike sana. Sasa huko hata mimi niko venye nakaa hapa naona kama nimepoteza kidogo. Huko per day napata 2k, kwa soko napata 3k. Sasa naona hata kama nimepoteza time kidogo. Hapa jana wananisumbua tu kuja. Kasema tu nimefika, niko kwa barabara. Sasa hata mimi nasema asante sana. Ujuzi manyatani like keep up notes imetusaidia sana ya fundi ya simu. Mimi fundi ya simu. Sasa ukileta simu yako na kuundia tu vizuri sana. Sasa kutoka hapo hata sasa nimejenga nyumba. Nilikuwa naishi nyumba ya Samburu. Sasa niko hata nimepanda kidogo. Hata niko ng'ombe 3, ng'ombe moja imesaa ndio nakamua. Sasa naona hii ni mzuri. So hata serikali tunaomba kuwa hata wenye walemavu kama hivi tunaweza ingia. Sasa usione kama uko hivi na wewe kuna kitu unaweza fanya, kama tuko na mkono unaweza fanya. Kunyawezi ni kuomba tu. Hata mtu anakuangalia tu anapita. Sasa naona hiyo ni mzuri kabisa. Hata usiseme kama ati niko last kwa shule ati hakuna mahali naenda. Ujuzi manyata niko, unashona nguo, unatengeneza simu, unatengeneza viatu. Hapo manyata tu. Hakuna hata pesa mingi unatumia, hata maskini asiingia tu. Sasa tunasema asante sana. Hiyo ni mzuri kabisa. Tuendelee mbele. Usione kama uko hivi na unajidharau. Kuna kabisa anakaa chini na anatengeleza na anajifanyia. Samahani tunasema asante sana. Karibuni.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can have a better round of applause for this young man. Asante sana. I remember Mr. Mwangi telling us during the handing over of the torch pale Nanyuki, akituambia sema hapo na Kizungu, TVET is not about English or Swahili, it's about the skills that we're able to impart on these young men and women to be able to better their lives. And if education is the key, then TVET basically is the master key. So tupigieni TVET makofi. That is the impact we are doing, and they're in partnership with like Kipia North TVC. They're the ones that have been able to take them through the various learnings, and Kiriwa TVC. So TVET is playing a very, very critical and important role in making the lives of these young men and women to be good and beautiful for posterity. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome the next session in a while, in a minute. But let me just acknowledge the people that, the key dignitaries that are here. I want to acknowledge the PS State Department for Higher Education and Research. I also want to acknowledge the chair, Kabete National Polytechnic. I also want to acknowledge the representatives of the PS Labor, who is the CEO of National Employment Authority, Mrs. Okoki. I also want to acknowledge the representative for PS Basic Education, Dr. Abi Alias. So ladies and gentlemen, we want to open the next session that will be covering or unpacking the theme, if education is the key to employability, TVET is the master key. And ladies and gentlemen, there is none other better person to speak on this particular topic other than our able PS. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly let us all be upstanding as we welcome our PS, Dr. Esther Tharamoria, to just come and take us through that session. Tupigeni makofi anapokuja tafadhali. Tumpigieni makofi anapokuja tafadhali. Asante.
Thank you. Please be seated. My colleague, Principal Secretary for Higher Education, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, the Director, State Department for Basic Education, ably representing my colleague in Basic, Mr. Elias Abdi, the Acting Director General, National Employment Authority, Mrs. Edith Okoki, ably representing my colleague, Shadrach Mwadime of Labor, co-chair of the Agricultural Technology Innovation Center at Katik, Dr. Kevit Desai. I think he came in. Thank you, PS. CEOs present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari zenu. Before I go into my keynote speech, let me correct Lionel, who has just invited me here, ako wapi? We are not at 33, or is it 65, TVET institutions tuned to industry, but now we are at 100. We have 65 that are directly linked to industry by GIZ, and we have 35 who are working with limited 50-50 support from the GIZ, but we are getting there. But the institutions that are now dual to industry, which is the point that we are insisting on, are 100. And ladies and gentlemen, we have committed as a department that this year our work is working very hard to link our industries, our institutions to industries. And sorry, I came just as these gentlemen who are here were finishing their parts, but the little I got to hear was something like Dr. Wantai saying that we should have industries in our institutions, or some institutions as industries. And I couldn't agree more. And I tell all of those I speak to from time to time that Rome was not built in a day. We will push slowly by slowly until we are there, where we are going to ensure that our institutions are training with, for, and in industry, whether within our institutions or with the industries that exist out there. And I'm sure the way forward for the next 100 years, PS, me and you will not be here, but wherever we will be, we will now be saying that we were in the middle of the 100 years. And what we are going to do for the few years is what is going to determine the rest of the 100 years. So what is very exciting to me is whether the gentlemen who are here or people like Professor Kerry who are sitting right there, we are all to a very large extent speaking the same language. So what we need to do now is to brave ourselves to actually do what we know in our heads is what we should be doing. Because you speak from what is in your head or in your heart, isn't it? So because we are speaking it, these people who are here, these people who are out there, let us now brave ourselves. Be brave enough to be able to actualize it from wherever any of us is seated. And I'm sure if we commit ourselves, we are going to be there. I have been telling Professor Kerry, those who I have been speaking to, that entrepreneurship is not calling all the students, that's what I've been telling these principals of mine. It's not calling all the students to one room and teaching them entrepreneurship. I've been telling them selling a car is not like selling vegetables, isn't it? Yes. So entrepreneurship will have to be directioned. We have to talk. Before I left the university, we had gone to the space where we were teaching. I think we were calling it entrepreneurship. I don't know for what. Entrepreneurship for what? But somebody else had come with a coinage where the entrepreneurship was being called together with the name of that space. Mechanical entrepreneurship, something like that. Mechapreneurship, whatever. Ask Donna, I think she was in that space more than I was. So this is what we have been saying we are going to do. The question of getting people in one class to teach them communication. You know, one thing I know, I still have a speech to read. One thing I know is that teaching an engineer to communicate and teaching me, who is a social scientist, to communicate are two very different things. I think it is easier to teach me communication, isn't it? But an engineer, where are the engineers? Please forgive me. I think Nani, the guy is an engineer. Professor is an engineer. Now teaching these engineers how to communicate is so don't put all people in one class to teach them communication skills. It is not the same to teach somebody how to communicate to another one that I have a car here that it needs to be sold and I have domas here that it needs to be told. It is different. So ladies and gentlemen, what there is that our plate is full. We still have so much to do. But you know what? Somebody has got to do it. And that somebody is me and you. God does not put us here just to be. Allah has not put us here just to be seen. No. He has put us here with a purpose. So our plate is full. I like the commitment of people like Nyangweso. Nyangweso, you talk kuja TVET you know, he's got so much passion. Somebody has got to do it. And you see, when PS Desai first came to my office, just when I had landed, and started telling me these things you are seeing him doing here, I thought he was joking. By that time, PS, I was still landing. I was still looking at what space. But I was in the graduation where these people were graduating in Isiolo. I was there. And the ones he presented to us that day were not speaking Kiswahili like this one. They just don't speak any English or any Kiswahili. They were repairing people's motorbikes on phone, wakiongea hiyo lugha yao, so we simply cannot hear what they are saying. But sasa what they later told us at Imbeguruma, and he is repairing it on phone. That is how skilled they are. That is what PS Desai is doing for this country, and it is beautiful. Please give him a clap. Hii kisungu mingi tunaongea hii it has got its space. But really, what we need to do is to ensure that our young people are being certified in the areas of what they can actually do. And that is, we have challenged Professor, not the CDAC professor is called what? Uko hapo, sorry, I have forgotten your name. That's why we have challenged Professor Kitainge to come up with this, the micro-credentials policy, where we are going to certify every credential that we are training. Anyway, let me read my speech. I am honored, ladies and gentlemen, to make this address, which focuses on the theme of TVET at 100 celebrations that encompass that one. The pivotal, I mean, I was born somewhere, that one. The pivotal role that technical and vocational education TVET plays in shaping our workforce and driving the nation's socio-economic development. This ceremony presents an opportunity to reflect on the journey we have traveled, which is hoped to inform the way ahead for TVET in our nation. The theme for the celebration is "If education is the key to employability, TVET is the master key." This resonates deeply with the transformation that has been stimulated by the TVET subsector the world over. TVET programs have unique characteristics that make them stand out as key enablers of employment creation. Training in TVET institutions lays emphasis on practical and hands-on learning experiences. This requires extensive use of workshops, laboratories, simulations, underlying simulations, and the training in real work environments where trainees can practice and refine their skills and competencies. I think this is what we are saying. TVET as the master key to employability. The significance of TVET in bridging the gap between education and the world of work cannot be overstated. TVET provides practical skills and knowledge, equipping individuals with the competencies that they require to thrive. UNESCO strategy for 2022-29 is a comprehensive roadmap designed to revitalize and transform TVET systems globally. This emphasizes 1, skills development for empowerment and employment, 2, facilitating transition to digital and green economics, which means in integrating digital skills and green competencies into TVET curricula and preparing learners for the demand of a digitalized and economically sustainable economy. Number 3, for the last 100 years, TVET has played a pivotal role in shaping the workshop of Kenya. The joint effort of the various stakeholders has seen TVET grow from one institution in 1914 to 2,400 public and private institutions with an enrollment of over 500,000 young people. This is further compounded by the many artisans who have over the years acquired their on-the-job training. Number 6, some of the centenary achievements in TVET over the century are: 1, policy development and implementation, in that Kenya has established comprehensive national TVET policies that align with global standards, and significant investments have been made in infrastructure development, with new TVET institutions being established across the country. Curricular enhancement. The curricula has been revamped to competency-based education and training to match and meet the relevant industry needs and technological advancement. Specialization programs in digital and green skills have also been introduced, preparing our workforce for the future world space. Inclusivity and access. We have implemented initiatives to increase access to TVET for marginalized groups like the one who have just been here, ensuring no one is left behind. The testimonials that have been and will be shared by our trainees and alumni will witness the effort the State Department has made over the years through the innovative training programs such as Ujuzi Manyatani. Thank you very much, PES. Scholarships and financial aid programs have been expanded to support disadvantaged trainees. The introduction of the new funding model that focuses on uplifting the most needy trainees with the highest scholarship budget that has ensured access and completion of tertiary education. I need not overemphasize that. On gender equality, there has been a deliberate effort towards gender equity by ensuring admission has gender parity. I laud the Finnish government who, through their cooperation with GIZ, are actively promoting gender equality in enrollment and completion in TVET institutions. Quality assurance and certification. Through TVETA, that is the TVET Vocational Education and Training Authority, robust quality assurance mechanisms have been put in place to maintain high standards in TVET delivery. The Kenya National Qualifications Authority has also developed a system for recognizing and certifying skills acquired through informal and non-formal learning. The good thing here is, as we have these two institutions to assure quality for us, we were also challenging Professor Kitainge yesterday that we no longer want to leverage on examinations. The summative examinations in this space is something that Professor Kitainge and all of us, Professor Kitainge, Dr. Langat, Dr. Kande, and Dr. Tarno, you know, and all my directors who are here, led by the secretary, TVET. Summative examination is a thing that we must do away with in this space. Portfolio of evidence is what we must leverage on. Because when we have the portfolio of evidence, when I went around spot checks on examinations last week, I was in Nyanza. I was actually quite unhappy with the summative examination, Professor Kitainge. And what I was insisting on is, where is the portfolio of evidence? That's what I wanted to see. Where is the storage of what we have been doing with these students over time? That, Dr. Langat, will ensure for us that there is no cheating. You know, it is about what the student did. So if we insist, and because majority of my principals are here, we insist on proper storage of the portfolio of evidence, even these expenses that we are talking about, that we are complaining about, that the examinations are expensive, is going to be a thing of the past, isn't it? Yes. And it's going to ensure that what we are looking at to qualify the student is actually what the student did, isn't it? In fact, I was telling Morenga Gideon yesterday that the night before I was thinking about him, and I told him yesterday morning, because what I am thinking about is even the portfolio of evidence of what the students are doing in industry, we need to store it, isn't it? Once we have stored it, then that is what Professor Kitainge and the company are going to check and be able to qualify the students. Remember, and I am glad that even Dr. Mwangi of Equity spoke about it today, we have agreed to come up with this policy called Alice. What is that policy which we agreed? Is it called micro-credentials? Policy. Oh, Apana? We want to develop with Professor Kitainge. The micro-credentials. Yes, the micro-credentials policy. Again, that will be a very good thing for us because when we are training, let me talk about the one which has always been my favorite, building and civil. As long as we are certifying every competence, if it is painting, I've been telling these principals that we went to State House the other day with my colleague Beatrice, and when you look at the walls that had just been redone in State House, I had to look very clearly to actually see that is, you know, they look like they are reflecting. Na sini wa Kenya wamefanya those walls, kwani wametoka they have not come from anywhere. You know, those walls don't look like these ones of what is the principle here called? Moshemi. Those walls, well, they are in State House, so sorry. Those walls don't look like this. You know, when I'm doing like this, there are several mountains I am going through. They look like silk. Actually, that's the word I was looking for. Those walls look like silk. But because this is not State House, somebody comes and does that wall, na Mushemi anamulipa na anaenda. So we want to train people to do walls like those ones, whatever you call that skill. And we certify them. And we have the portfolio of evidence as that wall that person has done. Then we don't need the summative exams, do we? No. That's what we talk about. I only also just talk about what order. I went to Mawego last week, and they have come up by themselves. By the way, they never asked me for is the principal Mawego here? Amanda, happy? And they did not ask me for a single coin. They have a state-of-the-art laboratory for training these medical laboratory technicians. State of the art. They even have rabbits, the white rabbits with the pink noses. They have them in that laboratory. I don't even know where they bought those rabbits from for testing. And they did not ask me for principles. And the guy who was explaining to us what they're going to do in that lab and telling us how they're going to make money from other hospitals because they are going to be doing their tests in that lab and making the money. Those are the industries in institutions that we are talking about, Guantai. We were challenged this morning to be innovative and to be unique. There is a principal who was sitting somewhere there the last time we were here, and he told me they are waiting to be told what to teach this semester, because last semester they taught this. That is the space of Abdi, not us. The uniqueness of what we are doing, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be our journey for the next 100 years. I don't know of the 100 years, how long I am going to be, well, I don't even know how long I'm going to be a PS anyway. But even if I am going to be here in this space for the next 2 weeks, this is my contribution. What is going to be your contribution? Where was I? Stakeholder engagement, I think, I went there to talk about quality and assurance, so I'm sure I talked about quality. Strong partnerships with industry, I don't think I need to repeat that we have really emphasized on. However, despite these achievements, we must also acknowledge the challenges like the funding and the resources. I just had a conversation with Dr. Mwangi as he was going out. Fortunately, he told me he was going to State House, and we agreed what kind of conversation he was going to help us have with the head of state as far as funding and resources is concerned. And because he's going to be here tomorrow, I don't know who will be courageous enough to pick this topic with him. And I don't have a CS. Skills meets Oh, I am the CS for TVET. You are the CS for higher education. Tutaona vile hiyo maneno itakaa kesho. Skills mismatch is not anything that I also need to emphasize on. I think we have all gone through that. Capacity building, especially of trainers. Dr. Tarano is here and he has done a good job in that, but my brother, there is still a lot to be done. There is still a lot to be done, and that is why we have to talk about funding because Dr. Tarano still has a lot of work to do as far as recruiting our trainers is concerned, because we are not just talking about different pedagogy, we are talking about especially the mindset, because we have to agree as a team as to where we are going. Technological integration is something else that we have talked about, and I am challenging our institutions. Please, I have talked about Mawego. You know, oh, you are here, my brother. I have really said you are the best. And I have told these people while you are away that in your institution, you even have white rats with the pink noses. I don't know where he got them from. And that you have a state-of-the-art laboratory, and I did not fund you. Did I? No. He has done it from his savings. Thinking without the box. I have, fortunately, well, you know, when I hear people like Mwangi saying some of the things I have been telling these people, I said, oh, so I have a brain like Mwangi's. So a brain close to Mwangi's. I have been, PS, I have been telling my colleagues, we have to think without the box. We cannot, in the next 100 years, we cannot afford to have the box with us. It has to go very far. Because you see, my brother from Mawego has a state-of-the-art laboratory. He has never even asked me whether in TVET we need that kind of a laboratory. He has never asked me for any money. I don't know where he got the money from. He has his aid and the savings of the little money that I give all of you. So please, it's a question of making your institution unique. So if we need well-trained health workers now, we know where to go. Mawego. And I just went there and found what he's doing. He has never even, if there are letters he wrote to me, I approve, but I did not even know that that is the kind of work he's doing. You are as good as that guy, and you can even do better things. So we are talking about technological integration, and it is about us. And you know, P.S., one of the things I tell my colleagues, especially the principals when I talk to them, is one of my strengths is that I ask and ask and ask. I consult and consult and consult. Because there is so much I do not know. And when you ask and somebody tells me something, you say, oh, okay. Oh, okay. So please, let us consult. Let us speak to each other. And by the way, that laboratory, you know, now when I go somewhere and you know, my brother from Siaya tells me, si ukunje Siaya ndio uone kitu ya kuongea about Siaya. Now that I went to Mawego, I'll talk to Mawego about Mawego until tomorrow. That building where he has that laboratory, he built it himself. And he has another one he has finished, and he has another big one in a corner there, which I saw that he is doing. I'm not funding him. I am not. It is his own innovation. When that guy has got 2 brains when you have 1. Where did you go to school? Where you are. Yeah. Social perception, overcoming social biases that look down on technical education and training is vital. And I think, PS, to a large extent, we are overcoming that, because last year we admitted 9,000 of your customers. This year we have admitted 12,000 who are supposed to be your customers, now they are mine. Sawa. So tutaendelea kungangana hapo as time goes. So we are, and because you are not here, PS, Mwangi of Equity told us in the morning that your children should not be like you. Unaona? In fact, my children told me, mami wewe umezeeka. I agree. So they cannot be like me. My grandchildren cannot be like me. I was also in Msambweni. No, I don't have something very. Are people from coast here? Where are the people from? Where? That is. These ones are my sisters. So, you are from where? That one. You are the guy from Msambweni. I was going to talk about Msambweni. Sit down. Msambweni, the people from around there are not coming to school. Yes. The students are from very far. You know, those are the places I go to now and I get depressed. Hawataki kusoma. I did not find the PS. It was a Saturday, I understand. I did not find the principal, but I will have a conversation with him now that he's here. Hawataki kusoma. They're not going to school. They're not coming to the institutions. They're even saying that you pay them. Kanyi, they were saying you pay them to come to school. And that is still Kenya. When in Mawego we are having the state-of-the-art laboratories, in Msambweni, they are still not going to school. So you find that those generations that Mwangi was talking about here, and it's quite unfortunate. Now I have no idea what to do with places like those ones, but we still have to carry them with us. As we still, sorry Msambweni, now I talk about Mawego, then I talk about Msambweni. It is still Kenya. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, by addressing the challenges and building on the achievements, we can unlock the potential of TVET and drive the nation towards a brighter, more inclusive future, embracing UNESCO's strategy and addressing the challenges head on. This will unlock the potential of our young people and adults as well, thereby driving sustainable development and inclusivity in the growth of our country. Together, let us ensure that TVET continues to play the transformative role in our education system and labor markets as a master key to employability and a brighter future for all. Thank you, and may the Lord bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a better round of applause for PS. Thank you very much, Madam PS, for unpacking that particular theme of that session. And apart from the walls here, Madam PS, I have loved the architecture of the roof. This can only be TVET. How they are carved, can only be TVET. So apart from the walls, Bwana Mwangi, kazi mzuri huku juu. Mwenye alifanya, this is marvelous job. Probably the walls you can work on later. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I'm about to invite is a man of many talents. He is a full professor of music, specializing in African ethnomusicology, African musicology, music composition and music performance at Kabarak University, Nakuru, Kenya. He has been the founding dean of the School of Music and Media since 2015, August. His exceptional musical skills and unwavering commitment to education, research, and cultural preservation have earned him accolades, recognition both locally and internationally. This man is a versatile musician, composer, arranger, choral trainer, choreographer, and adjudicator of music and dance. He has dedicated his life to preserving African music and promoting programs globally. He was a panel chairman who drafted the music and media programs now offered at the School of Music and Media at Kabarak University. His passion for research and documentation led him to establish Utafiti Foundation Publishers, a unique research and documentation center in Eldoret, Kenya. As a founder, executive director, and chief executive editor at the center, he provides a platform for researchers and scholars to document and preserve African music, art, and culture, significantly enhancing the creative industry in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no other better man to introduce this particular session other than Professor Mellitus Nyongesa Wanyama, who is the founding dean of the School of Music and Media, Kabarak University. Tumpigieni makofi anapokuja. Tumpigieni makofi anapokuja tafadhali.
Thank you for that introduction, and I'll go straight away to my well-cut job. This session will focus on unpacking the theme of TVET at 100 celebrations. That is, if education is the key to employability, then TVET is the master key. You know, any key is inferior to the master key. The master key is the one that bypasses all the normal keys and opens all the doors that are opened by other keys. So I want to invite the panel over here, and I will go straight to just inviting them here. I'll start with Dr. Abdi Elias. Just come over here. We will be introducing you. I will be introducing you later in detail. Then I have, yes, Mrs. Edith Okok. And I have here, sorry. I also have on the panel Dr. TVET Desai. On the panel, I also have Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala. And then yes, sit there. Thank you. And I think I will move over there and introduce each one of them in detail while I am looking at each one of them. Yes. So that, yes, welcome panel. As you have heard, we are going to discuss the unpacking of the theme, TVET at 100. which means, from the normal understanding, unpacking is lifting the lid of what is covered, what is in there. So we will have key areas which I will lead, and we'll go through each one of them. I'll have about 3 questions. On my right, immediate right, is Mrs. Edith Okok, Director General, National Employment Authority. She has a vast experience in employment, policy, and management. Her qualifications are, she has a BA in economics, and BA in law, and a master's in business management. At the National Employment Authority, she has developed employment policy, and she participates in matching job seekers to employment on available jobs. Let us give her a clap. Welcome her. On my far right is Dr. Elias Abdi, OGW, is the Director General of Education State Department for Basic Education. His responsibility includes pre-primary education, primary education, secondary education, and teacher training colleges. He coordinates activities in all 10 directorates of the State Department of Education. Before taking on his role as the Director General, Dr. Abdi served as the Director, Projects Coordination and Delivery, where he coordinated donor-funded projects in the State Department of Education. Dr. Abdi served in the Board of Directors of the Global Partnership of Education, GPE, based in Washington from 2015 to 2020, representing Anglophone Africa. Dr. Abdi has strong experience in basic education, having represented the sector in international and regional forums held in Africa, America, and Europe. Dr. Abdi has key expertise in education, financing, project management, education sector plans, policies, and developing legislation for education, with strong knowledge in the area of economics of education and the relationship between education and national development. In recognition of his an outstanding service rendered to the country in different responsibilities and capacities within the Ministry of Education, Dr. Abdi has been accorded a presidential honor and awarded Order of Grand Warrior, OGW. A round of applause to Dr. Abdi. I now go to, on my left, and I will start with Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala. Dr. Beatrice Muganda is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Higher Education and Research, Ministry of Education in Kenya. She is a passionate educator and leader who is committed to transforming higher education and its impact on the continent and globally. Prior to her appointment, she worked for the Partnership for African Social Governance Research, a Pan-African not-for-profit organization for 11 years, and exited to the Deputy Executive Director. Her accomplishments through the pedagogical leadership in Africa, PEDAL project, are internationally acclaimed. She has extensive knowledge of sectors issues, challenges, and opportunities in African higher education and has trained over 3,000 teaching staff in 91 universities in 11 African countries in innovative pedagogies. She has contributed immensely to the formulation of education policy and participated in education policy debates within the region and globally. Association of African Universities, EU, African Policy Dialogues, London School of Economics, Africa Summit, among others. She holds B.Ed and MPhil in Planning and Economics of Education from Moi University, Kenya, and PhD from University of Athens, and she has received further training at International Institute of Educational Planning in Paris, France. A round of applause to her. Now I move to Dr. TVET Desai, who is a former principal secretary, State Department of East African Community. Prior to that, he was the principal secretary in the State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, TVET, in the Ministry of Education. He is the chairman of the social and political pillar of the Vision 2030 board committee. He was 2018 and a trustee of Kenneth Board of Trustees in 2018. Dr. TVET is also the chairman of the permanent working group on TVET in Kenya. He has championed private sector TVET, government and development partner linkages towards transformation of Kenya's technical and vocational training platform. He served as a governor, director, and CEO of Kenya Private Sector Alliance and a former commissioner of the Commission for Higher Education. Dr. Desai also is the founding chairman of Linking Industry with Academia and the chairman of the Council Technical University of Mombasa and the chairman of the Governor's Current Technical Institute for the Deaf. He's also the chairman of the board of Young Scientists Kenya. He currently chairs Mashanani Works, an organization that has pioneered mobile TVET for ASALs. The program is called Ujuzi Manyatani. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. So we go to business now. And I would like us to move on straight and just to give a background information to our discussion. TVET connects education and the world of work, unlocking the potential of young people and adults for a bright future. UNESCO's TVET strategy 2022 to 2029 seeks to transform TVET for successful and just transition by promoting skills development for empowerment, productive employment, and decent work, and facilitate the transition to more digital, green, and inclusive economies and societies. I would like to start with my first discussion point or question. As key policy makers in the skills ecosystem, where are we as a country in the realization of the TVET at 100 celebrations theme. I will repeat, as key policy makers in the skills ecosystem, where are we as a country in the realization of the TVET at 100 celebrations? I'll start from my right, going this way.
Thank you. Indeed, this is ladies and gentlemen, this is a very exciting moment with respect to taking stock of what we've achieved within the context of education reform over the last 100 years, and specifically how we cherish and are constantly trying to promote innovation around key values like promoting access to technical vocational training. We've heard about countless schemes and initiatives which include the funding models and the initiatives within the context of the expansion of TVET to each constituency being a key success of access to technical vocational training. But we've also seen great success by way of ensuring that we promote technical vocational training and its training benefits to all young women and men. And this has taken place not only in terms of the location of the colleges, but also how we have encouraged initiatives like Ujuzi Manyatani and creating platforms for mobile computing that will greatly transform and greatly create equity within the context of TVET. There's also the very aspiration of quality, and we've seen various initiatives within the context of relevance and quality, not only in terms of enhancing and maintaining standards within institutions, but also finding ways in which we're able to profoundly promote relationships with industry. We're grateful for the leadership of the government of Kenya under PS Moria as she was demonstrating the refinements of walls. In one sentence, she's saying that we have to train to standards that are measurable. Those measurable standards have to be in agreement with the productive sector. And I think that this indeed is fascinating because we've seen the relationship grow from an isolated structure to having various sector councils, creating joint curriculum, profoundly addressing and implementing a very important policy, competency-based education and training. We've also seen aspirations within the context of creating pathways for young people, creating greater levels of equity through recognition of prior learning. And today we're discussing more innovations. And so as a country, I would say that we need to be proud of our achievements, that indeed we're in a constant state of innovation, and we're defining TVET for what it means most importantly for our youth, as far as their role as key towards being at the center of development. And we all know that from all the stories and the incredible success the government has positioned as far as the enrollment, which now sits at almost 500,000 students, what an incredible achievement it is, because all of us know, those that have experienced TVET firsthand, is that the more you use your hands and your mind, the happier you are. You know, when you make a cake, you're happy. When you fix a car, you're happy. So it profoundly contributes to the social transformation of our generation, but at the same time gives the confidence and the ability to earn a livelihood. We heard about a graduate from Ujuzi Manyatani, which is a program where we work closely with government, in collaboration with government, to roll out its national policy of competency-based education training and recognition of prior learning. But today you witnessed how confident the graduate was, how capable he was, how much energy he has. And this is what our greatest resource is, and TVET has been consistently behind this initiative, and for that, of course, I congratulate you all.
Thank you for that response. What I picked is your elaboration on access to TVET resources, and you remarked that the more you use your hands and mind, the more happy you should be. And that is my takeaway. I will move on to the next. Yes, the next. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's truly a pleasure to be here to witness this great celebration. So for me, when I look at TVET at 100, I see a mature woman. I see, a mature woman that's very proud of the family, taking care of the grandchildren, the husband, and the village at large. I see a story of transformation from that institution that was associated with the village, that institution that very few people wanted to associate with, to the rise of TVET to the national level, to the international level. Now we have a subsector in the education system that is so highly recognized internationally that when we have companies coming from abroad, they come looking for TVET graduates. So that really is a very profound story. How have we gotten here? We have gotten here by investing heavily in the TVET subsector. Look at the room we are seated in. This is a perfect example of the journey we have traveled from a few small rooms in the villages to such a huge, lovely compound with amazing buildings that testify to the importance that we attach to this subsector. I look at the journey of recognizing the qualifications from a place where anything and everything counted for TVET, and that is why that respect was not there, to the standardization of qualifications, of competencies, building a recognizable brand that is appreciated internationally. Truly, it is an amazing story, and I am really happy to be associated with this and to recognize TVET as that leader in the middle. Leading from the middle is not easy because the responsibilities are so heavy. But here you are. You've created products that permeate every aspect of this society because they can reinvent themselves, they can multi-skill, they can upskill, and that truly is very, very innovative. So 100 and still counting. We expect bigger and better, and we shall be there all the way cheering TVET on. TVET hoye! TVET at 100 hoye! Thank you.
Great. Thank you. What I pick as your strong points is transformation from the village to the international level, the village included, and also standardization of competencies so that they are respected and acknowledged worldwide, and also the aspect of leading from the middle. I think it was alluded to one time by late Mandela, and the challenges that come with it, or a good thing about it is that everybody can see the leader in the middle, and that is what where we are. I hope I'm in agreement. So I move on to the next response on my right.
Thank you very, very much. I'm quite excited to be with you today because my role here is to ensure that the market gets the right people for employment. And so being here today and knowing what TVET is doing to create that gap in the market, to us it's an excitement. I also just want to pass greetings from my PS, Mr. Shadrach Mwadime, who is engaged in some very pressing issues, and he has asked me to step in his big shoes, and I hope I'll be able to do justice to what he had intended to pass to the gathering here. TVET has been recognized as a cornerstone of employability, which is providing practical and hands-on training that directly aligns with labor market demands. So as we celebrate this 100 years in Kenya, we should also reflect on its transformative impact on the workforce. I talk from a place of no, because I know what employers outside here are looking for. So we are saying that the curriculum at TVET is really relevant to what the job market is demanding. And so the introduction of competency-based education and training has been pivotal in ensuring that students gain relevant and up-to-date skills that employers seek. Employment outcomes. We have graduates from TVET institutions who are actually experiencing a higher rate of being absorbed in the job market compared to what has for a long time dominated our market, that is graduates from the university. And at the rate at which TVET is overtaking graduates from the university is simply because of the nature of the curriculum and training that prevails in these institutions. And so we are also saying that it has aligned itself with the national employment policies. As had been mentioned earlier, we look at the employment policies and strategies that can effectively absorb the students that we train into the job market. So our national employment policy emphasizes the importance of TVET in addressing skills mismatch and fostering economic growth. So key policy frameworks and strategies in that policy include the Vision 2030 and the medium-term plans. We all know that if we are to meet this Vision 2030 and the medium-term plans, then TVET is a critical component in achieving the country's development goals by promoting skills development and entrepreneurship. These plans emphasize the need for industry-driven curricula, modernized infrastructure, and increased access to TVET. I was quite excited when my able peers talked about Mawego. My daughter is actually married in that area, and I visited Mawego, and I know what you're talking about, madam. So one, what we just want to emphasize is that I really don't want to be political, but what I'm saying is that in the space where you are given, the space that government has given you, there's a lot that you can do. That area looks like it is remote, but we know that that institution stands out in that area. So under the National Employment Policy, it also outlines the role of TVET in developing skilled workforce that meets the demands of a rapidly changing economy. We all agree that the economy all over the world is changing. And if you have to keep pace, because TVETs look at really hands-on training, then I think we are.
The current curriculum and training orientation is relevant to the skills that are imparting skills that are required. And you have emphasized rightly that industry-driven curriculum is what matters, as well as the centrality of policy to guide the process. Thank you once more. I will move on the same team discussion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor, the moderator. Well, I'm also happy and excited to be here. It's good to see a number of my classmates seated in the audience here. I know we have been, we trained with Muchemi, the principal, is he here? Muchemi, we were classmates. I'm seeing him now for the first time since we left the Boy University. I'm also Dr. Lagat of TVET. It was glad also seeing Professor Ahmed Faraj, our lecturer, and pleased to be in this hall. Well, Prof, the issue you asked, where are we on this in terms of the skills? From the introduction, you are now aware I'm based at the basic education subsector. And I'm glad for the first time the journey and the evolution of TVET to where it is now. Because now it is completely recognized as a standalone subsector. In the past, because you remember in the 80s, an institution like this place, Kabete, used to be a technical secondary school. Mawego that you talked about was a technical secondary school. So you will complete primary, you do your CPE, you either go to a secondary school that offers general education, or you go to a technical secondary school. And that is how, TVET evolved. And so, where are we on this, Prof? If you look at it, if you look at basic education where I am, basic education, we pass over the learners to the rest of the subsectors, university and, higher education, to, TVET, so on. But in basic, our main, because if you look at basic education, what is it anyway? It is 12 years of education. That's how basic education is defined globally. In some countries, they have it as 9 years of education up to junior secondary school. But for us, the Constitution says we offer free and compulsory basic education. The Constitution has not defined basic education, what it means, but we have domesticated that to mean 12 years of education up to high school. And is what to teach. What is going to be offered? What are you going to teach? That question is answered by the curriculum. Luckily, in the TVET space now, we have a formal curriculum, And then, where would you teach this curriculum? The institutions, and Dr. Desai has alluded to it. Now, every constituency in this country has a TVET skills in order to earn a living. Would they be graduates from high school? They could be graduates from primary education. You give them the skills. And the issue of who is to teach. Our trainers, the teachers in this space, are also there. And then the issue of course, when it comes to quality, relevance, because largely education has 6 thematic areas. Access, availing the institutions, they are there now, all over. Now 290 constituencies. We're encouraging the private sector also to invest in it. So access, the quantity part of TVET is, has largely, is expanding. And therefore, when it comes to provision of these skills and providing the institutions, we're doing very well in that area. Equally, when it comes to the quality part of it, the issue of, ensuring that we provide the right trainers with the right knowledge, ensuring that we provide the right teaching and learning materials, because if the TVET subsector itself is exclusive, is excluding others, then it might not be of help. When we talk about equity, we talk about our people living with disability. In terms of gender, are both male and female participating? Are those with hearing impaired and the blind, are they taking part in TVET, for example? Then, if that is the answer is yes, and then regionally also. Because as a country, we are a big country in terms of regions, and that's why now we're there in every constituency. The aspect of equity is being addressed by ensuring that these institutions are being supplied. But all this, again, will not make any meaning, Prof, our moderator, if the issue of governance and accountability is not emphasized in the institutions. And I saw when the PS was addressing us, she was so much concerned about institutions giving examples. And so, I remember as a young school head, those days we were heads of schools, we used to be told, a school is the head and the head is the school. I mean, you are in the driver's seat. And so, when you talk about the schools performing very well and others not performing, the difference mainly is the leadership. So governance and accountability is very critical in all this. So, where are we? Then the main other area, which I haven't been observing TVET from a distance, that has really assisted in taking TVET to where we are now, is the cost and financing of TVET, which again, remember when the capitation 30,000 per learner has been introduced, that has really ensured that the enrollment skyrocketed to an exponential level. Before the capitation was introduced, the numbers were very few. Those of you who are active in the sector, I think you know this. So I think, where are we on this? We are doing well. in terms of ensuring that at least the supply side is there, but we need to work further on the elements of relevance and quality, because bringing in the students and ensuring that we brand TVET and all this is critical. But at the end of it, the graduates, that we are producing, I agree with the sentiment that there should be some on-job training and people should be trained on the specific areas they go at the job level, fine. But still, we need to reduce, to ensure that we release graduates who are ready and are doing the work, and that has been the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Give him a clap. Dr. Abdi has actually talked about a raft of issues, including the fact that now TVET has curricula, relevant curricula, considering what is to be taught, who is to be taught, and addressing equity matters is crucial, cutting across gender, disability, and regional balance, and finally, governance and accountability, and also the need for tracer studies so that we can evaluate where we are. That issue has been ably discussed, and as a moderator, I'm satisfied. For now, we will move to the next area, and we'll start from my left, far left, and my question is, in brief, what strategies have you put in place to build positive perception towards TVET to enhance participation? What strategies have you put in place to build positive perception towards TVET to enhance participation? In brief, please.
Ladies first, so I'll go. And I'll just stick to 2 points so that the rest of the panelists also have something to talk about. So for me, it's about money, because we know that money talks and money attracts participation. I like the fact that TVETs have an inbuilt mechanism for students to make money while they are still learning. The digital, program, where the students learn digital skills and work for companies abroad. That is really enables the student to appreciate that they are playing a very important role in the production value chain, and this is a role that is remunerative. Thank you.
So, the strategies and policies that would make a greater impact based on this incredible foundation that you have all participated in creating collectively with collective responsibility and collective leadership capacities include the following. It is a very exciting time to explore new opportunities within the context of expanding TVET. I'm currently championing an initiative which once again is in partnership with the government of Kenya, the Ministry of Education, called the Kantaria Agricultural Technology Innovation Center. And the hope is to see how a private sector driven model creates a link between the universities as well as technical vocational training institutions to create outcomes of extension, skills, education, research across some 15 broad value chains. And we've been talking about this with PS Moria to create clusters around thematic areas where specific agricultural produce grows naturally, and how we're able to create natural end-to-end value addition capacity. So this is a very extensive policy that is required, where TVET becomes at the center by putting the youth at the center of development and across enterprising value chains. Yet another initiative is, of course, the initiative by Ujuzi Manyatani, which is essentially, while we've built an institution in each constituency, some of these institutions are almost 20 to 30 kilometers away from a young person. So how do we create an entire ecosystem for mobile computing, but at the same time ensure that we create the relevant end-to-end ecosystems as far as their ability to access markets and enter the productive sector efficiently and without any hindrance. And this means that the county governments, the national governments, and the entire TVET fraternity have to create that platform. I'd also like to emphasize yet another strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now, like everyone has said, of a mature presence and capacity by way of policy formulation and commitment as a cohesive system towards promoting solutions for productivity, innovation, and efficiency. So why not create additional policies which promote the lifelong learning capacity, in view of the fact that we all know today that up until the age we retire, we will always need to be trained. I personally will need to be trained. You will also need to be trained in different skills, so-called micro-credentials. Why don't we have a policy which ensures that it facilitates our lifelong journey into employment and gainful employment? And I think that that would then add yet another possibility for technical vocational training institutions to be further sustainable, to be open as far as their doors are concerned to people throughout their life who would come in periodically just to pick up a skill, a competency. So I think that in view of the fact that our people are the most important resource we have in our country, we must see to it that we create this platform so that it enables them to stack each skill on top of each other.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Desai. In that line, I want you to remain there and just mention one key challenge encountered in making TVET a master key to employment and mitigation measures that can be taken.
I think
briefly.
that, you know, in realization of the outcomes, we have seen that TVET is a master key. I would think that one other opportunity is the mobility, the policy on mobility, not only nationally, but within the East African community. While we have started that initiative, we need to see it through so that young people can travel. And I think that that would be a key as far as how it becomes transactional across countries, so that we're able to harm
to this fourth industrial revolution, to this green economy. Obviously, we can't do this alone. We have very many limitations in terms of resources, in terms of the training opportunities, and this is why partnerships are very important with industry and especially with our development partners. And again, TVET is doing very well in this space. I congratulate them.
Thank you. I will move to my right and ask Madam Edith to give at least just one strategy, key strategy.
Labs and skill hubs. I wish I could have more time to elaborate on that. This has also helped us really to work on employability, and then the skills councils, where we ensure that the TVET curriculum remain aligned to collaboration, and also to have work-based learning that will integrate opportunities such as apprenticeships and internships into TVETs.
What we have done is we've introduced knowledge of TVET as early as possible, because in our early grade, for example, in the past, under the 844, in the standard 1, standard 2, standard 3 classes, we used to talk of mathematics, mathematics as a subject, but the name of the subject now has changed to mathematical activities. Even currently under the 844, many of our a number of our schools are doing and have, sometimes under the career guidance and counseling, this is done. But I would say we need to improve more, especially the TTIs, the National Polytechnic, for example, here, Kabete National Polytechnic, from a technical school to a national polytechnic, from an engineering fair, where students we have projects done, robotics, scientific projects, technological projects. Students compete against each other in April. The whole country, the secondary school, high school students converged here at the Moi Girls in Kibra. and so we organize those opportunities. Thank you very much.
One challenge, one key.
Well,
challenge.
the key challenge is basically in terms of perception. It's motor, the heart, feelings, and then the head, the knowledge. And so it's like during the colonial time, the whites were given, TVET mainly skill-based courses. The people who were doing are mainly the natives, and the others were doing other courses. So that, again, has been a challenge, and I think we are overcoming it. Thank you very much.
Point taken. Now, I like the theme. Where are we? If all of us asked ourselves in whatever we are doing, where am I? I think it will make us to reflect where you have been, for you to know where you are, and also look at where you are going. Am I right? So that is very important, and we should move in that direction if we have to make TVET the master key. Now, for now, I will just want to ask each one of the panel members to make a statement in terms of a parting shot. Yes, Dr. Tisai.
I'm quite ambitious towards productivity, innovation, and efficiency. So the time has come, with all this investment, all this capacity, that they share into the obligation of financing. This makes sense because the kind of trainings that we provide are for their productivity gains, their profit gains, their social gains, and so it's absolutely critical that we create models to transition now as far as financing is concerned.
Dr. Nyangala.
Just to thank all the leaders who are gathered here today. You know that your role in this ecosystem is very, very critical, and we will get better, bigger results. I thank you.
Thank you. We can make TVET to become the master key to employability. And so I want to say that the future of Kenyan development lies in the hands of our skilled graduates, and TVET is the pathway to their success.
The pre-service courses the trainers have undergone, very critical, but at the institutional level, there is need to have an institutionalized, in servicing of TVET trainers. In other words, we should focus now, on the quality.
Yes.
Thank you, panel, Prof. My name is Polycarp Ndeta, the principal of Cardinal Morris Otunga Technical and Vocational College in Bungoma County. I would like to pass my question to the PS Higher Education. The people you are producing from universities come to seek jobs which they compete with our TVET graduates, particularly those who have done higher national diploma. Are you equipping your graduates with competence-based skills as you release them to the market? Thank you.
Okay. Another, yes?
Yeah. Thank you, panelists. My name is Jacob Mwangi, the principal of Kalau Technical and Vocational College. My question goes to Dr. in charge of the basic education. Now the fraternity of the TVET, the principle, we are changed. And we are focused on the TVET as a master key. Now that you are in charge of also the principals in high schools, we've been going to market the TVET institutions there. And you know, they are focused on the students making to the universities. And you find in schools like county schools, you find candidates doing KCSE, 50 of them, and you are likely to find 10% will go to university. They will not make it to, they will go to the university, then the rest, they will not make it. Now, what are you doing so that now the story that we are doing here also is taken up by those principals, to know that we also care for those students that will not make it to the universities. We have the space for them in the TVET. Thank you.
Another? Yes. Professor Kere.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for your comments. Mine is a question to ponder over with all of us. We have a growing up population of our youth, very rapidly growing up. And when they get to our institutions and they complete their TVET training or the universities, those of us ahead of them, their teachers, etc., we tell them, now that we are through with you, you can go and look for a job or get employed. Is that genuine? Between you, who is a 50-year-old, who has experience, you have a home, you have a salary, and a young graduate coming out, they don't have a home, they don't have a salary, who should be in a better place to create employment, to start up a business, etc. I think we should lead by example. Yeah? It's just like the business education teacher who was teaching these children about bookkeeping. And yet, he does not even own a kiosk. Where does he practice his bookkeeping? Thank you.
Interesting. I think we will have responses and wind up. Yes.
So on that very interesting question, I'd also like to emphasize that we have some really great examples of solutions in this area. If you look to, for example, Nyeri Polytechnic or Eldoret Polytechnic, they have developed a literal business capacity in their institution. So even the trainers are accustomed to engaging markets, which is absolutely key, because if you can't engage markets, you can't earn a livelihood, you can't be productive, and you can't do business. But could we amplify this role so that we're able to ensure that the mindsets of TVETs are all about enterprise eventually, and entrepreneurship and tooling of young people? And could that become a cluster? Because it may be difficult for TVET institutions to approach industry with their walls and doors and management systems, etc., and their secrecy policy, etc., and so on. But we need to take a firm step forward and create clusters of SME transformation. And we have some excellent examples in this country. And if we could just expand that, then that would really solve that issue. Professor, thank you.
Yeah, if you'll allow me, I'll give some background, and it's a question of resources. As the enrollment into our universities increased, the budgetary allocation did not, increase at the same pace, and so we know the story of the differentiated unit cost and how the government was supposed to give 80% of the cost of each program. It never lived up to it because of our physical constraints, and by the time Dr. Moria and myself started sitting at that ministry for university education, we were actually going to go to 34% of differentiated unit cost. To cut a long story short, when there are fewer resources, things begin to happen that undermine the quality of education. For example, high student-staff ratios you start to engage in fewer practicals, fewer times to go to the field for excursions. So it started boiling down to the sage on the stage, the lecture method, learning by rumor. And so when we came in, we were very deliberate about change, reform. And we are serious about this reform because now the buzzword at university level is pedagogy. And I am very proudly the mother of pedagogy on this continent. I am known in other quarters as Mama Pedo. I'll just give an example. How do we teach differently at university level? Because this is what we're encouraging. In the past, a lecturer would come, it's a quiz, give 3 examples, 3 attributes of a strategic leader. So the student writes very quickly, cramps, forgets. But now let's look at it the other way around. Prepare a short video and communicate a message on strategic leadership. That student has to think. Whatever they read, they have to stretch their mind. They have to create the message. Even the video. What is the quality of the video? What is the background? How do they communicate? So that small exercise will build more competencies in this student in terms of collaboration. You have to work with somebody to produce a video. Critical thinking, creativity, communication, and these are the 21st century skills. So, if I continue being there, this might be my exit interview. Watch this space. Things will be different.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Abdi, you respond?
Okay, thank you. So I think I agree. In the high schools, they say that every time the principals, the teachers, when talking to the students, they only talk about university education. They're only talking about somebody getting an A grade, A minus, and C plus and above. You've had this, is it? How many got C plus and above? And so it's like those with C plus and below do not even exist. We keep on hearing these kind of things. But I think it has already been said here, this change is gradual. It can't be abrupt like that. And we're already seeing, some effort, especially the last few years. I must give credit to the TVET subsector. A lot is taking place. The issue of visibility of the TVET subsector, you are coming out very strongly, including even this 100 years celebration, what is taking place. Sometimes I see Dr. Lagat, my classmate, once in a while, he has a whole pool in the newspapers, graduations, and this again will change the perception. We have already been told every time COOPS now releases the results, they say this number, who had C plus and above decided not to go to university. It was even said here this morning, isn't it? Yes, so the change is coming, and the reality of the matter is that in the past, even our education system used to be closed, If you want to go to the university, then the only way was for you to repeat again in school so that you get a C plus and above. But today, even as we meet here, there are Kenyans who got a D plus, but they have their PhDs. Are they not there? Yes. They did not repeat high school. They went to a TVET institution, did a certificate course, they go for a diploma, then go for your first degree, and there's even credit transfer. That first degree, some credit transfer is given, they go for their masters, and they're there. I know myself a number of them who had Ds, but today they have their PhD. And some of them are even teaching at the university. They are there. So I think we have started the journey. But I also want to toss the ball to you, Buona Principal. Take an interest. Our high school principals, they meet every June for their national conference. Kati should come and also make a presentation there, involve them. When they're having their regional conferences, we can invite you, you speak to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel members, for your candid contributions. And now you can leave. It has been a pleasure to work with you. I hope we'll be given another opportunity to extend this. At this juncture now, I will invite the PS, Dr. Esther Moria, to come over and close this session. Thank you.
Yes. I just want to thank the the group that is just exiting. Prof, thank you very much. You have ably besat that session very, very well. We are well impressed by this kind of support. Thank you so much. The panelists, my sister and my brothers over here, thank you very much for that job well done. Of course, you can see I have a notebook. I am taking note of everything that you are telling us or that is going on, because after this, after all this, we are going to follow it up with several conversations. And I'm sure all of us, those who are in TVET, are going to be more than ready, more than willing, so that we follow all this that our colleagues from other sectors are saying, because it is very important that you not only hear, but you also implement. Me, I am a do person. So what we are hearing, we will have a conversation, we will have a sitting, be able to put together what it is that we must run with from here. So mine is just to say thank you very much, my sister. The other day we were invited, Abdi, to Mombasa, and my two PS colleagues were there, and I really missed. I don't now actively remember where I was. That made me miss the session in Mombasa, because yes, it is in sessions like this one that we can help change each other's mindsets. Because Dr. Mwangi once again told us that, and I said it again, that my children must not be like me. So we need to also speak to these principles that belong to Abdi and be able to tell them, we now even have a policy called K-Cuts. I don't know where Dr. Kanda is. That is Kenya Credit Accumulation and Transfer. And that enables one to be able to move all the way. Nobody is locked up. You know, getting a D because you sat an examination does not make you a failure. And anyway, I've been telling my customers that nobody is a failure until you decide to be one. Being a failure is your decision. So we must tell the Kenyan youth that everybody has an opportunity. This is a message that must go out there, and these opportunities are available. And we who are educationists sitting around here are the people who have got to spread this message. The other thing we are doing, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that we are attractive and changing perceptions is beautification of our institutions. My colleague PS was, when she came, she's very, where is Mushemi? She is very, my colleague PS is very impressed by this institution. She's like, what? And I was telling her, go to Eldoret National. Where is my brother? Go to Eldoret. It is like a university. It is like your institutions. Go to our institution. But there is one. Lakini tutatengeneza. There is the principle of what is the name of that institution now? Uko Pokot. Something Capel. Yes, she is. This one. She was in my office yesterday. Guy. And I'm still calling myself a PS. And she was showing me walls of a building with the cracks which are coming from somewhere here all the way like this. That is a class where, is it your students or your staff who sit there? The students. Then she was showing me photos of some toilets that have sunk. And they are trying to salvage those stones before they go down the pit. And I'm so embarrassed. My sister, what you made me after you left my office is that I was very embarrassed. So we still have a lot of work to do, even as we pride ourselves with institutions like this one. Eh? You go to Sigalagala. Where is the principal Sigalagala? Is he here? His place where you come from looks like some kind of heaven. So we are operating in a space that is from top to bottom, but we are working very hard. I am going to concentrate. You know, we are very prepared. If I am going to be here long enough, I am going to you know, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a life of realities. When the CSS went, we were at the Kenya School of Government, and we had a meeting. My brother, let me not mention the name. One of my brothers was wearing a very nice kofia, very nice cap, white. And we finished the meeting, and we took photos. Tulipigwa mapicha hapo. 2 hours later, they were jobless. This is the reality. This is life. So, if I am going to be here long enough, I am going to address that issue, and I'm going to make that institution something of what it must be. So, we are also looking into making our institutions attractive so that young people can feel proud of coming to our institutions. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for those seasons, and may the Lord bless you.
Thank you, Madam PS. Thank you, our distinguished panelists, for very insightful and very inspiring words on this particular topic, very critical indeed. I believe we all are going home today better people, aren't we? We've learned a thing or two, yeah? Now look at your neighbor and tell them, thank you for your patience. I know it is not easy to stand in between people and lunch. Kwa hivyo, appreciate yourselves for just being here all through. Makofi kwenu tafadhali. Now, after this, we are headed straight for lunch. The conference guests, that is Kati and trainers, will have their lunch from the open tent. Then the organizing committee will have their lunch from the cafeteria, and we'll have a meeting from there, just briefly. Please take note, the organizing committee. Then the Kabete Governing Council will have their lunch from the cafeteria, the small upper room. The drivers and security will have their lunch from East Hall, and the students will have their lunch from West Hall. We will take roughly 45 minutes for lunch. So by 2:30 p.m., let's all be back here in the hall for the next session. And please, let's keep time. We agree that you are keeping time today, yeah? Once you're done with lunch, just come back to the hall at exactly 2:30 p.m. Now, for the second session, which will be our last, actually the third session, which will be our last session, we will have a keynote address from Dr. Wanjiro Karaoke, the Secretary Skills Development, State Department for Labor and Skill Development. We will have panelists, Mr. Gideon Murenga, Senior TVET Advisor. We will have Dr. Caroline Njoki, who is the Chief Technical Advisor, ILO, Mr. Nyamai Wambua, the Acting CEO, KNFJKA. And then we have Mr. Agre Ndombi, Senior Technical Advisor, and Dr. Paul Wanyeki, who is the Acting Director, Standards TVETA. So let's keep time for that last session. It is going to be exciting. You do not want to miss this. Tomorrow, we do it bigger and better. So today, let's finish better than yesterday. Okay, I am being reminded of tomorrow, which is our big day, when we will be having the president as the chief of guest. So it's just a reminder that we all arrive here quite early. By 8 a.m., everyone should be seated, ready for tomorrow's celebration. It's just a reminder that tomorrow is our big day as we mark TVET at 100, the main celebrations. All of us are required to be seated at 8 a.m. Remember, our theme is if education is the key to employability, then TVET is the master key. Appreciate yourselves once again. All right, without much ado, yes, without much ado, I will request a volunteer to pray for lunch, and then we will allow the PS and the team to leave first, then we can follow. Is that in order? A volunteer to please pray for lunch? Anyone? Thank you. Let's appreciate her even as she comes on stage.
Thank you very much. We can stand up and pray. Heavenly Father, we are humbled before you this afternoon. You're gracious. You have strengthened us. You have kept us. You have watched over us. We thank you for the leaders that you have given us even in this afternoon. Thank you for the presentations. Thank you for all that you cause us to do, because it's apart from you we can do nothing. We thank you for them. We pray for our leaders, the peers, and every person in leadership this afternoon. That, Lord, you'll embrace them with your protection, and that you will be their guard and their guide. Even us and the leadership, the rest of the leadership, even in TVET, even as we embark on lunch this afternoon, our prayer is that you will order our steps, every one of us. Bless that which you have provided to us. This is our humble prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's allow the PS and the team to leave, then we can follow. And see you at exactly 2:30 p.m. for the third and the last session, which is going to be very, very exciting. My name is Andrin Kilemi. See you later in the afternoon. DJ. for being here on time. We had agreed 2:30. So just look at your neighbor. Are you looking at your neighbor? Tell them, my friend, you did not keep time. You did not keep time, as we agreed. Anyway, better late than never. Now we are here, ready to start off this third and last session officially. But before then, before I even invite our moderator, who is Professor Kisilu Kitainge, to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki, I want to invite Jane Asmith and Emmanuel Loro. Jane Asmith is from Isiolo County, currently a skilled tailor, who was previously a housewife, and will just share with us her testimony. Emmanuel Loro is from Turkana and is a reformed cattle rustler. I was asked to give them 2 minutes each. So Jane and Emmanuel, if you're in the building, please make your way to the stage. Jane and Emmanuel, yes, they are here. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. We just want to hear these inspiring stories of people who have been through TVETs and what TVET has been able to do in their lives. Karibu sana Jane, you have at least 2 minutes.
Basi kwa majina naitwa Jane Asmith, na wasalimu wote kwa jina la Yesu. Mchana huu amjambo. Nimetoka kaunti ya Isiolo, nimetoka Ujuzi Manyatani, nimekuwa mchungaji wa mbuzi. Siku moja tukakutana na nikaona mkutano ikikusanyika mahali, na nilipoenda kwa hiyo mkutano nikauliza, hii ni mkutano ya nini? Nikaambiwa kwamba ni watu wa mashinani ndio wanatakikana waende wasome mambo na skills mbalimbali. Na nikainua mkono kwa sababu wale walikuwa hapo mbele yangu walikuwa ni wale ambaye ni form 4 liver, class 8 liver. Ni mimi peke yangu nilijiona kwamba sijaienda shule, nikaona hapo haiwezi kunifit. Nikainua mkono na nikauliza, hii mkutano inaruhusiwa watu wote? Nikajibiwa kwamba hii mkutano inaruhusu wote, hata wale ambaye wajapata nafasi ya kwenda kusoma. Nikaambiwa ndio. Basi nikakaa chini, nikasikiza ile skill ambaye wanaleta. Ilikuwa ni motorbike, tailoring, dressmaking, na hiyo ingine walikuwa wanafanya pale kwa site mbalimbali. Lakini mimi niliona heri nichukue hiyo ya ushonaji, kushona nguo ya wanaume na wanawake. Maana katika kaunti yetu na kijiji yenye tunaishi iko mbali. Basi tukaona kwamba wale watu ambaye wako mashinani wanapata muda mrefu sana wa kufika town kwenda kuchukua uniform ya watoto ama kushona hizi manguo. Basi niliweza kwenda kusoma kwa miezi 3 na nikafuzu, nikamaliza. Na maisha ilikuwa ngumu, haikuwa rahisi kwa sababu wale ambaye walikuwa mbele yangu ni wale wamesoma na ni mimi peke yangu singeweza kwenda shuleni. Basi hiyo wakati nikajisukumia tu pale, nikaona kwamba kuna hiyo uzito iko ndani yangu, lakini niko na uhakika kwamba nitaweza. Basi nilipomaliza kwa muda michache, miezi 2, nikaanza kupata customers. Wakaanza kunielewa kwamba ninajua kushona vizuri, wakanipa nafasi ya kuwashonea nguo ya Christmas kwa sababu ilikuwa imekaribia. Na tulipomaliza hiyo masomo ya miezi 3, nikaanza kufungua kazi yangu kidogo, nikakomboa nyumba, nikaweka sharani yangu. Basi nikaendelea polepole hadi nikaanza kupewa uniform kutoka shule za Ngaremara. Nikashona pieces, nikapata order ya pieces 80 kutoka kanisa letu la Catholic. Baada hapo nikaanza kupewa tena uniform 400 pieces. So nikamake na nikaama kutoka hiyo nyumba hadi nyumba nyingine. Kwa saa hii ninaishi town center, Ngaremara village. Ukienda tu hapo kwa stage utanipata pale. Na ujuzi manyatani imenitoa mali pambali sana, kwa sababu sikuwa nimeweza hata kwenda kufika hiyo town yetu. Ilikuwa ngumu kwa sababu sikuwa na hela, lakini kwa saa hii ndio huyu niko hapa Nairobi. Kupitia hiyo ujuzi manyatani nilianza kufunguka akili. Kila wakati ninaposikia kwamba kuna harusi inafanyika kanisa fulani, ninaenda pale, ninajieleza, ninapewa hoda, na ninaanza kushona nguo za wanaume, nguo za wanawake, hizi za traditional ya Samburu na Maasai, nikiweka shanga. Kwa hivyo kazi yangu saa hii ni hiyo ya kushona. Ninashona shanga na ninashona nguo, nashona uniform, ninashona dresses ya wanawake. Kwa hivyo maisha yangu leo hii ninaposimama mbele yenu, mimi ni graduate ambaye nimefuzu kama wale wengine ambaye mnasherekea siku ya leo. Ujuzi manyatani kwa leo hii wanasherekea miaka 5 katika kaunti zetu ambaye waliweza kufikia. Ndivyo sasa hivi tuko mbele yenu kusherekea nanyi hii miaka 100 ambaye wanafunzi wa ishuo wanasherekea. Ukiangalia maisha yetu ya wachungaji na maisha ya watu wa town kama nyinyi, ni maisha tofauti sana. Tunapitia magumu kwa sababu ya kukosa kwenda shule. Maisha yanakuwa ngumu, sio rahisi. Hata unapomweleza mtu kwamba ninaweza kukupima na unipee kazi, ninaweza kukushonea nguo ya harusi, mtu hawezi amini. Lakini unapoonyesha kazi ya mikono yako, unamwambia ndio hii, anachukua akiamini kwamba utamfanyia vizuri. Kwa saa hii hivi mradi wa NRTT ilituweka kwa hiyo miezi 3, na baada hiyo miezi 3 tukapata skill na bado tukapata machine ya kazi. Siku moja miradi wa Nawiri ilipitia kwenye kijiji chetu, wakitafuta walimu. Walinikuta kwa shop yangu nikiwa nimefungua tu vizuri, na wakanifanyisha interview na wakanipea nafasi ya kuwa mwalimu. Saa hizi hivi nafundisha vijana hizi skill ya tailoring and dressmaking kwa muda hiyo miezi 3. Sasa hivi pia niko hapa, ni klasi inaendelea, lakini nimeachia mwenzangu ili niweze kukuja kusherekea nanyi miaka 100 katika kukosa kwenda masomo. Inanifurahisha maana imeniweka katika hali ambaye sikuwa natarajia kwamba ninaweza kaa siku moja na waheshimiwa kwa meza moja ama kwa nyumba kama hii. Kwa hivyo ninashukuru shirika ya NRTT na wakishirikiana na shule ya Keirua Polytechnic na Laikipia North. Ninashukuru kwa hiyo muda yote. Mungu azidi kubariki. Hasa nyinyi walimu na maprincipal ambaye mnasimamia chuo, muendelee kutuombea hata sisi tukua huko mashinani. Mkipata nafasi mtupe, tutafika na tutasherehekea pamoja. Asanteni.
Asante sana Jane. Such an inspiring story that teaches us the value of practical skills. Now she can make her own money. Na anasema kwamba ametoka mashinani, anaketi meza moja na waheshimiwa hapa Nairobi. Tumpigie makofi. Emmanuel, we also want to hear from Emmanuel before we get into the keynote address. Emmanuel, 2 minutes kindly. Najua Jane story yake imekuwa nzuri sana, tumesikiza for more than 2 minutes, but 2 minutes. Karibu sana. Tumpigie makofi.
Asante. Madam PS, principals, protocol observed. Kwa majina naitwa Loro Emmanuel, Esekon, National TVET Ambassador, and I'm from Turkana. And today I'm here just to give my young people a word of encouragement. And before I continue, let me recognize Joan. Joan, can you stand please? Patricia is an engineer working with me at Juakali at our federation.
She works in construction design. So we are the youth champion. We are the GNZ at Jua Kali Federation. So allow me tell my story. Vile nilimaliza shule, I went back home and I volunteered with the church called Parkland Baptist Church as a translator. And because they saw my job there translating, and they told me, instead of you, because we live in border of Ethiopia and Kenya, a place called Oktang, where my uncle will go. And then KCB Foundation came and took young Turkana youth. We are among 100 youth from Turkana who were given opportunity to study. So I went and did welding. After doing welding, I came back home, and KCB again gave us a toolkit. And I started Tech Friends of Topie. Tech Friends of Topie is a social enterprise that uses tech skills to eradicate poverty, gender-based violence, insecurity, and above all, the climate change. And as a CEO of TFT, I realized my young people from Turkana are dying at earlier age. Reason being is because they are in drug abuse. Reason being, there are insecurity along our borders. I sat down and said, what can I do as a young person? Because I have this skill, I use this skill as a stepping stone. I moved all around Turkana County, telling our young people, it is high time we change our attitude towards unskilled training. Because I realized I did petroleum geoscience, and now I'm jobless. But I've done just a certificate in welding. Now I'm employing 4 young youth. Then it is my time to give back to the community. I went all schools in Turkana County, telling them, let's change our attitude towards unskilled training. Let's go. The world is moving to skill economy, whereby the paper is no longer valued, but a skill is. I would like to recognize the work of the PS, because the PS has done a lot of things. If you go around these counties, you can see TVET. Now my request, Madam PS, is with maybe you tell the president. I have a program called Skill for Peace. We no longer need politicians. Politicians have killed our people. I lost my auntie through this thing. We need to stop it once and for all. And my request is, let's do, because my dream is, if we are celebrating 100 years of TVET, and yet our people back at home, sorry for that, yet our people back at home, Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, are still killing each other. What are we doing as a government? Sorry. Let's do this. This is my request. Let's build TVET institution along our borders so that I see a dream whereby a Pokot and a Turkana youth can share a tester, can share a tester or a machine, or even a skill together, than killing each other. We are killing this nation. And we need, as young people, to change our attitude. We are the agent of change of this country. No one will change Turkana. No one will change West Pokot or Samburu, except me and you. So as young people, let's take center. Let's leave politics aside. Let's work and build Turkana and build this country. Thank you.
Asante sana, Emmanuel. Quite emotional and very educative, I believe. The message is home, and I am so sure PS Dr. Esther Moria is kind enough to take your message right where it belongs. Tumpigie makofi tena jamani. Now, at this point in time, I will invite a gentleman. I will invite a gentleman here on stage. He is the Chief Executive Officer of TVET, CDA CC, that's the abbreviation. He's the former director, CDAC, yeah. He's the former director of the Directorate of Industrial Linkages, Partnership and Collaborations at University of Eldoret. He was also a professor and dean of the School of Education at the University of Eldoret. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome on stage Professor Kisilu M. Kitainge, the CEO Council Secretary of TVET. Karibu sana, Professor. You will take us through a few things and then invite the keynote speaker, Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki, on stage. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Makofi kwa huyu mrembo. Amjamu appreciate vizuri. You can see her. Wale waimbaji wako wapi? The singers. If I could get one person, I'll show you the dancer. If I could get a singer, I'll show you the dancer. Nobody can sing Malaika nakupenda mal. Ebu imbia PS. Aya, twende sasa. Na PS atakuwa joined kwa hiyo dance na Professor Kere. We can't be that serious. Tuache kucheza na TVET. There is enjoyment in TVET also. So can we get the two dancers? I'll sing. Aya, tuimbe sisi wote. Malaika. PS, please. Kindly, Madam PS, stand up for the dance. Madam PS and Professor Kerry, this is the floor. Karibuni sana. Haya, muimbe sasa, makofi tena. If you can't sing, you can clap. Haya, twende kazi. Malaika nakupenda. Si hata upate malaika yako hapo. Come on. Malaika nakupenda malaika, nami nifanyeje kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sinawe, ningekuoa malaika. Makofi kwao, they have done. Oh my. Well done, Prof. Well, mali utapata. Prof utapata mali. We shall organize. Tutafanya hivyo. I know some of you are planning to start dosing. That will give you some mileage. We are joined with us. We have with us the labor. It's all about labor. It's about what you can do. It's about food on the table. Yes. It's about livelihood. We don't just learn for the sake of learning. So with us here is Daktari. And I will request my sister Kande, kindly bring me Daktari. Pole, pole. Pole, pole. Don't disturb her peace. Pole, pole. Pole, pole. Namna hiyo, pole. Na makofi kwani uwezo ukapiga. Pole, pole. Now with me are two wonderful doctors. Karibu sana. I will allow you to state, unajua, self-declaration. My name is Dr. So-and-so. I am working with the Minister of Labor. I am the director in charge of this and that. And I'm here to present on a topic called aligning the workforce capabilities with the labor market needs, addressing the market demands, adaptability, skills gaps, employability and productivity. Makofi kwa Daktari Wanjiru Kariuki. Karibu sana.
How do I put it on the screen? It was on the screen.
Let's have it on the screen. DJ ameweka iko.
Thank you for welcoming me. My name is Dr. Wanjiru Kariuki. I'm the Secretary for Skills Development in the State Department for Labor and Skills Development, which is in the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. Now, I've been asked to talk about aligning workforce capabilities with labor market needs, addressing market demands, adaptability, skills gaps, employability, and productivity. So basically, my presentation will be about what the Ministry of Labor is doing with regard to linking skills supply to skills demand. And I'll start with the mandate. Normally, we have been told not to go into too much details. I know Godfrey Murenga from GIZ is here. He says that government likes to talk about mandate. But I'll just say very briefly, our work is to link skills supply to skills demand, and therefore what we do is to create institutional linkages. Sector skills councils, establish them so that they work towards linking supply and demand, developing policies for skills development, harmonizing skills development, and also dealing with skills management information system. Just for those who don't know, we used to be in the Ministry of Education as a department, but with the new government, we moved to the Ministry of Labor. So you'll find that I may talk about things that we did in the Ministry of Education that we carried over with us to the Ministry of Labor. So I wanted to start with statistics so that you understand why this department was created. Right from the word go in 2018 in the Ministry of Education, and then finally for this department to come to the Ministry of Labor. The key issue was unemployment, which was being caused by the skills mismatch. The unemployment statistics have not changed much in terms of youth unemployment. You find that the category of youth between 20 and 24 and 25 to 29 is still quite high. And these are the youth who are educated. These are the youth who are in at 15.6% for 20 to 24 and 5.9 for 25 to 29. But I want to share with you statistics for the youth who are outside that bracket. Now, this is the combined rate of unemployment and potential labor force by age cohorts. This combines the youth who are looking for work, who are available for work as per the strict definition of unemployment, but also youth who are not looking for work. We have youth who do not have work, but they are not looking for work. Usually they are not classified as unemployed, but here they are being called potential labor force. And we suspect the reason is we have youth who have given up. They are no longer looking for work, and therefore they don't fit in the strict definition of unemployment. But when we put them together with the unemployed youth as per the strict definition, you can see the figures are much higher. So that for 20 to 24 is at 30.4% to address the issue of the skills mismatch. The skills mismatch is largely contributed by the rapidly changing labor market. The labor market is changing at a very high rate, and education and training has to keep up with the needs of the labor market. And therefore, we are having a skills mismatch. This is a problem not only facing Kenya, but many other countries as well. So it contributes to high youth unemployment. So today I want to share with you what we have done. I remember one time we held a conference, and Godfrey, you are my witness, and we talked about skills mismatch. And the stakeholders said, next time when you come, please tell us what you have done. Let's not talk about the challenge, but let's talk about what the government has done. So this is what we have done. We have developed the National Skills Development Policy, and this one we started when we were in the Ministry of Education, way back in 2018. It took us a lot of time because we had to get stakeholders to agree. There was a major disagreement on where the National Skills Development Council would be, and so it took years and years to try to resolve this issue. And eventually we concluded it, and by 2023, this policy was approved by Cabinet. The reason why I've brought this policy here for you to understand is that it deals with the skills mismatch. It has addressed everything to do with the skills mismatch, right from human capital development, all the way to labor market information, all the way to future skills. Everything is dealt within this policy. And the aim of this policy is to ensure that we have a skilled workforce that is first and foremost employable. It is productive, enterprising, we have dealt with employment, innovative, we have policy actions on innovation, commercialization of innovation, commercialization of talent, entrepreneurship. Everything is in this document. Adaptable and competitive workforce. So this particular document was approved by Cabinet last year. We launched it this year. It is on the Ministry of Labor website. You can access it there. So it deals with the skills mismatch. Then we have another policy we developed. This one is the national policy on linking industry to education, training, and research. And this particular policy actually looks at institutions. What is the institutional framework that can link industry or skills demand to skills supply? How can we share knowledge between industry and education and training? So it again looks at the issue of knowledge transfer, technology transfer. How do we share research findings between industry and education and training? So it deals with all those issues. And that's why we say it is developed towards linking industry and education, training, and research towards developing a knowledge-based and globally competitive economy. The other one we recently did, this one has been submitted to Cabinet, was the National Work-Based Learning Policy. This one is to attain an integrated work-based learning system for enhanced employability, productivity, enterprise development, and sustainable socio-economic development. This one deals with the issues of work-based learning. We realized that work-based learning was quite fragmented, and therefore we brought it together under one umbrella policy so that we could guide the country on how to move forward with work-based learning. The other one we developed, and this one we started when we were in the Ministry of Education, was the National Policy Framework for Career Guidance in Kenya. We had realized that career guidance has the potential to help us promote not only lifelong learning, but also sustainable employability and social equity. And so we developed this particular policy so that we could promote career guidance, not only in education and training, but also in employment. That is employment offices. So we are looking at it from a very broad-based level. Career guidance is not doing well, particularly in basic education. TVET is trying, and university education is trying. And we need to move forward so that we ensure that career guidance starts from basic education. Because if we get it wrong there, then we get it wrong as we move along. The same thing with our employment agencies, National Employment Authority. We have also not taken it up very strongly, and we need to improve career guidance in the National Employment Authority offices so that these offices in the counties can help education and training institutions to improve career guidance. So that is the vision that we have. And therefore we are looking at career guidance in terms of career education as a subject that should be taught, career guidance provided by career counselors, and career information, including labor market information, being given to education and training. So we are looking at it from all those angles. If you look at career guidance at basic education, they have merged it with socio-psychological counseling, and yet the two are different. And so we have put it in our document that they must separate the two. And we have proper career guidance in basic, moving up TVET, and moving up to university. So for career guidance, we have done quite a bit. We have also developed guidelines for career guidance. This is to help all institutions to be able to implement the policy on career guidance. We have also developed a career guidance training manual, which we want to train institutions like Kenya School of TVET, KEMI. Basically, we take institutions that are doing training of trainers so that we create a large pool of master trainers who can then train the education and training institutions on career guidance. Now, this one has been developed by the Ministry of Labor. This is the sessional paper number 5 of 2023 on the National Policy on Labor Migration. This policy is extremely important because right now, the government is looking at labor migration as a means of helping the youth get employment outside Kenya. There's very high demand for labor outside Kenya in certain occupations. For instance, nurses, caregiving. And therefore we are saying our surplus labor our surplus labor. And I said surplus because people criticize the government and say it is brain drain. For us, we look at surplus labor. Can it go out and work and send us the remittances? When we look at remittances coming back to Kenya, right now, it is the highest income earner for Kenya, beyond agriculture. And therefore, the government is putting all its resources to helping the youth go out in a safe, orderly, and productive way. And that's why they developed this particular policy. So what we have done is to develop a strategy. Because last year, the State Department for TVET came to the Ministry of Labor, and they said they want to work with labor so that TVET students can migrate. And then we said, how do we make this move forward? And therefore we agreed, let's have a strategy so that we work with this strategy, have an action plan that guides you on how you can work towards helping TVET university students as they graduate, they move safely into the global labor market. So this strategy is complete. We are just about to launch it. And once we launch it, it is upon you now to take the action plan and implement it. The action plan is a multi-stakeholder, a work plan, where everybody has targets that they are required to achieve. The other one we are developing is the draft national strategy for green skills and jobs. These green skills have been identified by the ILO as the future skills, together with the digital skills. And therefore, as labor, a draft national strategy for green skills and jobs has been developed. It has not yet been completed. That's why I've called it a draft. We are going to work together with education and training to finalize this strategy. We are about to call stakeholder meetings so that we can get the feedback of all stakeholders so that we move towards finalizing this strategy and implement it. The other one is the national guidelines for sector skills committees. These sector skills committees are required to link industry to education and training. Sector skills committees are basically committees made up of industry. And they are supposed to sit down and help education and training align so that the skills that are being produced are aligned to the needs of industry. So what we have done as the Ministry of Labor is to develop guidelines for the sector skills committees. Prior to 2024, we had various institutions coming up with various sector skills committees. It was very fragmented, and therefore we have said, let's move towards national sector skills committees that can work together with education and training towards reducing the skills mismatch. Apart from that, we have also developed draft guidelines for national occupational standards. What we would like moving forward is for the country to have national occupational standards. These are the standards that we want to form the value chain for curriculum development, so that curriculum development starts from labor market information, moves to occupational standards, moves to curriculum development, so that curriculum development is informed by the standards of industry and by the labor market information from industry. That is the value chain we have been working on with the stakeholders so that we move towards aligning skills to demand, skills supply to skills demand. So these are the 11 sector skills committees that we have established. We have decided to start with a few, and we know that eventually some may split up because some are quite huge. In India, they have 60, but for us, we have started with 11, and then we see as we move forward, if we have one like agriculture and environment and they decide to split, that will be well and good. Now, who are the members of these sector skills committees? When we met the industry, they told us that we should not establish them from scratch. Let us use the existing structures. And therefore, we went for employer associations, trade unions, professional bodies. Those are the key from the demand side. Then we have MDAs, basically education and labor. And then we have the county governments because they also have a component of education. And special bodies, that is PWD. So these are the members of the sector skills committees. Now, with labor market information, which is very key, the Ministry of Labor has the Kenya Labor Market Information System. This one has information that can work towards informing education and training what the labor market needs. We also have the National Employment Authority Integrated Management System. This one also has a lot of information, particularly to do with employment opportunities. And recently we came up with the Kenya Skills Hub. During last year's World Youth Skills Day, the youth told us that we don't have information about what is happening outside there in terms of skills opportunities, employment opportunities. So we promised them that we would create a one-stop shop where we can put all the links of information in a one-stop shop, and we called it the Kenya Skills Hub. So if you open the Kenya Skills Hub, you will find information on free skills development opportunities, career guidance opportunities, employment opportunities, all put together. And basically it is links. So you click on, you get links that help you to get the opportunities. So you'll find even the KLMIS and the NIMS is also in the Kenya Skills Hub. So this is what we have done to help the education and training sector get labor market information. I want to say that we are still not yet there. This is still work in progress. We still need to improve our systems so that they are more robust. But we have started, we are working towards ensuring that we reduce the skills mismatch in Kenya. So I want to stop there with a picture of Gen Zs, and thank you for listening to me.
Let's appreciate Daktari in a good way. Let's appreciate Daktari in a good way. As a way of confirming if you are awake, I have 14 questions for each one of you. Yeah, it's okay. You may take a seat here because you 14 questions. She talked about huko nyuma. Is that the way it is done? We have the statistics. You've seen them. She's talked about policies that we need as a country to move us to the next level. She's talked about career guidance, work-based learning policy. That was out of the recommendation by the Presidential Working Party that we should have a way of engaging institutions and workplace. The policy is ready. Career guidance, our people perish because they don't know where to go. We have institutions, people are not aware of what we offer. Sector skills advisory committees, we are no longer developing curriculum out of our wish for thinking. Because as we were told in the morning, my children should be different from me. But I cannot create a curriculum based on what I know to teach for the future. I must get it from the workplace so that we are able to achieve. Sessional paper number 5 is about, hata ukisahau, it's about kwenda maju. Sindio, sessional paper number? Yeah, 2023 is about what? Labor migration of our surplus labor. We are not giving everything. That which we cannot or we don't require for now, we allow others to use until later on. Green skills, yes. Carbon credits, making our world better, living the world better than we found it. That is us. National occupational standards, where I come in. By the way, my name is Professor Xiluki Tainga. I am the CEO of TVET CDAC, and at TVET CDAC we develop curriculum. CDAC, the first C is curriculum development. So we develop curriculum based on the occupational standards that come from industry. All right? After developing the curriculum, the principals who are before me today go and train. They do the training. Then after training, we come back to do assessment. And it's not just assessment, competence assessment. And thereafter, we give competent certificates that apply to the sessional paper number 5. Certificates that are recognized in the world. Point number 11. Membership. Did you see the membership to the sector skills advisory committees? Did you see the labor market information, which was divided into 3? And to the best of my ability, I think I've summarized what she's produced. And she's done very well. Makofi kwake. But towards the end, alituonyesha akipeana envelope kwa Gen Z. Sijui alikuwa anapeana nini. So now, do you have questions? Don't ask about the envelope. Hiyo nimeuliza. Anybody with a comment, a question for our presenter? Or so this is your day. Ask your questions. Kesho irreducible minimum ni kwenda juu. The rest of us will be wenye mmeketi huko kwa hiyo tent, tunainua mkono. Anybody with a comment to our dear sister? Question? Or I combine, then yes. Let's have a microphone going to Bwana Mahindi. And I will victimize. Yes, ikitoka hapo iende kwa Faraj. Nani mwingine? Najua majina ya wote. Na usipouliza nitaita institution yako, uulize kama vile huko Malindi.
Yes. Thank you, Prof. And thank you, Dr. Wanjiru, for that very interesting presentation that apparently for me it could be the key towards resolving the challenge of linking education and training and industry. And when you look at it, these two ministries of labor and education should be conjoined in the production of quality and relevant curriculum. And so there is need for ministries of labor and education to link so that you are able to link the demand side of labor system and the supply side to inform the direction of curriculum development. And so mine is just to appreciate the efforts you are spearheading at the Ministry of Labor. And the good thing is you've been in the Ministry of Education and you have understood what they stand for. Now my question is, currently everything is going green. And for us in the supply side, we are talking about greening our TVET, greening TVET, and greening our curricula. What efforts are you doing at labor to ensure that for the curriculum to be greened, we must have green occupational standards? Thank you.
To Faraj, he's seated somewhere mbele ya kamera. Endelea tu.
Thank you. My name is Faraj, Principal Bomet Central TPC. I want to ask what measures have they put in place, because we already have numbers that last year we had 9,000 graduates from Form 4 joining TVET. This year we have 12,000 and above joining TVETs. Now it is actually showing an indication of where these students are heading to. But the problem, according to me, is on those who are career guidance in high schools. So what measures have you put in place so that career guidance can actually induct the candidates and show some statistics on how many have they taken to TVET? Because when you go to the village, you'll always find them bragging that I have taken 20 or 50 candidates to TVET, and now to them that is a very big achievement. I hope it's home.
Thank you. Any other? I requested for 3, and I'm told gender representation is important in all matters. Somebody, yeah, keep going, you'll find somebody. Lakini usitoke kwa mlango. Yeah, there you are.
Thank you, Prof, for your presence. I just heard that you're around from SIDAC, actually the CEO, and I felt happier that I have a chance now to ask the CEO a question.
Go ahead. Uliza ujibiwe.
Yes, actually, my question is on research projects that are done by the TVET students in the TVET colleges. Because when we were having the modular programs from the NEC, we used to have the NEC guidelines showing us how we handle the research projects, right from the time of defense of the proposals to the time that the marks are handed over to the examining body. But of late, we have had a lot of trainings, both from SIDAC and also from the KS TVET, but we've not seen those guidelines. Is there any guideline that SIDAC has developed of late that can be used by the students and the trainers who are conducting their research projects under the CBET curriculum? That's the first question. The second, I watched the entire process of how the research outputs from the trainees were being handled under the NEC program. And I found a loophole somewhere that the research outputs, they get into the NEC system, but we don't see the outputs. If you look at the universities, you'll see repositories where any thesis or publication that has been developed, you see it. And there is no possibility that you can replicate that idea anywhere else. But NEC has not been doing that. Do we have a mechanism within SIDAC that will expose these research findings so that we don't have replications in other institutions once they are submitted to SIDAC? Thank you.
Thank you. Now at this rate, I'm likely to be the person questioned. Yeah, bring it up to our sister from Malindi.
Thank
Kilifi.
you.
Kilifi. Oh, okay, yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm Tabitha Wajiro Githaiga from Joro TVC. Thank you for the good presentation, but my concern is the ignorance of the sign language. People who are within the hall with that kind of presentation, maybe they have gone amiss. I could see students from Machakos for the deaf, and I was feeling for them. So next time, let's consider the sign language people in the hall.
Thank you, it's noted. We shall respond. Let's have the microphone to the front now. My sister from Kilifi. Oh, mwenye microphone alienda nje, but he's coming.
Thank you very much. My name is Hafsa Saif, Principal Godoma TTI, Kilifi County. I want to appreciate all those policies. And the only concern I have for any communication to say that it has been adequately been received, we need a feedback. So what am I saying? We have all these policies in place and we are happy about them. But looking at a feedback in the form of tracer studies, in the form of alumni organizations, we need to know how many of these students, or trainees have actually been placed in TVET institutions, and how many have successfully completed and how many have gotten employed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I will attempt to answer the few questions, then after that she will answer the questions. Mine will be an attempt.
Excuse me.
Oh, Nachu.
Yes, please.
Okay, go.
Yes, thank you. My name is Magdalene Mwachofi from Nachu TVC. And as Daktari was presenting, I was logging into the places where she was telling us the information is. Unfortunately, most of them I cannot get through because I'm being told it's insecure. Is that my problem, or is a general problem, or can the youth actually access those links, as you are saying? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Let me attempt to answer. You will answer availability of the documents. You will also answer tracer studies. Sign language, we have a sign language interpretation which is ongoing right here. And it's being captured for the online viewers. I think maybe for those who are with us here, that is where the challenge could be. But we shall improve. Possibly in the next panel, the sign language interpreter could be up here for feasibility if it can work with the setup which is happening. But we have sign language interpretation happening and it's ongoing. With regard to research projects, thank you for that question, Bwana Principal. We have developed 2 guidelines. We have developed curriculum development guidelines, curriculum guidelines for TVET SIDAC, and we have also developed guidelines for assessment. These we did with support from our development partners, and they are available. What we shall do is to extract from the assessment guidelines, guidelines for the project, and we share. So that will be shared, and I promise it will be there. With regard to repository, where you can find projects that have been done, we have implemented a new portal that is going to contain all information that has happened within TVET SIDAC. So it is going to be there. The same portal where you've been assessing your assessment tools, or the guidelines that we send, it is going to contain details of the projects. Now, the hard questions, of course, as usual, and as is the custom of every teacher, you give simple examples, you do. The hard ones you allow. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Sometimes we even learn more from the questions than the answers. The question on the green skills and green jobs, that is a future skill. And the strategy that the Ministry of Labor has developed had been awaiting a certain document being developed by Ministry of Environment so that we could align it. And now that the document has come out, we are aligning it. But a very important step that we hadn't taken was to ensure that the strategy contributes to the nationally determined contribution. This NDC is a target that we have been given by the Climatic Change Conference to achieve in Kenya. And we want to use the strategy to be one of our NDC targets so that it can also get funding and help education and training develop the green skills. So I would say it is work in progress. We are doing our utmost best to ensure that by the end of this year, this strategy is up and going, and then we can follow it up towards what Mr. Maindi is mentioning, the green occupations. Somebody mentioned employability and tracer studies. The National Skills Development Policy actually has talked about tracer studies. But I also want to say in the career guidelines, which we are going to circulate soon, we have also talked about the Graduate Employability Index. This is an index that we want implemented in TVET and universities, where we shall rate the number of graduates that get employment after they leave the education and training institution. And then we shall compare the rankings so that we can see which students are getting employment, from which institution, in which areas, and so forth. So we have put in the mechanism for that. What we have not yet done is we have not yet circulated those guidelines, because there's a whole section where we talk about what each institution should do to be able to calculate that graduate employability rate. It is already done in other countries, particularly the developed countries. We also want to adopt it here. So this will ensure that education and training train for the labor market. So it is one technique we have used to ensure that we reduce the skills mismatch. Now, I forgot the other question. I don't know, I can't remember the other questions. I think that's why we need Gen Z to take over. But I remembered those two. Oh, yeah, the links. Yeah, I know the link she's talking about. The Ministry of Labor has 2 links. There's a new website and there's an old website. The old one has not yet been removed, and I think they have been struggling to remove it. So when you enter the labor website, when you get to that one, it doesn't allow you in. So it is something we are still working on. But the KLMIS is very robust because it is hosted by KONSA. So if you enter it, you will get it. NIMS is hosted by ICTA, so sometimes it has problems. We are trying to transfer it to KONSA so that it can be more robust. So that's why I said our systems, it is work in progress. We are trying to make them more robust. And I'm sure by the end of the year, these systems will be up and running once we host them where they're supposed to be. The ICT people have been on it, and ILO has really been supporting us to ensure that they are robust. They have even given us consultants to work on these systems so that they can be available, easily accessible by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Daktari amejibu maswali vizuri. She's done very well. Daktari, before you leave, or you are going to go and come well, unataka kwenda kurudi, you may take your seat kindly. It's okay. Members, allow me to join the two sessions. We do the panel now so that we, in the interest of time. And there is a certain advert where a certain mzee says, itakuwa hapa. Then he says, na hiyo ingine itakuwa wapi? The industry is with us now. We've just had the Minister of Labor. We now have the development partners. Siwaambie rafiki yako development partners. Kwa sauti ya chini, pesa ipendi kelele. Development partners. Hey. I have my brother who is somebody's friend, and what in crime? Partner in crime of somebody, and you don't name people. He's well experienced, 15 years of expertise in TVET. He is currently serving as senior TVET and labor markets advisor. Senior TVET and labor markets advisor. If you need anything about SOCO, yeah, TVET. National TVET coordinator for the dual TVET. The way we are going, we are not alone. We are with somebody. There is one of us who is ready to guide us towards the way we should go. He has promoted and he has continued to promote the rollout of dual TVET in Kenya. He works with an organization called GIZ. Join me, brothers and sisters, in welcoming none other than Gideon Murenga. Makofi kwake. Just a moment. Hiyo makofi haitoshi na Murenga, ngoja kidogo. You can't come alone. Principal Nyandarua. Hapana keti tu namna hiyo ukiona Murenga. This is the way to get a workshop. Workshops hazikuji tu namna hiyo. This is the only way to get a workshop. Murenga siku hiyo ikifika si utakumbuka Nyandarua. Nyandarua National Poly. Karibu sana. Now I know another principal is excited. Which way do I go? The Canadian way. We go to where? Canada. Hey, I'm also excited. We were there. Bwana Kanyi. Unajua Kanyi. Tulikuwa na Kanyi and somebody chose not to join us. Kanyi, because Kanyi is not there. Njau. Utaenda ulete Canada. Nikimaliza. And he has many years of experience in TVET. I'm trying to look for the years. He's a highly experienced consultant, a practitioner of TVET, specializing in program design and implementation within higher and tertiary education. He holds a master's degree from Manchester, University of Manchester iko wapi? Sio wacha kuweka United. He holds a master's degree from Manchester. Lakini ukitaka weka United too. And a bachelor's degree from Moi University. Wow. Currently, he serves as the senior technical advisor. C-I-CAN. C-I-CAN means C-I-CAN. Mimi naweza. Anyway, colleges and institutes Canada. Throughout his career, he has played a pivotal role in shaping educational policies and programs across Kenya and East Africa. Join me in allowing Jao to bring with him Bwana Angry Ndombi. See, I can. Sasa hiyo ni a ministry, utaleta kwa sisi wote. Na ile trip ya Canada, make sure Njao, ile trip ya Canada, nani atakuwa hapo? Number 1 ni Njao, na of course si hata mimi. Kwa Njao, visa iko ready? Tayarisha passport. Sitawaambia vile umesema, it's okay. Aha, the next, sema the industry. Our industry is where? Here, the industry is with us. The industry is here. I am looking for his profile and I'll get it. If not, I can recite. If I don't get it, I can? Be sure I can recite. Principal wapi? Unataka principal ya wapi? Ni wapi hatuja mention? Tutoe cost? Pale pale ama twende Likoni? Twende Likoni. Hi Likoni. How are you? Yeah, now stand to the person I'm describing. He works with the TVET. A very senior officer, but not the DG. He's his bachelor's degree from Moi University. Technology Education, Power Mechanics. Master's degree from Moi University, Mechanical and Automotive. PhD, University of Eldoret, Educational Technology. A former head of department, dean at Dedan Kimathi University of, ama inaishianga hivyo, Dedan Kimathi University of Science and of Technology. Yes. And what is, have I not said? Highly experienced, highly trained, doing a wonderful job. Bring to me Dr. Paul Machocho Wanyeki. Na hiyo kama hiyo profile ingeandikwa, kama hiyo profile ingeandikwa, si ningeisoma vizuri. Imagine, hiyo nimerecite tu. Okay. The teams, my team is forming very well. Thank you very much. Tiveta, ukifika huko Likoni, all programs are well accredited. Keti. Hakuna maswali, ni kumwambia tulete report na maneno inakuwa mzuri, because she operates above the expectations. Now the industry is still here with us. We say our industry, PS kwa ameenda, she always tells us the industry sio ile vitu inatoa moshi kubwa. Unatuambianga industry sio ile inatoa moshi kubwa. Down here, that which works. Hata naona already Kisumu ametake position. Kisumu, take charge. Usiwachilie namna hiyo. Ukiturn to your right, that is the man. Unaona mimi nimemaliza maneno. And the interest is being taken by Kisumu. We have our Kenya National Federation of the Juakali Association, represented here by none other than architect. By the, yeah, ni vizuri ku appreciate architect Chris, hiyo haijaandikwa, si unaona na recite, architect Chris Nyamai Wambua. Let me read his profile. Bado makofi, bado. Mr. Wambua is a trained architect, graduate from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology School of Architecture and Building Sciences. Is a member of Architectural Association of Kenya and in an International Labor Organization certified recognition of prior learning and quality entrepreneurships expert. Nasikia hiyo expertise ni mingi. And he's with us here today. Kisumu, fanya kazi. Ukifika Kisumu, they shall never lack industry for collaboration. Kisumu bado endelea tu. Asiwahi kosa industry, asiwahi kosa experts wa industry in the training, so that we do the dual training. Wow, thank you. Makofi kwetu sisi wote. Let me check if I've done a good job. Now, the money is here. We are all doing this for labor. Si tulisema ni hivyo? It's about what? Labor. Do we have ILO? I'm looking for the person representing. Okay. But it's all about what? Labor. And I'm sure with my panel, it is well done. Only that I didn't make a good selection. Imagine this kind of selection. Where is the gender here? We shall agree. Those who sit to the left shall represent the other gender, and those who sit to the right will be another gender. See, we can agree. Amutaki hiyo? Mnataka gani? Ati gani? In the interest of, yes, no, sio 50%, 30. That is what the Constitution says. Gentlemen and gentlemen. See, I have to make the speech in a formal way. Gentlemen and gentlemen. We are going to address the matter that has just been prosecuted or persecuted by Daktari here. The matter is about aligning workforce capabilities with the labor market needs. What is your take? And what shall we go home with? This is the last panel for today, ya watu wa kawaida. What is our take home? What is our take home? You will be telling us more details about yourself and linking your institution with what we are doing as a country, and telling us this is the right way for us to go. And telling us for us to get it right with the labor, we must do 1, 2, 3. So that we get a message to take home. I plan to give my panelists one round of communication, and then we open up to the floor for more engagement, so that we go home having engaged. That is my plan, if it is agreeable with you. Should we go, will as many of that opinion say aye? Or ayes have it, because there was no other wengine. So now, who do we start with? Which gender, this gender or that gender? Bwana Wanyeki, the ball is in your court. Tell us, what should we take home? How do we go about? What is it that you think, at 100 years of TVET, what is our take home?
Thank you very much, Prof. And I'll take my role very seriously of representing the other gender. And Prof, we have come from far, starting from 1924 when the industrial depot was started, up to now having over 200 TVET institutions. We have come from far, especially in promoting access, relevance. Now our effort, and from where I'm speaking from TVET Authority, is on quality. Because we are talking about labor migration, skills migration, exporting the surplus, for us to be able to export that surplus, we need to produce quality graduates. I was comparing countries. If you look at South Africa, they are mineral rich. They depend on gold. You go to Congo, they are mineral rich, a variety of minerals. We come back home, our richness is in our human resource. Our human resource is our mineral. We should spend every bit of coin that we have, because the other countries are speaking about exporting oil, exporting gold, exporting diamond. We are speaking about exporting labor. That means labor is our greatest resource that we have as a country. And that's where our coin should go. One thing that we should do is that there's a clarion call that the PS she has been putting in place, that training should take place with the industry, in the industry, and for the industry. As TVET authority, that is our philosophy. We ensure that all the standards and guidelines that we develop in order to unbundle the existing policies are done with the industry. Recently, we supported all the institutions in doing occupational standards. If you go to our CBETA standard, it says that 14 experts should be involved in developing a single occupational standards. Out of the 14, 5 are from the industry. And it gives qualification of those people who should come from the industry. Now that is during the occupational standards development. What we are encouraging now institutions to do is also to bring the industry in place during training. We are promoting dual training, which is very good. But we encourage the institution to explore also the other types of industrial engagement. We can have internships, we can have traineeship, internship. Suppose you are having a Juakali shed outside, someone repairing motorcycle. Very small at micro level, not having capacity to launch dual TVET. And as you are training your certificate students, you agree that 1 day per week they'll be going to visit the shed. I believe they will learn a lot, including social skills. So let us explore all the other avenues. That's why they said industries are not all that produce smoke, so that we can have that quality. Apart from that, we are trying to bring in, as the authorities, spearheading the issue of skills competition. Since we are talking about producing skills, now we should have competition on which institution produce the best skills. For KCSE, we used to see this Miranda producing this number of S, Alliance producing these numbers of S. Now in TVET, we'll be speaking about Kisumu National Polytechnic is the one that is producing the most skillful persons in Kenya. And that's why we'll be having in August, we'll be having the National Skills Competition. And in September, we'll be having the International Skills Competition, where we have 9 participants from. We are in advanced stages of coming up with the Kenya Skills Development Community of Practice, where we are planning to launch it on 13th of August, so that we can be meeting and speaking together, so that we have concerted efforts towards skills development. Apart from that, we have developed a number of standards that guides on skills development. We have the dual training standards and guidelines. We have the CBETA assessment standards and guidelines. And we have the recognition of prior learning standards and guidelines, so that also we can recognize that there is training and skilling taking place in the industry. Thank you very much, Prof.
Wow, well done, makofi kidogo. Because we believe in balance. Mayu Wambua. What exactly should we take home? We are celebrating TVET at 100 years. We are here and we are designing the future of our country, of our children, of our grandchildren, of this nation and the world from this point. What exactly should we do based on your engagement at Kenya Juakali Federation? Karibu.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderators and Prof. And I should say that one, first and foremost, it is a pleasure for us to be on this platform as a Juakali sector. It is one of those very few opportunities we get to engage in national conversations like this one. So we do not want to take it for granted. So thank you, the organizers and the ministry. So let me say that as we, of course, as a country and as a society, we all celebrate the many years that the TVET sector has been with us. And probably I should say the former TVET sector. And I say that deliberate because before the formal education and training system, the African traditional way of developing skills and knowledge and helping the society generally go around their business has also been there. So we have the African traditional knowledge systems that held fort before the formal education and training system, as it were, and particularly TVET. So, and I feel that the Juakali sector, or like you, if you like, the informal sector for that matter, as it is globally defined, has been part and parcel of skills development in societies and communities through what we call the informal apprenticeship system. So it's a whole complex system of training and developing skills for human beings. And I think we are happy that as we sit here and look back 100 years that have passed, we are also looking at now the future. So this is what I say, and the theme of this session, aligning workforce, for purposes of responding to labor market needs. I should say, so from the terms alone, alignment, and we all probably drive or ride in cars. So if you have a car whose wheels are not aligned, you always take your car for alignment. And those who are in automotive, it is wheel alignment. So it means, therefore, that we are recognizing there are a bit of misalignments. And there are initiatives and strategies to address those misalignments between the workforce that currently engaged or that will be engaged in the future, and the labor markets that we have, the labor market needs, or the labor market needs of the future. So the first comment I would say, from where I sit, is that this alignment happens formally and informally. It happens sometimes very naturally and organically. Yeah? I give you an example. If you give a tailor an assignment to make for you a dress, and you realize that the dress does not suit your waist or doesn't suit your shoulders, definitely you make a comment and you give feedback. You tell the tailor, by the way, it seems like it doesn't fit me well. So they have to, therefore, either redesign or bring it, tow it down, and therefore rearrange it again. So that is an aspect of alignment and responding very, 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 very directly to the service that have been offered by the workforce to a labor market at a very micro level. So the first, I would say, the second point I would say is that this alignment, our wheels will not be 100% aligned. There will always be a gap, but what happens is that the TVET sector will have to minimize and narrow the gap, narrow the alignment or the misalignment to an extent that it will be very minimal. Because the labor market moves, and it has been said here by previous speakers, the labor market moves pretty very fast. So if you, for example, we are in the TVET sector, we are training and education, and we want to 100% to achieve 100% alignment. It may not be practically possible, but we have to reduce the gap between the actual labor market needs and the current labor force capacity and training. So I think for me, we need to make sure if the gap was like, for example, 50% or it was 80% misalignment, we reduce it to maybe 15% or to that extent. Because what happens in TVET or in training is you give the foundational and the basic knowledge and principles and skills, but there will always be need for on-the-job actual tweaking to address the specific needs of the employer and the actual direct engagement with the labor market. So I would say that we need to contextualize and be clear that there will probably be no particular day where the actual alignment will be 100%, but we have to aspire to make sure that that gap is very narrow and minimal. And I think that is the new challenge, so that we close in the gaps between, as much as we can, between industry and the TVET, which is basically education training. I would say, for example, for ourselves in the Juakali sector, we are very pleased that for the last 10 or so years, we have been part of the TVET reforms agenda, and we are happy that the government, especially the Ministry of Education, has been very supportive to our ideas, our proposals, because we provide direct employment and training on the job. And for us, when TVET graduates come, most of the time, we do not ask them which school they went to, which academic documents they probably have, but we will see at the point where we assign the task. Yeah, Loro can tell you here, or even Patricia can tell you, and Patricia, by the way, she has over 200 young people that she's engaged in a factory just across the road here in Nairobi, in industrial area. So she can tell you if it is interior design. She can tell you, come with your certificates, come with all the manner of documents you say you have, but then she will tell immediately once she gives you a task. So she will start the alignment because now she have already seen the gap. But if we can close the gap between ourselves and where the trainees were taking their courses, then by the time they join the industry, that gap will be very narrow to the extent it is negligible, and therefore there is no cost, for example, to herself as an employer. So I could say that we are very pleased that the TVET subsector, as it were, as part of the education sector, has come of age, and it is a sector that is worth recognition, including giving opportunities for the wider industry, but also specifically for the informal sector to be part and parcel of the next agenda and the next phase of the TVET. Thank you very much. I would have given examples of what we are doing together with the State Department of TVET or the State Department of Labor or even the State Department of Industry towards still speaking to this matter of TVET, aligning the TVET graduates or even the workforce that are coming out to join the sector. And I should conclude by saying 68% of our membership in the Juakali sector are below 35 years of age. So it is not true, for example, to think that the Juakali sector is some gray-haired old men on the streets that do not understand what they're doing, or probably they have never gone to school properly, and therefore they cannot engage in skills development for that matter. So the sector has since become this new sector in terms of employability for our youth, and therefore we need to also say that it is going to be part and parcel of the next 100 years of TVET here in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Juakali is our industry. Going to the other agenda, or the other side, Murenga, tell us, where are we going? What should we take home? How do we reduce this misalignment that we are hearing so that we get aligned for smooth ride into the workforce, from training into the workforce?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Yeah, so I think yeah, so thank you, Prof, for that. So I think as a country, we we are on the right path. We have some achievements that we need to make. But I think for us to start considering competency-based education and training was one of the major decisions that we made. Because I think the world of work has now transitioned, and it has transitioned to a way that it is about what you can be able to do, but not how many certificates you hold. When you look at a lot of industries now, when you come in even during interviews, you are given some cases or scenarios to be able to handle for you to deal with. If you demonstrate that you are competent about it, you get employed. And that is where the world is moving into. And I think looking at what we are doing as German Development Corporation in supporting the dual TVET project, I'm glad now that it is now the discussion all over the country. Because when we started in 2019, a lot of people used to wonder, what is it about this model? And can it be able to work in Kenya? The good thing is that we got a model that, yes, is 200 years old in Germany, more than 200 years old. In our case, it's a new model, but we got a custom-made model, what will be able to work for Kenya. And that is what we started with the 3 institutions, that is Kinnap, Thika, and Nairobi, with the initial 47 graduates, who I'm happy to report that all of them now have been employed. In fact, out of the 47 graduates who are doing the level 6 course, we had about 10 of them who were graduates already. So these were graduates, they had degrees. They went to the labor market, they couldn't get a job. They came back and undertook dual training, but because of the integration with the industry, they were able to gain skills that enabled them to transition into the world of work. And obviously, it's because we need to look at from a very bigger perspective. The world is changing. I think there was a very inspiring presentation today from Dr. James Mwangi in the morning. We are an emerging economy. What kind of skills do we need for an emerging economy? When you look at Africa itself, different reports indicate that our population is between 60 to 80% are young people in the African context. But when you look at, yes, that is our population. There are other countries where they have an aging population. And statistics also indicate that by 2030 or 2050, actually by 2050, Africa will contribute 33% of the global world occupation. So that means the global job market all over the world, 33% will come from Africa. But what does that mean? For our young people to be able to benefit and take up those positions, they must be trained and skilled now, so that they take advantage of those opportunities when they come in. So there are steps that we need to take, a lot of things, because we train our young people to take 3 directions basically when we go TVET training. You want them to either transition to higher education. There are those who want to enter the job market immediately. There are those who want to move into entrepreneurship. They want to start their own businesses. How are we nurturing and supporting these ventures so that these ideas that come out from all these competitions and exhibitions we do can be nurtured and become business ideas? Because when they become business, that's how we create new jobs. I was trying to listen to the presentation from Dr. Mwangi in the morning when he was talking about the number of people we are training versus, not the number, but the type of people we are training versus what the economy needs. And I imagine a construction site. You have this guy we call the real estate manager, who manages the house after it has been constructed. But here, we are in a situation where we are training real estate managers, yet the houses that we have are very few. So we have not considered who are the people who are going to build these houses. So we have more real estate managers already with certificates waiting to start managing these houses. But the houses themselves do not exist, or they are very few. So that is the structure that we are in. So we have to reorganize the entire structure. And that is why when we went through dual TVET, this has supported a lot in transition of young people into the world of work. The industry have the knowledge, they have the skill. They will support our young people when it comes to innovation. We had cases where students from Kiambu National Polytechnic set up a whole distillation line in one of the industries, just with the supervision of an industry mentor on their own. And in fact, after that, the industry was asking, where are these students coming from? On their own, including programming and setting up the machine and everything running while in training. In fact, a lot of those graduates, it was a scramble from the job market for them to be employed immediately after they completed their training. So the idea is that for us to be able to address that issue, we need to bring the industry very close to us. We need to have strategic engagement with the industries, starting from our institutions. Sometimes I look at strategic plans developed by institutions, and when you look at the collaboration and partnership, it's a very small component, or perhaps is not even captured, because it is considered a very small aspect of the entire process. Yet strategic, when it comes to partnership and collaboration, should be one of the key areas in your strategic plans. So those are some of the things. That means you allocate budgets to it. You deliberately have a plan for engagements and partnerships as an institution. And the good thing about industry is that they are always willing. They are always ready to support. Those who have been able to approach industries can be able to confirm this. We talk, initially there was discussions about industry are unwilling or uncooperative. I think there was a presentation here in the morning about working in silos, which has been the biggest challenge that we've been having as a subsector for a long time. I'm glad we are moving away from that. Right now as we speak, within the dual TVET project, which is now a national program, the PS talked about it in the morning, we are at a footprint in 100 schools at the moment. In these 100 TVET schools, the industry slots committed as at now are about 6,000. As at now, when we started moving to rollout, 6,000. But the students available to take up those slots are just about 3,500. Only 50% of the slots have been taken up. So that means there's actually more slot compared to the students available to take up these slots. And various reasons contribute to that. One of it, which is key, again, in bringing issues of relevance. The industries, this kind of skills person they are looking for is not what the TVETs are training. Because normally when you take the industries in the room, we ask them to write down which are the skill areas they would like people that they can be able to mentor. Quite a number of them are talking about areas that TVETs are not providing or they are not training. Because at some point we were at a point of replication. A new TVET starts up, they go copy all the courses from another institutions, conventional courses. You come and just change the name and you start offering that course. That's exactly what has been happening. Without looking at where you are located, what is the need within your area, coming up with a course that addresses the needs of your area. We have TVETs located in areas that do mining. Why don't you specialize and focus on courses around mining and provide services for those areas? We have TVETs located in the tea industry. Why can't you offer courses that support the tea subsector? You work with the tea industry, come up with courses that really will enhance and support the tea subsector, instead of us going through the duplication, because that way we bring in issues of addressing relevance and really having TVET do what it's supposed to do. And with that, it will be able to help us to move into things like when you talk about all this is of innovation and creating new businesses. Because as it was said, we are an emerging economy. Unfortunately, when you look at statistics and data, Africa contributes only 0.1% of the patents made globally. 0.1% of the patents made globally. What does patent mean? These are new ideas that are coming up. I read a report of a country that in a single year, 10,000 applications of patent are made. One country, 10,000. Those are 10,000 different ideas. And those ideas are the ones that turn out to be businesses. And those businesses are the ones that create employment. So we cannot all train, because I think for a long time the discussion has been, yes, success is confined within the walls of a university. But now we are realizing the world is changing. You, without focusing on the skills development area, it means you have locked yourself, you have tied yourself to a world where you'll only rely fully on employment. One of the things I've seen in skills development, that skills don't die, only people do. Once you develop and learn a skill, you will practice the skill even at 90 years, if you have the energy. And that's why we have all those old guys in the villages that sometimes you call to come and help you fix something, and they are perhaps 70 years old. They are practicing their skill. For you who goes through the formal way, when it hits 58, when your payslip date is almost coming to an end, you've been given a notice, you already start thinking of how can I get an extension for 1 year because I never prepared for my life. That is the reality, and that is what, for a skilled person, unless they're incapacitated, you practice your skill. So the skills-based world is the world that we are moving into. And when you are looking at even aspect of the future of work, there's something that is currently revolutionizing the world of work, and something called the gig economy. The gig economy, where it is not about 9 to 5 anymore. Those who are very keen to follow what is happening around the world, HQs are dying. Headquarter offices are dying. They are coming to an end. It is no longer about HQ. So if you talk about gig economy, where I can work here 8 to 9 in the morning, lunch hour I've gone somewhere else to do something else. In the evening, I am somewhere else doing something else. That is the new revolution when it comes to the world of work. But what does that mean? This person has some competency. And that is where the micro-credentials and qualifications come in. You can acquire competence, an area that you're passionate about, and you start practicing it. So that during your weekend, it's not about, it is 9 to 5. During your weekend, you're actually practicing your skill wherever you are. Maybe you had a passion in electronics or something. So during your weekend around the estate, people know that you're the electrician. Because that is the reality of what is happening in the TVET space. And of course, there are all that other things that we need to work on capacity development. There was also all this talk about our trainers need to be practitioners. You cannot train electricity or electrical installation when you cannot fix your own electrical issues in your house. If you require to call somebody to come and fix your electrical faults, then you call yourself a trainer of electrical installation, it means there's a problem. Because when it comes to TVET, that is how you represent ourselves. We have seen institutions that have automotive courses and their buses are in a workshop being fixed by Juakali persons. Very well branded, being fixed. Then that Juakali person is actually a potential parent. Tomorrow you go and market to them that come bring your son, we are the best trainers in automotive industry. What do you expect that parent will do? Yet he is the one repairing your bus. So there are things that we have to connect with. We have to change the reality of how things are happening so that we can be able to get a transformation in the subsector. Thank you.
Well said. Practice your skill. Banandombi, here we come. Where or how should we make it happen in Kenya?
Thank you, Prof, for having me, and also the panelists. I come last, and you have compiled a very great minds on this panel. So I'm just wondering where to reflect from. But allow me to just share my 3 takeaways, Prof. And my 3 takeaways are drawn from the fact that we have implemented a program in Kenya called the Young Africa Works TVET program that is funded by the MasterCard Foundation, but also another one called the Blue Economy, which is funded by the Global Affairs Canada. And from this, I want to just draw my experience in those programs and also reflect on the discussion that have gone on today. And the topic is about workforce capabilities. And when I read the topic, Prof, I couldn't help to just think, what are these global drivers of global skills, workforce capabilities? And I just came to few conclusions. One is, of course, the technological advancement, the demographic issues, and many other things that are coming, including the issue of climate change and many other social factors. But the other question is, are those things that are only determining the capabilities of a worker? And I think they are not. Because at a workplace, Dr. Mwangi in the morning told about the issues of creativity. They told us about the issues of leadership, the issue of digital skills, many other things. So this gives us a cocktail of requirements that as a subsector we must be able to reflect on and act upon. And that gives me about 3 issues that I just want to reflect on and say those could be my takeaways. And the first one, I don't want to emphasize much because it has been said, the issue of the trainers. Of course, retooling of the trainers is key. We have said that, and many times we have said it. But now, from the practical point of view, I would suggest and also probably humbly recommend that the aspect of having a framework of continuous professional development of trainers is key in the TVET subsector. This will be very important because I can imagine a trainer who has been in the space for 5 years and has never even been given a chance to go to the industry and just be an employee for a while as they study what is happening. A case example is we have equipped this institution, Kabete, with a state-of-the-art equipment on robotics. But I can tell you those trainers must and will have to go to industry, first of all, to be able to competently operate those equipment. So what am I saying in short on the issue of the trainers? Retooling of trainers is good, yes, but also a framework that must be mandatory, which for me, I would say, and I dare say that when the DG or TVET was mentioning here earlier, while institutions are going to compile those annual returns, because in the program what we have done is we have equipped the institution with what we call program advisory committees, which are supposed to advise the delivery of that program. We would be requesting from the point that part of the returns could be how long or how many times have this teacher been experienced to a professional development training program or something like that, a CPD, just like the way like the law fraternity have, and I think accountants have those professional qualification and development. That would be my take home and my recommendation. That is on the first point on trainers. Now, on the second point of which I want to reflect on is on the industry, and it has been mentioned, I don't want to belabor to repeat. But again, from our experience in the implementation of the programs that we have done, principals here will tell you that development of occupational standards have been delegated to them as they develop their curriculums. It is not the responsibility of TVET to develop occupational standards. And I think he mentioned earlier that they participated and supported in development of occupational standards. This is supposed to be work of the Ministry of Labour. And I'm aware that the Ministry of Labour has what we call a Kenya Occupational Classification Standard. But from where I sit, and the programs that we have developed, about 147 of them, I would say maybe none of them even applied the National Occupational Classification Standard. And what am I saying in short? That again, on the industry, there are two levels that we look at it. From the national level, that occupational classification standard must find a way in the supply side so that we are able to align our occupations the way they're classified in the training. I was in Mombasa last week, and one of the female trainers was like, why do you want me to go to a class where they're calling an electrical wireman? Yet I'm a woman. I don't want to be an electrical wireman. I'm a woman. So those kind of things, even including the naming of the courses, is very key. And then the issue of devolved government is key when you talk about the industries, because Madam said, Dr. Wanjiru said that they have come up with 11 sectors. But I also propose that even at county level, we must also have these decentralized sectoral approaches to skills development, such that the advisory committees at the counties also reflect on what needs to be done at the county level. That's what I would say on the industry. My last point, Prof, is on curriculums and bringing in these issues of cultural competencies, and that's why we pride in ourselves that we take our trainers even to Canada just to benchmark and just see issues of geopolitical factors in our ecosystem. That is very critical. As we reflect on our trainers, as we reflect on the industry, the issue of the content itself, how it is structured, and be able to be agile in terms of flexibility. And I like the issue of macro credentials. For me, that would be. So in short, without taking much of the time, I would say those are my three main takeaways based on the interaction that I've had today, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 3 key points, well done, well said. I had promised to give you a chance to ask questions because we need to interact. May I see where the questions could be so that I can allow 3 questions from the floor, then I'll allow my panel to make remarks towards closing. Any question from the floor? Yes, there is one. So you are number 1. Any other? Yes, number 2, Bwana Mahindi. Any other number 3? I'm only allowing number 3 people because it's good to engage. Yes, I've seen you, number 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Loro Emmanuel, and I would like to direct my question to I had a person from GIZ, representing GIZ.
Yes, he's here.
Yeah.
He's Murenga and he's
They are
here.
doing a great job in Turkana. I would like to salute them. They are really impacting our young people. And the question is that our young people down there, when they get this skill, and you normally equip them, you give them a toolkit. But now the problem is the market. They don't have support, like financial support, so that they can continue innovate their ideas or to continue with their career as entrepreneurs. The issue of financial support. And also, another thing, there are some who are given the toolkit and they sell it. Kindly, the issue of mentorship and maybe someone to mentor them on how to take care of those tools so that they can be beneficial to them. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question from this side here. Yes, yes, there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, my name is Gaturi Kedenji, representing an international manufacturer and a TVET education solution provider in Germany, Christiani International. So I just want to make a few contributions from what I have picked. Number one goes to TVETA, and I'm just concerned as a young entrepreneur in the TVET sector, how is TVETA making it easy for private international partnerships? Because I've come to realize, as much as maybe as a young person, you have the will to find international partners, also you see when they come here in Kenya, or you try to bring up businesses to them, then you find that the regulations surrounding how these international partners can and how TVETs can acquire their solutions is also hard. And how fast can this be done for us to be able to provide solutions to the local industries being backed up by international partners? Number two, I also want to direct my question to the chairman of Joakali sect. And I think everyone in the room, because I was concerned during my visit in the booths, that it is only one TVET in Kenya with virtual reality systems, which is Nyeri National Polytechnic. But then if the country is looking to transition to the dual TVET curriculum, then we need more virtual reality infrastructure, going to as many TVETs as possible, because this is how we get to minimize, to give students errors from the classroom to the labs to the industry. But equipping one institute only, I think we need the government and private partners to bring in experts such as Christiani to be able to bring in the virtual reality into the country and train for sustainability of the same. Then at the same time, I want to just direct my question to GIZ. You say that by 2050, 33% of labor will come from Africa, which is great. And now that you're representing GIZ, of course, this is the European market. Then how do we make sure, do we have people or actors in Kenya giving certifications to our trainers to be able to look for jobs in the European market? Because, for example, from my last visit in Germany, I came to realize that in Germany, you cannot be employed without a certain certification from the industry. So what partners are we bringing into the Kenyan space to make sure our students can get certificates for them to get job opportunities in the German space? Also, I think the other one was...
Lastly.
One, exactly, was on the equipment. Okay, we have all these awesome partners, Canada, Japan, China, and what have you. But you see, the reason why we have so many equipment, and I have gone to so many TVETs in Kenya, lying around and gathering dust, is because there is no sustainability model when it comes to funding of this project. Who is being left behind to train and retrain and to carry out maintenance of this equipment? That's why it's important to bring in private partnerships into all of it, into the Kenyan market, so that when these people leave, we are left here to continue the agenda without gaps being left into the nation. Thanks.
Thank you. Just turn to your left so that you finish at the front.
Thank you. My name is Javed Kiboy, Principal Turkana East. My question goes to the GIZ representative about the industry linkages and dual training. Now, I'll refer to Professor Ferej's comments earlier that some of the TVCs are located in remote places. Even to reach there is a problem. Now, what is being done so that some of these institutions are not left behind, or some of those trainees in those places are not left behind? Because even accessing the industry is a problem. They are so many kilometers away from the mainstream industries and the urban places. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, give it to Mahindi.
Thank you very much, Prof. A very exciting moderator and well-informed panelist. We appreciate all of you. My question will come from the qualification angle where I sit. One of the greatest instruments for aligning workforce capabilities with the labor market needs is the implementation of the National Qualifications Framework. I would like to know the awareness of our panelists and the level of implementation of the National Qualification Framework. Thank you.
Wow. We start local and we must be local. Thank you. I'll allow panelists to respond to the questions. I think everybody has a question. So a minute, then we shall move to the next level. We start with Nyamai.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof and moderator. Let me pick the one, begin with the general one to all the panelists. Yeah, so, well, we are happy, and I think Kenya is one of the very few countries that has got a national qualification framework that maps all qualifications, irrespective of which pathway that one may have taken in terms of education and training. So our KNQF, as we easily call it, has got the pathways. So, and I think there are three. So we have the traditional, what we call, the traditional basic education. People call it the basic education pathway, but it's basically the one that is known from basic education in terms of primary school, secondary school, and straightforward. I think this is for those who are very sharp, what we call choppies. Probably these are the people who are very well endowed, that they understand knowledge, they understand concepts easily, and they can go straight, shoot through to the university. But then we have the TVET, which is sometimes it is assumed you may not necessarily go straight to the university from basic education. You can go to technical colleges, and then we have the skills pathway. So there is one that is always silent, the lifelong learning pathway, which is assumed that it is the recognition of prior learning pathway. So if you look at our KNQF, we have the three that are very prominent, but on the left, on the far right of the KNQF, if you look at the table, there is what they call the lifelong learning, and it is assumed that the recognition of prior learning, or what they call experiential learning, that you definitely do not have to go to any formal school, or the type of learning or the environment of learning is not known by anybody. But the others are assumed to be known because they are structured and they are formal. But let me say in terms of implementation of our KNQF, I think I should admit that we have very low level of awareness of the existence of our KNQF. That is why, and including in the labor market and the industry, that is why when you see a job advert tomorrow and you see the minimum requirement or the minimum qualifications, and they use that word, minimum qualifications for that job role, they will tell you KCPE, KCSE, from a or a bachelor's degree. So one of the things that we need to agree, we need to speak about qualification levels. So that once we start agreeing that it is, the KNQF is the harmonizer, because the qualifications levels are the ones that harmonize everybody, irrespective of which pathway that you took. Because I think we are coming from a tradition where we think learning happens only in formal schools, which is a completely misguided kind of understanding, that learning happens everywhere, anywhere, anyhowly, without necessarily caring. All right? So the moment we agree that you can actually learn out of school and acquire a qualification, it is completely possible for a human being to acquire knowledge, skills, and competence out of school, especially out of formal schooling. And that learning must amount to something when it comes to empowering your livelihood and your economic development, social development as a human being, as a community as well, and as a country. So I think the awareness that it is the KNQF that harmonizes and organizes all our learning into one national focal point of qualifications. So the levels are there, I think they're up to 10. So we only do not refer to them. If it's level 7, that is basically a degree or a higher national diploma. But people do not understand and they do not appreciate. They always go for the names of the courses or the names of the qualification. So there is a complete difference between the name of the qualification and the level of the qualification. So if we can stick to say, whatever the name of your qualification is, and whatever your qualification awarding institution is, and whatever your pathway that you have come through is, it should be mapped to the Kenya National Qualifications Framework to a level. And therefore, we use the level as the harmonizer so that we reduce disparities and also we bring inclusivity and equity. That is what I can say to begin with. But the second one, I agree. I think there was a lady from Germany, working with a German partner that spoke about virtual reality and the issue of infrastructure in the Jua Kali sector. I will tell you, 1992, the government of Kenya then allocated 480 parcels of land across all the districts then for Jua Kali work sites. Those Jua Kali work sites are occupied. They are the traditional, what they used to call sheds. We do not call them sheds anymore. Those are Jua Kali work sites. We call them work sites, which is the equivalent of workplace or workstation, if you like. So we call them work sites. So 480 parcels of land held by or in trust by the national government, and that is where most of our over 1,000 primary associations work. So I agree, they are not necessarily modern, they are not necessarily very good, but that is where the Jua Kali artisans continue to provide at least a glimpse of our contribution to our country. So we are modernizing. I will tell you, apart from the 480, we have another 158, we call them constituency industrial development centers. They are occupied by Jua Kali artisans, Jua Kali associations across the country. And those are just recent ones, so across the 18 subsectors. So I think towards issues of virtual reality and adoption of AI and other emerging technologies, actually we are piloting offline AI. So if you talk to Patricia, who is here, she's a master fabricator and automator in engineering, mechanical engineering. She can make any machine that you can get in China. She can fabricate and she makes CNC machines for herself. And she designs construction products, whatever construction product, and fabricates the same using digital fabrication. So we have examples that we can deploy, and they are being done by young people. So we are adopting technology, the latest technology, and we are modernizing our work sites. And that is what we have said with our framework of dual training in the Jua Kali sector for TVET trainees that we are implementing and done 2 years down the line. We are providing opportunities for TVET graduates and learners in the Jua Kali work sites to get. And where we are not able to acquire and to provide the capacity, That is why we are proposing partnering with the TVET institutions so that those equipment that they are lying and sinking the institutions' foundations can actually be converted into commercial enterprises and be given an opportunity for those entrepreneurs in the Juakali sector to work. And we have made those proposals to the government, as it were. So those are my 2 comments, probably are questions that I have responded to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Ndombi.
Yeah, I will not repeat
Say
what...
something about equipment and sustainability.
Yeah, let me start first of all from Maindi's question. I think it's fundamental in terms of our level of awareness on KNQF. Allow me to start by just reflecting on the issues of naming of these levels, level 3, level 4, level 5. And I want just to say that, yes, the level awareness is low, as agreed by my previous panelist. But why are we giving as a primary level a certificate, a secondary level a certificate, and then when we come to TVET, we start now giving them levels. And then when we go to university, we start again giving them, we call them a degree. So at some point I was asked by a student, now when I complete my level 4, how will my certificate read? Will it read an artisan, a craft person, or it will read a level 4? So those are some of the things maybe as KNQA you might want to reflect on or want to preempt. I think you have understood my reflection on that. But the other fundamental question, having worked with about 25 TVET institutions, there is also this aspect of registration of qualification. Just to tell you that maybe the level of awareness is still low, is that out of the 400 plus programs that have been developed in terms of CBET, the question is how many have been registered as qualifications? That should tell you the answer. If the number is still very low, then the level of awareness is still very low. Because from where I sit, I'm just fearing to ask Professor here, you know, he was my lecturer. I can't ask him how many of your 400 programs, how many have you registered to be qualifications? I am fearing to ask that question, but...
Just be careful.
So to answer you very clearly, KNQF framework implementation is still wanting, to be honest. It is still wanting, and we still need to do more. On the issue of sustainability, yes, I agree with the recommendation already by the lady that even the equipment that we are providing the TVET institutions must be driven from a sustainability point of view. And that's why you're talking about greening of TVET. Remember, the word greening is not planting trees. Greening of TVET is ensuring that whatever we do is sustainable, whether it's the resources we are using, whether it's the infrastructure, whether it's the skills, you know, greening itself means sustainability. So even when we are bringing equipment here, we are saying, can the trainers be able to use the equipment without support from the other person? So when we talk about greening, let's emphasize that let's green TVET from a sustainability angle. There are many ways of looking at it, Prof. Lastly, you asked about... yeah,
sustainability, but you've mentioned
I've already mentioned that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to GZ. I think all the questions were yours, except one for TVET.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yeah, so I think for, again, I want to take the same direction, starting with Maindi's question on how much are we aware of the National Qualification Framework. Definitely, yes. We are much aware of this because ideally, when you talk about CBET and micro credential and qualifications, then they have to be categorized in a certain level. I think what we are currently missing, which we have talked about a lot of times, we have that credit accumulation and transfer system. If someone acquires these units of competence, it amounts to what, how much credits, for example, and how can we equate this to another level of training? So maybe that is an area that needs to be looked into or operationalized, because I know the policy is in place, as well as already we should be collecting data to advise what we do. We have level 4, level 5. One of the things I see on the ground, how much difference is level 4 curriculum to level 5 to level 6? Especially level 5, level 6. There's a little bit of overlaps that even what we have even done in dual TVET, because we wanted to onboard the industries, we told them, when they come to your place, just teach them as a hospitality student, but not hospitality level 4 or level 5 or level 6. Because for them, they don't even understand what does that mean. So perhaps that's one of the things that also needs to be looked into. Also, I don't know how much sensitization is to the public. And when you talk about the public, I'm looking about the employment space, the human resource persons. How much do we sensitize them about these levels? Soon we are going to have graduates in the market with these certificates. Does the HR system in the employment world understand this? Because there is what they are used to. So we have to continuously again sensitize so that we do not disadvantage these young people when they go to the world of work. But obviously, because of migration of labor across the borders, we also need to look at comparable qualifications also to other countries and to the globe. The EU has a qualification framework, for example. How does ours relate to that? So it has to go to the African level, perhaps the regional level first, then African level, then at the global level. And of course, labor migration means all these certificates are going to appear in those countries very soon. The principal Turkana East, you asked a very valid question about the TVC and linking them to informal industries. I can assure you, at the moment we have about 1,300 industries that are partnering in dual TVET, the ones under the program. And out of these, perhaps the ones that are formal, proper formal industries are just 300 or less. The other 1,000 are informal. These are the small juakali industries you see around the institution. I know a school where they are doing hairdressing and they are working with salons from that local market, and each of the salon has picked one student to mentor, and there are about 7 of them. So each salon is mentoring one student, and they are making a difference in the life of that student. So the categorization about industries is not about the big industries that generate smoke and so on. So already 1,000 informal industries are supporting the model. And yes, this has started. If you are interested to join the program, I think the PS already mentioned that. As a program, we have 65 that we are supporting directly, full support. But we have additional that we are providing limited support, which are about 35. You can join the 35, but what you need to do, you have an assignment. Map out industries from your local area and identify a course that you want these industries to be able to support you in. Once you identify that, as a program will come in and provide sensitization to the industries. And then number 2, we will provide capacity development to the trainers and the ILO and the management. On the capacity development, which moves me to the other question that was asked, we are working with the Kenya School of TVET because one of the key things we are working on the program is sustainability. GIZ is a program that will come to an end at some point. But what we have introduced needs to continue. And that's why, with the support of the Office of the PS, we are supporting them to come up with a dual TVET policy, which is actually at its final stages of being concluded. Once a policy is in place, it means anybody can be able to implement. There will be a regulatory framework on that. There's also standards already at TVET that will be able to support this. So we are also working with Kenya School of TVET to develop a dual training course for trainers. So it means any institution that would want to train on dual TVET can go to Kenya School of TVET. It will be part of the catalogs of courses that you can be able to go through because there are various processes for you to implement dual TVET. Now that goes to the question of the German market and certification that was asked. Now when you look at the German model, the certification comes from the chambers in their dual model. So the chambers which represent the industries are the ones that do the certificates. When we came to Kenya, we had to look at it differently. So currently we are also working with the Kenya School of TVET to develop a blended model of certification that will be able to support industries for in-company training, and they'll be able to get a certificate that is recognized. And already I can tell you, the 47 graduates, 3 of them are working in a German company from KIST, now Kiambu National Polytechnic, doing industrial mechatronics. 3 of them are working for a German company. So the biggest, and I want to go to that because that's our bigger conversation, which I know the PS is handling on a very high level in terms of recognizing Kenyan certificates in Germany and other countries. So that's a very high level conversation that is happening, which I will not go into, but the PS is actively working on that particular component. There was also a question about financial support for young people once they have been provided by toolkits. I'm not sure the best way to, whether I have a response for that, but I think as a program, we try as much as possible to capacity develop, because once you have the knowledge on how to be able to manage whatever you are provided with and you have been equipped with the skill, the expectation is that you go practice this. Yeah, sometimes those challenges do happen, but that is always the expectation. So challenges about some of them selling and financial, as a program, it cannot be able to support every aspect. Sometimes we can bring in partners to support other ends of the program. That is the best we can be able to do. But I think the best that can be done to you is you've been trained and you've been given a toolkit. Then it is for you to go and exercise and utilize it to be able to help you generate a living and generate, you know, success out of everything. Yeah, so those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Wanyeki, there was a question for you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And as the speakers who have come before me, most of them have highlighted and addressed most, if not all, the questions. I'll try to put reflections from the regulator point of view. I'll start with the qualification framework. Already there is consensus from the panelists that the level of understanding of the framework is quite low. Mine will be on the level 7 and level 6 from the regulator point of view. We are equating our higher national diploma to level 7. Then the Act says level 7 is under the purview of Commission for University Education. So that means for our National Polytechnic to offer the level 7, then they need to be accredited. Our mandate ends at level 6. So there is need of clarifying that small confusion on level 6, level 7, and what the laws of the country speak about, so that it doesn't bring the issue of who regulates now, because level 7 is commission, as ends at level 6. So there is that need of clarification in the mapping of the levels. The other aspects were addressed by the other speakers. On the issue of equipment gathering dust in some institution, Madam PS, this is a real challenge on the ground. We need to come up with a different strategy of distributing equipment to our institutions. Sadly, we have institutions that received equipment in 2018. To date, they have never received, they don't have power to date. So the equipment have not been powered since 2018. You go to an institution, it has 20 CNC machines, and it has only one student in mechanical engineering who is supposed to use. So we need to come up with a strategy on how to do this. Luckily enough, Madam PS, together with the African Development Bank and Mr. Tuwei, and together with an international partner, that is Guma Gijima in South Africa, we are designing a feasibility and impact study, because most of the equipment was supported by African Development Bank. Now they are designing a feasibility and impact study to study the impact of all the equipment that have been supplied, and that will inform phase 4 of the FDB funding, and from it we'll also design the TVET strategy for the next 10 years, because we are celebrating 100 years, but now we need to plan for the next 100 years. We'll start planning for the decade. On the issue of how TVET is making it easy for private international partners, we fully support private international partners who come and seek collaboration in training. For example, we have a lot of international qualification awarding institutions which are offering qualifications in Kenya. In cases where MOUs are required, definitely the full length of doing an MOU which is laid down has to be followed, especially where money is involved. We know we have to involve the Office of Attorney General, Treasury, and all the other players. The process might be lengthy, but we fully support those collaboration
That's why you can see we are working with Guma Gijima from South Africa on the issue of feasibility study and the FDB. In terms of certification that are recognized internationally, this is a niche, Madam PS, that we need to explore and capacity build our institutions to that level. Bwana Mwangi from Nyeri National Polytechnic had an experience of recruitment of welders. He will tell us how many qualified from the institution. We received an invitation from South Korea. They were asking us to supply them with welders who have American Welding Society certification or European Welding Society certification, since they don't recognize the KBS, the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Madam PS, interestingly, in the country we have only 2 welders who are certified in that level of qualification. All of them working with the Kenya Pipeline Company. They took them to Spain to do that certification. We tried to explore what is the cost of training a trainee to that level of certification. It was 400,000 per trainee. That's when we welcomed American Welding Society. There was a time you saw in our activities, we welcome American Welding Society because we are trying to seek collaboration with them. We are still working with them, and we are persuading them to establish, we have only one center doing certification for welding in Africa at that level, is in Egypt. So we are persuading them to establish a center for East and Central Africa here in Kenya for certification at that level. But also we need now to start thinking, how do we, because there are those courses, we call them restricted courses or regulated courses. You must have some level of certification for you to be able to practice. So we are also working to explore with the American Welding Society and all the other societies to see that we can have graduates who are certified to that level. Thank you. I think I've addressed the issue that was raised.
Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Tuwapigie makofi. They have done very well. And they continue doing very well because the next set of questions will be the hardest in closing. I request that we do our closing remarks in doubles, where 2 people will talk about our workforce capabilities and adaptability. The issue is adaptability. What do we take home with regard to adaptability? That will be responded to by Bwana Wanyeki and Ndombi. Then the other term that I need us to address for the sake of our institutions is workforce capabilities and productivity, sorry. Workforce capabilities and productivity. That will go to GIZ and Nyamai in closing. Where do we start? Adaptability or productivity? Adaptability. The people have said.
Thank you. I want to, on this one, I want to thank the PS because she has made it very clear to the ecosystem that the principals have everything they need to adapt whatever they want to do in the institutions. So I don't want to belabor that because I think that's the takeaway. That from here, the clear call is simple, that our national polytechnics together with our TTIs and TVCs, we have the liberty that has been given to us by the Madam PS and the frameworks within the country, that we can be able to, be flexible and come up with programs that are able to be adaptable to the circumstances. I think that is very important. But now my point is only one, Professor, on the issues of gender, because I think that's another adaptability aspect that we want to also emphasize, that we also want to promote women in STEM. And what we've done in the program is the issues of having gender mainstreaming committees within the TVET ecosystem, and that is very important, which includes also providing reasonable accommodation for people with disabilities, but also, young mothers or rather nursing mothers. That's part of the adaptability, and that's the discourse that we want to say, that as we talk about creating a conducive environment for training, we also make it easier for those vulnerable people in our societies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, adaptability.
Thank you. My work might be very simple, just to say agree with agree. On the question of adaptability, we have a very adaptable workforce in Kenya. In 2005-4, all the newspapers outlets were saying that the Juakali mechanics will be phased out by the new technologies in motor vehicles. I don't know if any one of you know a Juakali who was phased out by the development in the automotive industry. None of them. Apparently, most of them usually adapt, and they usually do it through trial and error. Now, trial and error is a very expensive model. At that time, I once interviewed one of the mechanic, and he told me the first time he was trying to repair an automatic gearbox, once he removed all the parts, during assembly, he realized he had filled all the holes and some parts were remaining, still on the gunia on the floor. So he had to tell the owner that, you know, this one is, it is beyond repair. Then you hide the parts so that the owner does not see the parts, you have not fitted all the parts in. Now, the way to reduce that one during adaptability is for us to strengthen the capacity development program, so that we don't allow our trainers and our trainees and our principals to adapt through trial and error method, but to adapt through capacity building development program, where we'll be doing skills anticipation at the national level. These are the skills that the principals, the trainers, and the trainees will be requiring in the next 10 years. Then we develop programs and effectively capacity build them. The next one is to have strong knowledge on online tools, because if you have long LLL, long life learning, then you can be able also to adapt to situation easily by reducing trial and error and leveraging yourself on technology. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. We now go to productivity. GZ.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, I think my comment on productivity is we need to work with the industry for us to be able to attain the productivity required at industry level. Why? Because the industry has some level of focus. The core business for industries is making profits. And for them to be able to drive their profits, productivity is key. Industries are not just now local, they're now global. So that means our productivity also needs to be at a global level, so that our industries can compete globally. Our young people as well are also looking for jobs beyond the borders. So this level of performance is what we require, and we have to start at our institutional level, bring in the industry to give us the standard and level of productivity that is required. Then it means we will be working at par with what the industry requires. Because why do our industry retrain our young people? Because they feel their level of productivity is low compared to what they require. So we have to start at our level, and at a very simplified way, the very simplified level within our spaces. I liked what the PS in the morning when she was touching the wall just to confirm the level of paint, you know, the quality of paint that has been done. It means we can be able to start at that level. If you walk to an institution and they have done pavements and they have a construction course and the pavements are done poorly, you ask yourself why. You find broken desks perhaps in the workshops and they have a mason, I think maybe carpentry and joinery, for example. Those are some of the things that they can start practicing in, so that you ensure the level of quality within the space that you operate is at a very high level. Then bring in industry to give you the standard. Because what we are doing, we know very well. What we want to do, we want to generate the next leaders, the next industry captains. And for us to be able to reach that level, we must attain the productivity level that is required at a global level. Thank you.
Thank you. Nyamai.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, and all the panelists and our viewers and listeners. So let me say that it is given that our workforce capability as Kenyans is not in doubt. I think we, comparatively, if we look at the region, we look at even globally, where you see a Kenyan or a Kenyan trained or worker, I think their capabilities, they fare on better, they compare better against peers. But I think productivity is where the matter meets the road, because that is where the employer and the performance is tested. Yeah, I think for me, the take home is to say that one, even when, because the basic training in TVET and the foundational, principles in your career and in your occupation are laid very well to some extent, but they have to be tested in the industry and the workforce, where you are now given proper tasks and job roles to perform and deliver to the expectation of the employer. So I could say two things. Even when your productivity does not measure, just before you are laid off and fired, please learn quickly, be flexible, because the employer is not going to tolerate poor productivity or productivity. So there are opportunities for upskilling, opportunities for further learning on the job, especially with peers. There are opportunities for mentorship and apprenticeship on the job. Seek for those opportunities if you're a worker. You may want to go back to school, but let me tell you, it doesn't matter how many times you go back to school. You will not necessarily get the same environment in school to produce at the workplace. So there are opportunities for workplace learning and continuous improvement of your production levels to the satisfaction of the employer. Thank you very much. I think we are pleased that this opportunity has given us a chance to share our views. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate our panelists. They have done a good job. Well done, panelists. I would request we allow our panelists to step down. But not as alone. PS, the panelists want a photo with you. This man wants us with you here. To represent the gender that was on the other side. And Mwangi, you can also join us. And Mushemi, this is the closing panelist. It's important. Yeah. Thank you so much. Members, before I allow our peers to say a word, let me get the pulpit. We have heard it. My words will be very few. As TVET in Kenya, we have a duty. As TVET in Kenya, we have a duty. We have a responsibility. We have lives to change. We have lives to change. We have the power given to us through the positions we occupy. We have the capacity. We have the goodwill. Before we receive the marching orders, because I'm told if you don't shape up, what happens? If you don't shape up, before we go for light duties, unajua mwenyewe, before we are allocated the light duties, I confirm that I'll shape up. I will do my part in the position I occupy. And I request all of us to go home with that responsibility, that I'll do it at my little space to the best of my ability so that I move this country to the next 100 years successfully. Madam PS, karibu sana. I was making the stage for you.
Let us give the good professor a 3-factorial clap. You know the factorial claps? Thank you very much, Professor Kitange and the panelists. I want to be very brief, and I want to start by saying that I tell those who care to listen to me over and over again that Rome was not built in a day. As long as you keep picking the stones from where they are and placing it well, we will get there. And I'm saying this, by the way, there are people who stood here and started saying how they have classmates. Even me, I have classmates here. Nora, come here. This lady is known as Nora Ananda. And Nora Ananda, who is doing the great job of sign language interpretation, is a witness that I was in Form 5 and Form 6. Now you can go back. And it doesn't matter that now I am a PS and she's a trainer at Karen. We are all very, very important. I want to address very briefly the issue of certification that is recognized elsewhere. At one point, I was really struggling with dual certification so that we have certificates done here in Kenya, and also I think Mwangi, you remember there's a time we really believe in that. But I stepped back a bit because I decided that as long as we keep moving, as long as we keep training and improving our training, this certification that is now today being charged 400,000 will come down when the entire world realizes and recognizes that we are training as we should. The reason these certifications are so expensive now is because they want to guard their space. They are not yet confident that we are doing exactly what we should be doing. So my plea is, and has been, let us keep moving. Let us continue struggling to know exactly how we must continue crafting our young people as they should be crafted. What was your name, my dear? Huh? Gertrude. Gatueri, that space you are belaboring now, give it time, all right? I realized that I do not want to struggle to fit into the shoes of people who have been here much longer than I have been. But if we don't lose hope, if we continue doing things the way we should do them, we will get there. We may not be, sometimes I go to Germany, to Switzerland, and when I look at them, nasema, hawa watu, wacha tuachane na wao, sisi tukimbie mbio yetu. Sawa? Yes, sometimes, now Professor Kitange here is so tall. What do I do? How much high shoes can I wear to be at the same level? So let me stay at my height. Lakini, I will continue growing, hopefully. So let us continue doing what we must be doing. the world will eventually realize that here, these are people who are not joking. And they might be even the ones who will tell us, yes, let us now certify these people together. But now, and this is another conversation I've been having with some of my senior principals here about being in the space of international skills competitions. How much of those skills have we trained to really be in that? Have we trained those skills, Mwangi and Mushemi? Because nyinyi ndio watu wale munaniwekanga kwa hiyo shimo. And where is Wanyeki? Here. And Wanyeki here. Sit down, Wanyeki. How much are we just picking a few people from somewhere? And you know the world knows what we are doing. From somewhere and drilling them, that's the word, for this competition, Wanyeki, or are they people that we have actually trained and we can proudly present them for this competition? We need to hold a meeting with ourselves and we need to agree that this is where we are. We must keep moving and we must keep moving in the right direction. I don't think where we are now, we are too badly off, but I must state that we are not yet there and we must keep moving. We must keep struggling to do the right thing and eventually we shall get there. We are now challenging Professor Kitenge, for instance, to spearhead the CPDs. We have had a lengthy conversation with some people this lunch hour, and what we said is that the CPDs is something that we must adopt, because we must continue improving our trainers, and that is how we are going to train our young people right. So it's about deciding to walk that journey and walking it right. The other thing I wanted to say before we close was so don't worry about international certification. We will get there. And that is about production. And then Nyamai, where are you? Nyamai, you see, when I talk about 4Ms, the pertinent 4Ms as far as I'm concerned is the man and the market. What are we going to do? And I had a conversation with this conversation with your colleague the other day. What are we going to do about market, especially at the Juakari level, so that even as our there is a task force I was put into, and the PSSME or MSMEs was representing you there, where we were talking about twinning the accountants from the universities with the lawyers and the marketer, so that they are able to get into the Juakali sector and be able for the lawyer to be able to do the paperwork to make them legal and all that, you know, registrable. For the accountant to be able to do their mathematics and the books or whatever, and for the marketer to be able to get markets for their products, so that the SMEs can be able to get funding from the banks. These are the things we need to do, because this is how we are also going to industrialize this country. Get these people, the Juakali, who are able to do what they do, together with our TVET graduates, and then be able to help them get the papers right. They are able to get funding from the banks and be able to improve their space and get somebody also to get markets for what you're selling. That's a model that somebody is developing, and we need maybe to look into it, because those are the industries we have. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot more. TVETA, yes, you need to make things, You know why I want to agree with those who are saying you need to make things easy for others. But anyway, no problem. I've talked about CBDs and all that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of us, those who are not present, those who are present. If we are going to place TVET where it must be placed, we need to have these conversations continuously. Wanjiro, I am also a bit disappointed with myself and ourselves generally, because I can see you have a policy called National Policy on Linking Industry to Education. So how different is that from the policy we just developed the other day, Murenga? So this working in silos is also a problem, because, and they just finished this year, isn't it? It's 2024. Now, me and Murenga have another one, which is also going to be 2024, which is more or less the same thing. So we need to continue speaking with one another, because even as now we roll out or we get a framework for that policy, we need to see what is in this policy, because basically we are talking about the same Kenyan child. And so thank you very much, Wanjiro, even for that conversation. And what I want to say is that we need to be in the same space. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I want also to speak about tomorrow. Please let us all be seated by 8, so that we wait for His Excellency to come and I don't even know, close or launch the next 100 years of TVET. And we hope with with this conversation that we are going to have with him tomorrow, we will be re-energized to want to take TVET where it must be, because this is the sector that is going to help us change this space where our young people. And again, let me also say this. I don't know what I wanted to talk about. I think I talked about us leveraging on just skilling our young people. We may not skill them in a certain way that might be international, but get them the skills either way. Let them be skilled. Let them be skilled. If we are talking about, who did we used to talk about base titanium with now? There is a time we needed some people to work at that space, the base titanium. They used to have a school there to train for themselves. Were they training? Yeah, they want, I don't know, people trained how. We didn't have them in our institutions. So what we need to do is to, like these people on the coast, that Msambweni I was talking about is just next to base titanium there, isn't it? Yes. And my friend, people in Msambweni are just refusing to go to school. So again, principles you have heard about this training according to what is existing there, so that we also don't talk about lack of market. So let us train. Let us continue improving our training. We will get there eventually. So God bless you so much. Let's be seated on our seats. Mshemi, viti zimepangwa. So saa mbili tukuje tukalie. Saa mbili na tuwe tunakunywa chai. Tumekunywa chai kwa sababu 6, kwa hivyo tukue hapa 6 ndio tukunywe chai. Aiwe. Kama unataka kufika around 7:30 ukunywe chai kwako. Kama hakuna chai kwako ufike hapa 6. Ukunywe chai uende kwa tent. Sawa sawa. But by 8 everybody should be sitting somewhere for us to wait for His Excellency to come and speak into this space. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you ever so much, because this is support for the department, this is support for me, this is support for the government of Kenya, and really I have nothing else to give you but to tell you, may the Lord bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, PS. Another round of applause for our PS, tafadhali. Unajua Waswahili wanasema kwamba sana ikizidi sana huwa si sana tena, au sio? Na hao Waswahili wakasema ngoma ikipigwa sana huenda ikapasuka. Nasema hivyo kwa sababu sitaki kuongeza wala kuondoa yote ambayo yamesemwa leo, because today has been incredibly educational and inspiring with all the speakers that we've had here, with all the panelists that have been on stage. Even for me, who is not directly involved in TVET, I am going home with a wealth of knowledge. So I want to appreciate all of you for coming today. The PS has told us about tomorrow. I just want to remind us that let's be early and be seated by 8 a.m. Nitakomea hapo kwa sasa. I have been your moderator alongside Leon. My name is Andrin Kilemi. I will request that we have a volunteer to pray for tea. There's tea after this, and then we see each other tomorrow. Let's be on our feet, even as I get a volunteer for a word of prayer.
I'm not praying. I want us, come. Wait, the other MC. You know, people give thanks, and the ones who give thanks is not given thanks. Simama hapo. Let us give them a 4-factorial club. The first 2 factors are yours, the other 2 factors are yours. Meskia. So, 4 factorials, prepare yourselves. Hip, hip. Some people are still clapping 4 when we are clapping others. Thank you very much. You have done a tremendous job.
Thank you, Madam PS. Do we have a volunteer?
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we want to thank you ever so much this evening. Thank you for the work that you have taken with us since this day began. Thank you, dear God, even for your providence. Thank you, dear God, even for our facilitators. And thank you for each and everything, things that we may not even be able to number. As we go home now, we pray that your presence will go with us. Even as we meet tomorrow, God, we pray that your blood, the blood of your Son Jesus Christ, will continue to protect us. And when we again meet tomorrow, all glory and honor shall go back to you, even as the blessings remain ours. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Asante sana, Madam PS. There is tea right in the cafeteria. Goodbye, good night, see you tomorrow. Kwaheri.